broken dream. Who can stop my hands from shaking? I need you to take them, and I don't wanna wait all night. I'm coming alive and my senses are a little demented. Can this be right?
The news on BFM 89.9.
Good evening, here are Election Day updates at 6 p.m. Voting for the 6 state polls and the Kuala Terengganu parliamentary by-election have ended, with polling centres across the country closing just minutes ago. A total of 570 candidates were vying for 245 state seats in Kedah, Kelantan, Terengganu, Penang, Selangor and Negri Sembilan. There was also a straight fight between Pakatan Harapan and PAS in the Kuala Terengganu parliamentary by-election. Meanwhile, the Election Commission reports that voter turnout for Terengganu reached 70% as of 4 p.m, the highest out of the 6 states. The turnout percentages for the 5 other states were lower, with Kelantan at 56%, Negri Sembilan at 62%, Selangor 65%, Penang at 67% and Kedah 68%. For the Kuala Terengganu parliamentary by-election, voter turnout was 67% as of 4 p.m. Separately, Bukit Aman has confirmed that out of the more than 130 investigation papers received in the 6 states during the election campaign period, none were related to religion, race and royalty cases. Deputy IGP Datuk Sri Ayub Khan adds that today's polling process was relatively uneventful.
Secara keseluruhannya proses pembuangan undi berjalan lancar sepanjang tempoh selepas penanaman calon. Secara keseluruhannya proses pembuangan undi berjalan lancar sepanjang tempoh selepas penanaman calon. Tidak ada satu pun laporan berhubung dengan isu 3R. Yang ada adalah kes-kes berkaitan dengan khianat. Ini yang banyak berkaitan dengan merosakkan poster di kedua-dua belah pihak. Fitnah dan juga dia orang buat flash mob tanpa permit polis. Itu saja.
However, in Kelantan, police there will conduct further investigations into a provocation incident earlier this morning. PDRM had also detained a vehicle which had been converted into a tank. In Hulu Klang, Pakatan Harapan has sent out PKR's Juwairia Zulkifli to face former Selangor Menteri Besar Datuk Sri Azmin Ali, despite the seat being dominated by Amanah in the past 10 years. BFM News correspondent Dania Nair believes the result there will show whether or not Perikatan Nasional has managed to penetrate Selangor.
So here in Hulu Klang, Azmin Ali has returned to the political stage following his devastating loss in G15. He's come back and we can see this time around that he's trying to turn around the label of traitor that followed him in the last general elections. He's been trying to spin the fact that Prime Minister Anwar Ibrahim is the real traitor. So we'll have to see whether he is able to shake it off, especially because some people do remember him as the former Selangor Menteri Besar. And he's coming up against Juwairia Zulkifli, who is a relatively new face here. She was the adun for Bukit Melawati before, but now she's here. And she herself has said that not many people in Hulu Klang actually know her, despite actually being born here. So we'll have to see whether she's been able to make an impact in her campaigning in the past 2 weeks. But I guess also what it comes down to is the issues that the voters are facing. In the past 2 weeks that I've spoken to the voters around here, one of the issues they talk about is water cuts over the past few years. And it's been talks previously of replacing the piping in Hulu Klang, but that hasn't really seemed to materialize. Another really big issue is, of course, preserving the green areas across Hulu Klang. Taman Melawati, for example, there are some high-rise condos coming up, but because it is sharing a border with KL, there has to be some collaboration between the Selangor Aduns and, Wangsa Maju MP, for example. And we'll have to see who they think is better and more capable of addressing those issues. I'm Dania Nair, reporting from Hulu Klang.
In Negri Sembilan, an 83-year-old woman died without being able to cast her vote after she passed out while inside a polling station in Gemenche. Tampian police say the woman was later pronounced dead at a clinic and that her medical records indicated she suffered from hypertension. The case has been classified as sudden death after a post-mortem. Separately, incumbent Lukut Assemblyman Chu Ken Hua has lodged a complaint over suspicious campaigning activities by his Perikatan Nasional rival. The DAP candidate claims that campaign vehicles featuring the PN emblem were seen near a polling centre in violation of election rules. Meanwhile, a representative of the PN candidate told The Star the vehicles were transporting party members to vote nearby while keeping a respectable distance from the actual voting area. He also claimed the vehicle used by the candidate bore no campaign material whatsoever. In Penang, the Election Commission is investigating an incident where an unsealed ballot box was found in a polling centre in Paya Terubong, which caused voting at the stream to be suspended at midday. Perikatan Nasional candidate Ui Gi Un says the voting resumed at 1:26 p.m. We earlier said he found some 170 ballot papers were already cast into the box when he found it at SK Sri Ralau. He also refused to acknowledge any of the ballots within that box as legitimate votes. The seal was believed to have been found beside the ballot box. I'm Keith Kam. For more headlines, follow BFM News on Twitter. You are now up to date on BFM 89.9, the business station.
Because friends matter. BFM 89.9, the business station.
BFM 89.9 is just gone past 6:05 p.m., the 12th of August. And joining me for the next 2 hours is my partner in crime, Philip C. And
I have committed no crime, just to be clear.
you did your civic duty, didn't you, Philip?
I did. I did vote today for my constituency, Bukit Gasing. You scrutinized my fingers to make sure I actually casted my vote because you wouldn't let me into the studio if I didn't vote.
Of course, and I have a bit of FOMO because I live in KL. I wasn't entitled, but I do hope our listeners, whatever they did, they managed to find time to actually cast their vote, because throughout the day we were there were lots of stories.
Glued, transfixed.
There was like Twitter feeds saying how low the vote count was, and I was also really surprised. But nonetheless, we'll be covering all this throughout the day, because I think by now polling stations across the 6 states most likely would have closed and counting has already begun. And BFM is going to keep you company throughout the night with the results, analysis, and maybe we might even throw in some music. You can catch in the live coverage via the BFM app, website, and of course on good old radio. We are also streaming live on YouTube, so you can see what Philip C and I really look like in the evening. But starting off our show is our very own colleague from the news desk, Cheryl Paul, and we're going to ask her about her observations since she was on the ground at Bukit Antarabangsa earlier this morning. Cheryl, thank you so much for joining us. Now, tell us, who are the candidates running in that seat?
So we've got 3 candidates for this seat. The first one is Sasha Lina from Bersatu. She's currently the Deputy Chief for Bersatu's Legal and Constitution Bureau. She's also a lawyer by training. You may recognize her name because she also contested in GU15. She was contesting for the Ampang seat, but she lost to PKR's candidate. The second candidate we have is Muhammad Kamri from PKR. He's a former member of MPAJ. He's lived in Bukit Antarabangsa for like 25 years at this point, so very familiar with the issues there. And our third candidate is Melanie Thing. She's from Muda. Total newcomer. She's only 23 years old.
Youngest, right? She's this election.
Yeah, youngest like throughout the elections in every state. Youngest candidate. She's become relatively popular on social media because she was among the names in like the first batch of candidates that Muda first announced for this election. Yeah, so fairly popular name online.
But Cheryl, how important is the candidate in this seat? Are issues more important? Is the political party a bigger consideration for voters when you talk to them?
Well, so based on the voters I spoke to, most of them really just want someone who can do the job. They don't care about the age of their adun's, for example. They just want someone who's going to care enough to actually, resolve the issues. Actually, when I spoke to a lot of the voters, they weren't really familiar with the names of candidates that were contesting in these elections.
So affiliation by party was a bit more
very
important.
much. So when I mentioned the name of, the candidate for Muda or PKR or Bersatu or anything, most of them, they weren't familiar names to them. They were mostly just voting based on the party that they think is most likely to resolve their problems.
So what are those problems they're hoping to resolve? I mean, what were some of the campaign and hot button issues for this constituency then?
Well, so every candidate here has in some capacity mentioned that they want to handle environmental issues. That's something a lot of voters here care about. Flooding, landslides are a very, very major issue. Bukit Antarabangsa is the area where the Highland Towers tragedy happened in 1993. There was also a very major landslide in 2008. There was a Taman Hillview disaster in 2002. These are memories that are still very close, very much
unique to this constituency, isn't it?
Unique to this constituency, yeah. I mean, when you think of landslides in Selangor in general, a lot of them tend to happen in Bukit Antarabangsa. And until today, residents tell me that they still feel anxious every time it starts to rain really heavily because what if another tragedy happens again? In view of all these landslides, the government did actually put a moratorium on hill slope development in 2008. But from what some voters have told me, some developments are still being approved despite this moratorium.
Interesting.
So we don't really know what's happening there. talking about overdevelopment, beyond just landslides, people are telling me that this has also caused a lot of wild animals to come into like housing areas. People are saying that snakes, wild monkeys, wild dogs are coming in and all of that.
So the question here is, do the issues galvanize the voters? So you're on the ground, you go to the polling stations, right? How's the turnout like when you compare and contrast versus past elections?
So turnout has been relatively low today from what I've heard and from what I've seen. A lot of voters told me that they were in and out of the centers under like 5 minutes just because there were no lines in some of the centers. And I think this kind of, even when I was on the ground throughout this week, a lot of voters told me that they weren't planning on heading out.
Heading out to vote.
Heading out to vote.
Is there a reason why? Did you ask them why don't you want to vote?
Well, I hear different things from different people. Some people think that the outcome is going to be the same regardless of whether or not they vote. Some of them think the state elections don't matter as much as the general elections, so a change in state government might not make the biggest impact. So a lot of them seem fairly upset about these issues, but that doesn't seem to be pushing them to like go out to actually choose their future adun's.
And when you were in the schools this morning, could you give us a sense of the crowd? Were there many younger people, older people? Because you can tell by the streams, right?
Yeah.
So were there many older or younger? Or
From
mix?
what I see, there was a mix. I don't think there was really a majority. There seemed to be a relatively diverse crowd coming out. But a very small number in total.
I guess what's interesting about this seat, though, is that it was a seat that was held by, that is Sri Muhammad Azmin Ali, right? And my mind is that when you speak to voters, right, is there a halo effect or a horn effect even when you mention Azmin Ali's name? Do voters resonate with that name?
Oh yeah, voters recognize Azmin Ali very well. Because he's held the seat since 2008, and in fact, when it was announced that he wouldn't be defending this seat, a lot of people started accusing him of trying to run away. Of course, he's denied this, but voters themselves are very upset with Azmin, because he's been their adun for so long, and they've not seen any of like the real changes that they've wanted to see in the last decade. Hearing his name, a lot of them still kind of feel that sense of betrayal. I don't know if that's going to translate necessarily to vote against his current party, since there's a candidate contesting here now. But there's still very much anger towards Zerul Adun.
I wonder whether it translates at the state level, because we talk about him and he's being made quite a high-profile rep for Perikatan Nasional.
Rumored to be maybe the Menteri Besar candidate.
So I wonder if there is an effect on that on the state level, because you're talking more about it more specific to Bukit Antarabangsa.
Well, it's difficult to say. So a lot of people in Perikatan Nasional say that, based on their experiences of talking to voters, a lot of people still very much had good impressions of Azmin, and were happy even when he was their Menteri Besar, that he still very much does have support in the state. But based on based on like my experience of speaking to voters, a lot of them still tell me that sense of betrayal is still very much there. So you kind of hear arguments on both sides, but it's difficult to say really what Azmin's reputation really is like in the state.
Okay. We have to ask you this question because you were there physically at the schools. Did anything unusual happen at the voting centers? Were there any interesting people? Because, Malaysians, we always like to see who are the celebrities voting. And we had one in Hulu Klang, I believe, to present who were present to cast their votes. Do you have anything you want to tell us? Any interesting observations?
Well, I would say voting for the most part went pretty smoothly today. It was a very average day. I guess the one kind of incident a lot of people have been talking about is the PKR candidate, Muhammad Kamri. He came in with his wife who's sick. She was in a wheelchair. She's a cancer patient. She's had cancer for the past 3 years. She appeared very emotional and like overwhelmed today, but still said that she was happy to still kind of be given the opportunity to vote. That's kind of a wholesome story that a lot of people have been talking about today.
Yeah. I think leading up to the vote, though, the Muda mix must change the whole equation quite a bit. I wonder, though, if that's correct. Abby is a dynamic candidate, new candidate. I wonder if it's changing the dynamics of this election when you talk to people on the ground.
Well, so Melanie Ting, the Muda candidate, seems fairly popular on social media. But from my experience of talking to the Bukit Antara Bangsa voters, many weren't super familiar with her name. Like they've kind of seen the Muda flag here and there, but a lot of people were kind of reluctant to give the new party a chance.
Yeah, I wonder whether, honestly, they'll be popular enough to get 12.5% of the vote, which is the bare minimum for you to retain the
Deposit.
the 5,000 ringgit deposit, right? So there's talk that Muda might not even achieve that. You think that's a possibility?
Perhaps, especially with the low turnout today, I think it's concerning to see if they will, kind of amass the number of votes that they want to.
Yeah.
But yeah, I guess we'll have to wait and see. We'll know in a few hours.
All right, thank you so much for your time. That was Cheryl Paul. She is news writer and producer at BFM 89.9. Now, tell us, you can always tweet us. Well, actually, it's not tweet anymore. It's X us, right?
Yes.
X us at BFM Radio. That's our handle. Or WhatsApp us. Our number is 018-789-8899. We want to hear your stories at the polling booth. What did you observe? Maybe you can give us your reactions to that. And of course, you can catch our live coverage on YouTube, the BFM website. Up next, we're going to speak to the chairperson for Bersih Thomas Fund on whether all political parties behave themselves. Stay tuned for that. BFM 89.9.
.9.
6:17. It's Saturday, the 12th of August, and you're listening to The Morning Run, which is ironically in the evening. Joining me is Philip C. and I'm Wong Xiaoning. Now, in about 30 minutes, we'll be dissecting social media campaign strategies. But in the meantime, let's find out whether all the political parties behave themselves in these state elections. Because since nomination day, political parties have been going all out to woo voters with their manifestos and promises in return for people's support.
But some of their conduct has been questioned, particularly on abusing government resources for campaigning and announcing public holidays if the parties achieve victory in the polls. We also note that earlier today, voting was suspended at a polling centre in Paya Terubong, Penang, after a ballot box was found to be unsealed. So have the elections been a fair one across the 6 states, and how can we continue to improve the voting process?
So for some observations, we speak to Thomas Fan. He is the chairperson of the Coalition for Clean and Fair Elections, otherwise known as Bersih. Good evening, Thomas, and thank you for joining us. Now, right from the start, I think Bersih has proposed the 3C guidelines for fair play and to keep parties in line with the law. Now, what have you observed during this campaign season? Has everyone actually followed those 3Cs?
Well, I wish that they have, but the reality is that we saw violations of the 3Cs. That is, no condition should be attached to any promises given, no campaigning and no candidate. So we saw caretaker governments and in the states giving out land grants and conducting official program during campaign period, and as well as the federal government, the federal ministers making announcement and making conditional allocation. An example was Zahid Hamidi's offer to Terengganu youth of more allocation if PH and BN wins the state. So that is clearly a violation.
What about announcing public holidays, which 3 states have done so already? Is that considered a
Right.
form of abusing state resources for campaigning?
Well, I took a position that it is simply because um, it is conditional, obviously, tied to making the holiday conditional upon the party winning the state. So to us, that smell very fishy. It's like fishing for vote, and could even be considered as a form of bribe. But I think more than that, it is really a very bad populist kind of move to give last minute holiday, because I think it really kind of like upset uh, people's plan and businesses who are not sure whether they should call for a holiday on Monday or not. So I think such a populist kind of policy should cease in our
Yeah.
elections.
So, Thomas, I mean, as you quite clearly said, both are at fault, both sides are at fault, but who was the bigger culprit?
Well, I mean, if they are doing the same thing, I think both are equally culpable of this thing.
Okay, but in terms of just today, when all of us went to our ballot box, did you notice any incidents or violations in the 6 states today? Would you say overall, has it been a fair and clean election?
There have been a few violations that we recorded ourselves and also that we pick up from the media. But I think before I come into that, I have to say that generally the conduct of the elections went quite smoothly. We didn't receive a lot of complaint about the process, except for one in Penang in Paya Terobong, where it was found out in one voting stream, Saluran, one of the ballot box was unsealed. They are supposed to be sealed so that no one can tamper with the ballot box. But the candidate there found out that one of the ballot box was sealed, and apparently he objected to those ballots that were already put in the box and they were removed and uncounted. So apart from that, we didn't get any complaint about the process itself. But misbehavior by the parties, yes, there were a few. I think one notable one was actually caretaker Menteri Besar Sanusi. After he marked his ballot, he showed the ballot to the media. Now, he may not know it as a lawbreaker, as a lawmaker, pardon me, as a lawmaker.
Freudian slip.
That's right. He should know the law, but he broke the law, and Section 5, 6 of the Election Offences Act says that we are not supposed to review this because he's liable to 1 year jail or 3,000 fine or both.
So what
for
happens to
doing
him
that.
then? What happens then?
Well, it's really up to the authority now, the police, to open an investigation paper, because it's quite clear. It's shown to the media and it's all recorded. And that was an election offense. So after that, if the police investigate, then it's up to the Attorney General to prosecute him or not. And if prosecuted, he could be fined or jailed.
Okay, Thomas, we want to ask you about voter turnout because you do have a Vote Local campaign to push for higher voter turnout this elections. And so far, what we're getting from the Election Commission as of 4 p.m., I think there's only one state where the voter turnout was less than 60%, but the numbers just seem slightly lower than the last, let's say GE14, and even compared to GE15, which was, of course, the federal elections. What can we actually do to ensure higher voter participation in the future?
Now, on voter turnout, I have to say that I'm actually pleasantly surprised. I was quite worried in the morning and early afternoon because we were hoping for at least a 70% voter turnout for this state election. For GE15, it was 74%. It would not be correct to compare to GE14 where we got 82% because that one doesn't include Undi 18 and automatic voter registration. So as at 4 p.m., the average I calculated is about 65% voter turnout. So there is another 2 hours. We don't know what's the final turnout, but I imagine it will be close to around 70%. And if that is the case for a state election, I would say is considered a fairly good voter turnout in this case.
Right.
So, yeah.
Now, Bersih has also called for both the PHBN Coalition and Perikatan Nasional to sign a peace deal MOU regardless of election results. What's the reason for this proposal and why is it important in your view?
I think the build up to this particular election has been pretty intense. The using of 3R issues, accusation of corruption and different things. I think it's really kind of like destabilizing. The talk about potential of overthrowing the federal government and things. These are issues that I think destabilize not just the politics, but also people's confidence in this country. And I think the country needs to move on from here, from today onward. Whatever the outcome tonight, we hope that the party will accept the result and work with each other. If they receive the mandate to be state government, fine. If there's a change in mandate, then they need to sit down and have a peace deal where they can play their role as government and as opposition so that we can have political stability at least for another 4 years until the next GE.
And Thomas, what about postal votes? I mean, what's the feedback from Global Bersih on the response of this? And do we know if those ballots have been delivered to the voting centres in time? Because there was a lot of hoo-ha over this issue in GE14 and also GE15.
Yeah, there have always been a lot of hoo-ha simply because it's like playing an amazing race, trying to get the ballots back in time. But sadly, this time the response to postal voting has been a lot lower than GE15. So GE15, we had 48,000 application. This time, with about half the voters going to the poll, we expect around 24,000 application. But it turned out that we got less than 8,000 application, about 1/3. So that's why we were quite concerned about people's interest in this election. But out of that 7,000, what we got so far was that Vote Malaysia delivered about 3,000 postal ballots. So almost half was delivered by them. We hope that the other half also made it through other channels.
Yeah. And Thomas, based on the experience in G15 and these state elections now, how can we improve the election process? What are the critical reforms still on Bersih's wish list that the Election Commission and the government should prioritize?
Yeah. Improving access to voting is really, I think, the responsibility of the EC. So we can think of several categories of voters. Out of region voters, for example, those from Sabah, Sarawak, living over here, our estimate is that there's about 500,000 Sabahan Sarawakian working and living here, but they are still registered voters in Sabah and Sarawak. And to make it easier for them to participate in their state or federal election, the EC should provide absentee voting rights to them, either by postal vote or advance voting, so that they can then participate. If that happen, then we can see a higher voter turnout. And also out of state voters, which means like for this election, a lot of Kelantanis are living and working in Selangor. I mean, you look at the turnout for Kelantan, it is quite at 4 p.m., 56%, way low compared to the other states. And could it be because people just find it too much of a hassle to travel back to Kelantan to vote? So they should be given the right to vote also remotely without traveling back. That would go a long way, I think, to improve participation.
All right, thank you very much for your time. That was Thomas Fan, chairperson of the Coalition for Clean and Fair Elections, otherwise known as Bersih, telling us that his expectation for voter turnout should average close to 70%, 65, 70%, which is pretty good for these state elections. Maybe some last-minute voters running to the schools at 4 p.m. And also, not many violations today, at least when it comes to clean and fair elections.
Relatively peaceful, although the Kedah Menteri Besar, caretaker Kedah Menteri Besar, showing the marked ballot paper seemed like a very serious offence. And also, I think they managed to quickly resolve the issue about the unsealed box in the polling centre in Paya Dirubung. As you say, right, he's actually quite happy with the turnout of the votes. And if you see, as at 4 p.m., certain states like Kelantan, he was mentioning 56%, but the highest seems to be Terengganu at 70%.
Okay, these are numbers at 4 p.m.
Yeah.
But my question is the EC going to take action against all these violations? Up next, we'll be speaking to Michelle Ng of DAP and the Pakatan Harapan candidate for Subang Jaya on the situation on the ground throughout the day. Stay tuned for that. BFM 89.9. Saturday, 12th of August, and you're listening to the BFM State Election coverage. I'm Wong Shao Ning together with Philip C. Now, after the 7 p.m. news bulletin, we're going to hear from Ibrahim Sofian of Merdeka Centre about voter trends. But in the meantime, let's find out what's happening in Subang Jaya, because throughout the day, the BFM team were watching like hawks the voter turnout numbers, and from the start, it looked like the figures were much lower than GE15, regardless of the state and the constituency. Now, state elections, nonetheless, are notoriously known for low turnouts.
For example, in 2021 Malacca state election, it was 66%. For Sarawak, it was 61%. Johor at 55%. But what are the final figures and what are the reasons for it?
So for some insights, we speak to Michelle Ng. She's the incumbent Adun and Pakatan Harapan candidate for Subang Jaya. Good evening, Michelle. Thank you for taking the time to speak to us. I'm sure it's been a very, very busy day. Now, at final tally, do you know what the voter turnout for Subang Jaya is?
Hi, yes, thank you for having me. The last we checked, the voter turnout was at 65%.
Okay, is that just to clarify, because we understand each constituency polling booths centres close at different hours. So for Subang Jaya, as at 6 p.m, all have closed?
Yes, as ours all closed at 6 p.m. And yes, as at 6 p.m, all closed.
Can I ask you, just a week ago, you posted on social media your concerns about the low postal voter turnout, right? You were very worried at the time. Do you think that fear has manifested in these voter turnout figures?
Well, I would say this. Of course, if I were to have it my way, the ideal would be to have the voter turnout as we did in G15. So for Subang Jaya, that would be 77%. But if I were to be realistic, we know that state elections generally record a lower turnout, and so our target internally was at 65%, which we did achieve today.
And so with a 65% voter turnout, are you confident that PHBN can retain the state government then?
I think we stand a good chance with the high turnout, but of course we don't want to be overconfident. We would know within the next 2 hours.
And Michelle, do you have any insight into what your fellow incumbent Aduns in Selangor are saying about their voter turnout? Because you've got just 65%, but what about the rest?
Yes. So if we looked at the data as at about 2 o'clock, the trend generally across the board was the same. So at that time, we were recording about 40%. So there wasn't a single state constituency that was particularly outstanding. Everyone was hovering at that percentage, and so I would assume that throughout the day until polls closed, it should be the same throughout.
And from your observations and also your volunteers, I want to know who was not voting. Yeah.
Wow. Okay. From what we see, these are possibilities. Of course, we can't say for sure. But we noticed that, for example, those that lived outside the constituency didn't return to vote. That was a group of people. And some were also affected by the fact that today was not a public holiday and weren't given leave to take off to vote. So, for example, if they were working in KL, in a factory, for example, somewhere else, and they were only given very little time to vote, and they had to go to Kuala Kubu Baru, for example, if they couldn't come back in time, they would be penalized. So those were the groups that lost out. I suspect as well that there were people who felt fatigue, and for those reasons decided not to come out as well. So there are various possibilities, but I think by and large these are the few that we were able to identify.
You know, I just want to build on the point you said just now that the voting turnout was relatively uniform across all the states. Presumably for you, I would understand that logic because, you know, you are considered to be a relatively safe seat for Pakatan Harapan. But for the really competitive seats up north in Selangor, are you worried that the turnout is low there? Does it affect the chances of PHBN when the turnout is this low? So do you expect seats to lose?
I am concerned. I am concerned because we know that particularly for PHBN, we ride a lot on voter turnout. So if it is low in those seats, in the marginal seats, then we immediately step into danger zone. And that is where now our counting agents would have to do the hard work of making sure that every vote counts.
And I'm curious, did you have a sense of this from the campaigns, from the crowd turnout?
The chiramas.
Yeah, chiramas. Was it much lower than the past?
Okay, so for chiramas, we noticed actually even in GE15, from the Johor elections, particularly with COVID, when people were taught to go online, that many shifted to that option and they generally do not come out. So on the ground, we noticed for these state elections, there were various challenges. From the get-go, there was an issue of awareness because not many knew that there were state elections. As we go along and as we were able to overcome that, then there surfaced that issue of voter fatigue. And, you know, the issue of why are you having state elections separate from federal elections, and we had to overcome that as well. And then you later on had that problem of, you know, today is not a public holiday, I'm not going to trouble myself to come out to vote. You know, I stay elsewhere. It is too far. So if you're on a safe seat, for example, you'll be okay. And so, you know, we can forego voting this time around. So there are very many more challenges than we face in the federal elections.
Yeah, but you know, Michelle, chiramas may not count actually, right? It's a social media game that we have to up our game, isn't it? That's where Perikatan Nasional did a really good job in the last election. So how did you personally, you know, with your campaign team, change the way you did your campaign, right? Did you up your social media game this election?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
And how did you do it differently this time?
So you see, our social media game, let's say in 2018, all right, that was when I last contested, was not as rife as it was this time. So we set targets as to how many postings we had to put up a day, what type of content, and how we want to respond to current issues that we face throughout that day, which was very different because in 2018 you could basically just go on Facebook, one platform, and everyone will be able to get their information there. Right now, you have different audiences on different platforms, and so you have to tailor your content accordingly and plan for it. The last time, we didn't even have to plan for it, right? So I suppose that is the huge difference that we face now. We tried to adapt to it. Of course, there's always room for improvement, but yeah, you could definitely see that shift in information, in delivering information for these state elections.
Michelle, do you think more work needs to be done in terms of informing voters the importance of state elections? Because everyone's mind is always just focused on federal.
Yeah, I think so very much actually, because that was also a sentiment on the ground that we faced. For example, a young person would say, oh, you know, it wouldn't matter anyway because Anwar will still be Prime Minister and that's all that matters to me.
How do we change that narrative then, though?
Yeah, I think state government, there needs to be more prominence placed on state matters. And I think all of us can play a part in making sure and making that happen, whether it is through education in schools or our day-to-day, or even in the media, for example, to give more prominence to what the state actually does and what are the issues that are being discussed. And hopefully, you know, with that, over time, people will be able to see that state government also plays an important role. And I think this is also a learning process that may turn out for the better in the long run, in a sense of having state government elections separate from federal elections, because that too also is an educational process.
So, Michelle, assuming you secure a mandate for the next term, right? What are you going to do the same, and what are you going to do differently in your new term?
Yeah. What am I going to do the same would be to continue some of the things that still need work. So, for example, our first mile, last mile connectivity, issues relating to jobs, issues relating to water. But I think moving forward, together with the federal government, I'm assuming that Pakatan Harapan and Barisan Nasional Unity government is in Selangor. We would be able to overcome a lot of the federal-related matters that previously we weren't able to deal with. So, for example, particularly for Subang, having our clinic kesihatan, which we have been trying to get to vie for the last 15 years. Some of the highway issues, for example, some of the land issues that we couldn't resolve with regards to schools. So those are opportunities that now open up, and more unique opportunities, for example, the jobs, high-income jobs. Federal government now is bringing in a lot of investment, and we in Selangor are very well poised have those investments placed here. So we hope that now with politically we are aligned, that we'll be able to bring those jobs into Selangor and that our children will be able to benefit from them.
Okay, Michelle, I'm going to put you on the spot. Are you all ready to be opposition in this state?
Well, if that is the mandate that is given to us, we would have to respect it and carry out our duties to the fullest of our ability.
All right. Thank you very much for your time. That was Michelle Ng, incumbent Adun and Pakatan Harapan candidate for Subang Jaya, where there are almost 112,000 registered voters. She has said voter turnout is 65%.
Well, it sounds like a parliamentary seat based on that kind of electorate headcount. But yes, I think Subang Jaya is a very interesting seat. If you remember, she succeeded Hannah Yeoh, who is now the Minister of Youth. So really big shoes to fill. But I think we'll see whether the turnout and the margins, because in the last election, she won with a whopping 90% margin.
Well, we'll find out shortly as the results get revealed throughout the evening. Up next, we'll discuss how effective were the campaign strategies of the different coalitions. Stay tuned for that. BFM 89.9.
I spend most of my time viewing what I want from the outside. I comb it over like it's the scene of a crime. The only guilty I find staring back
business station.
6:43 Saturday, the 12th of August, and you're listening to BFM. We are going to keep you company throughout the evening and even till late at night, helping you dissect all the results as they come with the best analysis out there. But in about 30 minutes, we are going to be discussing voter trends and projections for these state elections with independent pollster Ibrahim Sufyan of the Medical Centre. But let's analyse the effectiveness of campaign strategies, because with all forms of communication becoming increasingly digital, the cyberspace has risen to what analysts call the largest constituency in Malaysia. Well, actually, probably in the world, isn't it?
It has. It has, however, become a double-edged sword as we see the weaponizing of racial and religious issues online, which has resulted in social media platforms pledging to help delete sensitive content. But how responsive has content moderation been, and how far can algorithms help to drive political campaign messages to the wider audience?
So, to help us understand the rise of social media campaigning, we speak to Tai Zikin. He is the digital political communications consultant. He's also in Kedah at this moment to fulfill his civic duty. Good evening, Zikin, and thanks for joining us. Now, if we compare the campaign strategies of all the parties and even the alliances, what were some of the common trends observed and the biggest differences in how they campaign?
There are two levels of differences. Good evening, Xiaoming and Philip. So first one is if you were to compare with the general election before, i.e. the one during November, you realize that the Pakatan Harapan and also other non-PN parties picked up very well in playing the TikTok and Reels game. So like for instance, in Pakatan Harapan, you see more of them engaging mid-tier key opinion leaders, predominantly Malay KOLs, making videos that are capitalizing on features in TikToks and Reels, like for instance, templates. This thing might not be significant to the lay eyes, but for practitioners, we know very well that it cannot be captured by listening tools because all you do is just to like sway your head to the left or the right, indicating which party that you like. In last November, it was a clean slate of Perikatan Nasional in TikTok and Reels using this kind of templates to show support and to galvanize more and more participation from their supporters in TikTok. But now we see about 20 to 30% of this crowd were in fact supportive of the Pakatan Harapan government. So they sway their head to the right. It is very important for these particular state elections is because the narrative. So a lot of the narrative were related to Kerajaan Islam or something that touches borderline on 3R, which means that direct confrontation or directly opposing each other's view on these matters might be perceived as anti-religion. That's why this kind of secondary indicative content in social media became more prevalent. And I think PH did well. Whereas for PSM Muda or the non-PH and non-PN parties, they came in and joined the bandwagon too late. They have really, really low algo reputation in the sense that even if they make up good content, it went viral only for the negative reason. Like for Muda, the general perception in social media is that yes, they tried their best to get into TikTok, to Facebook and Twitter, but bad news travel faster. So there are a few content from especially Muda that went really viral for the wrong reason. You have teenage being called out for body shaming Rajiv in KL. And then you must remember that in Muda, their primary crowds are, in the lack of better word, the Vogue generation. So the Vogue generation helped their representative hopeful with a very high level of expectation, and falling short of that, they are the first to bite on you. It's just like how Bersih helped the PH government that they advocated for with a higher expectation. Yeah.
So social media can be an asset and liability fundamentally, as what you were illustrating just now. I wonder sometimes though, with the algorithms in place, you do create these echo chambers, right? So it is very hard for a challenger to penetrate that core group, isn't it? If they're stuck in this information loop per se. So how does one do that? Does it require the incumbent to go so outstream that basically they fall off the information loop then?
I think PH demonstrated a very good way on how to how to penetrate into this echo chamber. So what they did was they really, in my opinion, I think they have engaged with some good people to advise them on how to create content that would penetrate into the Malay heartland. So the way in which I saw PH using it was not through the content per se, like they don't go head on with the topics, but they use templates, features. So these are one of the reasons that I can do it. The second thing is that I noticed in these past few days, there were a lot of hashtags that were testing out how to actually bring forward their content to the opposing camp supporters' feed. So the one that made it, in based on a very rough observation, is not Pakatan Harapan, it's not Harapan, it's not Barisan Islam, it's PMX. The hashtag PMX actually trended very well in the FYP algo feed, and also in some of the platforms that you traditionally do not see PH people in. So I suppose that actually created another new method. They're testing out different hashtags and notice that the Harapan is no longer as effective or what. So the PMX thing somehow works better than others. So they went on and on with that. And also they are content seeders. Previously, in the previous election, we saw a lot of so-called cyber troopers. It's very easy to find them and sieve them out. They have very low friends. They have very low interactions, and all they do is just to go and neutralize or attacks. But this time around, you see a lot of mid-tier influencers and KOL engaged by the Pakatan Harapan side. So what they do is very smart. They went into Perikatan's high content, and then they don't use specific words like, this is past, this is, I'm against perikatan. They use very discreet word like walaun, pentapsuk, and in a very sarcastic way to attack and then to raise awareness about the unrealistic aspect of Perikatan Nasional, and they garner a lot of heart for that. So I still think that Perikatan Nasional have a very high influence, like much higher influence in the FYP algo feed platforms, i.e. Reels and TikTok. But Pakatan gave it a good game, good show.
So just to clarify, you think that PN won the social media race to state elections?
Big time, big time. In fact, that is why I would like to offer, since the result is not out yet, I want to offer my observation and my feeling that in fact that Pakatan Harapan might lost, and most likely they will lost Negeri Sembilan if, as you say, Xiaoning earlier, the constituency is solely on social media. I think it's quite clear that PH is losing Negeri Sembilan and in Selangor as well. So it won't lose Selangor per se, but it's so strong, the overwhelming effect of Perikatan Nasional in social media is so strong that you can almost feel that the position of Pakatan Harapan and Barisan Nasional government in Selangor is shaken. Yeah.
Sikin, I have a question for you. As a voter,
Sure. Yeah.
how do I avoid being manipulated by all these social media feeds? Is it possible?
It is not possible. In fact, I did a lot of asking along the way as I traveled back to Kedah to vote, including random people on the train. I took a train ride back. So I noticed that the information they have garnered are very emotional. It reminds me of what I read in David Plouffe, who is the campaigner of Obama back then in 2008, mentioning that based on research, 86% of the voters, or more or less, actually went to the ballot box with only memories of their emotion and sentiment, more on that and less on rationality. So this has become the standard textbook 101 for social media campaign during election in Malaysia after 2008 election. So what happened is that everyone noticed and realized and learned and eventually adopted the fact that if I were to come up with content prior to an election that would be in my favor, it has to be something that strokes emotions. So what happened is that you can't avoid, if I tell you that the party that you like, someone that you're about to vote for, a new candidate, just make jokes about disabled person, and then it was evidently so when a video was shown to that effect. I don't think you can I'm still going to vote for him because he's going to do the check and balance thing like what Sadiq said. So
Well, does this explain why Sanusi is so popular in Kedah? Because he's an emotive campaigner, and so you're voting in Kedah now. You just voted in Kedah. It's not a swing state, right? It's really for Perikatan Nasional to lose.
Correct. You're absolutely right. It is one of the state for Perikatan Nasional to lose. But I do feel something that reminds me of the Najib Razak effect in Malacca and Johor state election in 2022. So it was what we call a cult personality effect. So the opposite of a rational decision making is the cult effect. Like during Najib Razak's campaign in the Malacca state election before the 2022 general election, we noticed that crowd came out in strong in support of him. So if you ask them, why do you support law school? They couldn't give you a consistent answer, but they will find ways to justify it. So you can see that in Twitter, you can see that in videos and also Facebook postings, right? There are myriads of reasons to support it. And it makes me wonder, especially when you try to do analytics, you capture the keywords, you try to put them into categories, and you notice there's none. There's no salient. Some say that he's economically more making sound decision, and some say that because he was a good prime minister. Some say that he was just he was just a victim of circumstances. But you apply that thought process when you assess Sanusi in Kedah, it gives it eerily similar effect. So I think what happened was that in the avoidance of something that could be perceived as a fighter for a B40 Malay Muslims interest, in the lack of a personality like that, someone else has to fill that in. But Khairi Jamaluddin, for instance, is being perceived as too intellectual, and Anwar Ibrahim is perceived as trying to please the whole world and neglected some. That's the problem with prime ministers. You cannot just appear to appease one particular segment of society. So Sanusi fit in that role well with his eloquence in speaking in Malay and his grasp of certain facts, not all facts, but certain facts that would jive well with the electorate, the particular demographic segment that I mentioned earlier.
Do we dare call him the Trump of Malaysia?
No, it's not the Trump of Malaysia. Donald Trump made very convicted economic decision during his tenure as the president that would make him non-favorable among the so-called left-winger. Sanusi did not. He harbored on the issues that jives with the disadvantaged or self-perceived disadvantaged crowd, i.e. the B40, very contrary to what Trump is doing. So Trump's way would have attracted support from a lot of business owners or big businesses or corporations because they stand to benefit from his policy. Regardless of whether or not his narrative works, these people would fund his campaign in a redneck state. Sanusi did not enjoy that benefit. He went on with the Robin Hood and Bosco effect. In fact, in my opinion, he's more like Najib. He reaped the benefit of being a populist.
The question here is, do you fight fire with fire? Do you have to fight an emotive? Do you have to fight with emotions? Because the issue with Kedah is that it has the second lowest household medium gross income. There's so many issues on the ground. So a rational person that's technocratic and can execute is not the solution, right, to basically combat Sanusi. You have to fight fire with fire?
That's the million-dollar question, Philip. If growing in a place like Kedah, not very developed and not really underdeveloped like some other state which I shall not mention, the expectation of lifestyle is very different from urbanites. So if I were to go out there and throw them the question, are you happy with your life here? They seem to be more contented than everyone else that I've spoken to in Selangor. So because of that, right, then you realize places like Terengganu and Kelantan and Kedah, the people would want to preserve status quo. And the presumption by urbanites or the T20s or folks from the capital would have assumed that they were unhappy with these lifestyles. So precluding or excluding the crowd in certain states which suffered because the lack of basic infrastructural connectivity. I'm not referring to those people. They have all the rights to get upset and be empowered to go against their relative state government for it. In Kedah, we are quite okay in that sense. So the measurement using gross median income is not really the answer here. The answer is whether or not they want to preserve this status quo. Do they perceive Kuala Lumpur or Putrajaya as advocating or propagating something that they don't want? So so it reminds me of the Siti Kasim's way of campaigning for the Orang Asli, which I thought was very true. Have we ever understand what these Orang Aslis want? Until we find out that, development would destroy their 400 years of survivability, their familiarity with the area. Same thing with places like Kedah and Terengganu and Kelantan.
Okay.
But again, sorry.
Seeking, we have about a minute. I just want to ask you a question, which is, there's a lot of people on social media. Some of the TikTok videos, right? You have like 11 million views, right? But voter turnout in Kedah was only 68%. This is at 4 p.m. So there's no correlation, right? Just because there's, a lot of eyeballs on social media doesn't necessarily galvanize people to vote. Is that the case?
True. The way to assess social media impact is you kind of know who would they vote for if they vote. Okay. Because you remember last week when I was interviewed, I mentioned that there is one particular pillar content that's not seen this round is the GOTV, the go out to vote. So I mentioned that in last November or the election before this, right, go out to vote campaign or GOTV campaign has a life on its own. So this time this did not happen. So I think because of that, a lot of people who stayed out of town, out of where they were supposed to vote, did not actually make effort to come back. So I did not have to rush to buy a train ticket. Last time it was always fully booked. Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much for your time. That was Tai Zikin, digital political communications consultant. But tell us what you've seen at your voting station. You can access at BFM Radio. That's our handle, or WhatsApp us. Our number is 018-789-8899. Of course, you can catch our live coverage on YouTube, the BFM, and also the website. Up next, we have the 7 p.m. news bulletin. We'll be back to discuss voter trends with Ibrahim Sofian of the Merdeka Centre. Stay tuned, BFM 89.9.
Healthier youthful skin begins with water. Spritzer Silica-rich natural mineral water contains silica that helps stimulate collagen production, boosting elasticity and firmness for a more supple and youthful skin. Silica-rich water has a higher absorption rate compared to silica in foods. With a daily routine, it doesn't just help your skin, it helps strengthen bones, joints, boosts cognitive health, and more. For details, visit silicastory.com. Spritzer, nourishing youthful skin from within.
Do you want to find out more about investing and how to choose the right option for you? Well, we covered all this and more on the final episode of Fix Your Finances. You can find it by searching Fix Your Finances Building Your Wealth on bfm.my or on our app. In that episode, we also give you the secret code word you need to join our exclusive personal finance workshop happening on September 9th, so check it out.
Fix Your Finances is brought to you by AIA, supporting you in cultivating healthier financial habits.
The news on BFM 89.9.
Here are today's Election Day updates at 7 p.m. Caretaker Menteri Besar Datuk Seri Sanusi Madno reportedly showed his marked ballot paper before casting it at a polling centre in Sikh this morning. This is in breach of the Election Offences Act, which imposes a maximum 1-year jail sentence or up to 3,000 ringgit fine or both. Separately, Kedah Police have received 3 reports regarding 3 individuals who could not vote because their names had allegedly been used by others. 2 of the reports were received in Kulim and 1 in Kuala Muda. Meanwhile, State Police have clarified that 3 buses filmed in a viral TikTok video were not transporting phantom voters, but were in fact ferrying police officers to a polling centre in Kuala Muda. In Sri Setia, Selangor, human rights activist Dobby Chew has stepped into politics, contesting under the Muda banner against Fahminga of PH and PN's Muhammad Zubair Embong. Our correspondent Ruby To has more on the story.
Speaking to the residents in Sri Setia, many of them are actually quite unaware of the candidate's background. For example, even though some of them show positive sentiments towards Muda for being very vocal in issues like Althea scandal and Zaid Hamidi's court case, they do not even know that Muda is fielding a human rights activist in Sri Setia. In this case, we can see that their voting decisions are still much influenced by the issues at the federal level. Some of them spoke to me about the disappointments towards PH due to its association with Zaid Hamidi, and some question about what the unity government has done in the past 8 months. It's interesting to note that some mentioned that they will vote for the coalition who has provided a lot of assistance to them during the COVID-19 pandemic. In 2018, PH candidate Halimi Abu Bakar wins with a slim majority of around 4,000 votes. Most of the people I spoke to also doubt that the incumbent has done enough for the community. While all the candidates are new faces for the voters in Sri Setia, it will be interesting to see how they will make their voting decisions. I'm Ruby Tor reporting from Sri Setia.
In Kelantan, PAS confirms that caretaker Menteri Besar Dato' Ahmad Yaakob has requested to step down from his post due to health reasons. PAS President Tan Sri Hadi Awang also denied there were other issues that had led to a change in the state leadership amid speculation that caretaker Deputy Menteri Besar Dato' Nik Abdullah will replace Ahmad.
Menteri Besar mengundurkan diri kerana uzur. Bahkan dulu pun beliau merayu supaya tak nanti memang keuzuran. Kali ini kita pertimbanglah kesian kepada beliau dan masih menjadi wakil rakyat. Kita mahu supaya semangat baru di Kelantan. Ada perubahan sebab itu timbalan juga diubah. Lama sangat memerintah, 30 tahun. Itu berlalu ni letih lah orang dalam tugas tu.
Elsewhere, Deputy IGP Dato' Sri Ayub Khan has confirmed it is in the police are investigating an incident of provocation in front of a district police HQ on the East Coast, which went viral on social media yesterday.
Itu adalah satu insiden yang berlaku di satu IPD di kontingen di Pantai Timur. Kita sedang menjalankan siasatan. Kenyataan resmi akan dikeluarkan kemudian. Mungkin ada provokasi sebagainya lah. Siasatan masih dijalankan. Tapi yang saya dapat sahkan memang itu ada insiden yang berlaku di satu IPD di sebuah negeri di Pantai Timur.
This follows a 14-second video clip depicting a man on a motorcycle with a PAS flag being assaulted by several other men. In Penang, incumbent Bagan Dalam Assembly person Satis Muniyandi has lodged a police report claiming he was heckled and threatened by his Pakatan Harapan opponent Kumaran Krishnan and a group of men. He claims the incident happened this afternoon when he went to inspect ballot boxes at a polling centre in Butterworth. And the Malaysian Communications and Multimedia Commission has vowed to take stern action against members of the public who post or share any content on social media or messaging apps which sow hatred or insult the royal institution. MCMC has noted the spread of such messages recently. I'm Keith Kam. For more headlines, follow BFM News on Twitter. You are now up to date on BFM 89.9, the business station.
The business station.
Welcome back. You're listening to BFM's coverage of the state elections. It's 7:05, Saturday, 12th of August, and joining me is Philip C. I'm Wong Xiaoning, and in the studio we actually have Ibrahim Sofian, Program Director of the Merdeka Centre, and Ben, you came out with a very, very extensive survey just on the eve of elections. So lots of slides, lots of data. So we really want to help, use that to help us understand what to expect in terms of the outcome, because I think no numbers have been given to us yet so far in terms of like who's the winners, who's the losers, and we don't even know the final number of voter turnout at this moment, right? But what are your indications, or what do you sense the final voter turnout will be like?
Thanks for having me on and talking about that survey, because we nearly wasn't able to get our act together, so it came out so late. Voter turnout is actually pretty decent. We are anticipating somewhere in the range of 73 to 75% in the state of Selangor, and the other states are also in the pretty much what we were seeing at about 4 o'clock, and then you add about maybe another 6 to 7% more. And then I think you'll probably get there. And there's a kind of rate at which people show up. And that rate seems to be declining as the day passes. And in the late afternoon, it's about 6 to 7% per hour. So generally quite good. And what it means is that we have an expanded electoral roll because automatic registration, of course. And it also means that the participation rate is pretty good for a voluntary election. It's quite good where you have nearly 3/4 of people showing up to vote, except in Kelantan lah.
Yes, because the data shows us at 4 p.m. Kelantan voter turnout was only 56%. Are you surprised by this, or is it just because it's geographically the furthest state away?
I am surprised
from Klang Valley.
For the Kelantan turnout rate, largely because I think for many Kelantanese, voting is a religious duty, and the fact that the turnout is low. And also last night, I live by the Middle Ring Road going to Karak Highway, and I was actually monitoring the traffic flow, and there was no traffic jam.
There wasn't any traffic jams.
There was no traffic
so
jam.
there were no like legendary 12-hour drives back to Kelantan.
I think so. So that didn't take place yesterday, and it means that 15 to 20% of out-of-state Kelantanese voters didn't bother to show up. Actually, we saw that in the poll that we carried out, but we didn't put it out because we were not sure of the numbers. But it does indicate that out-of-town voters didn't come back, and that puts the incumbent ruling party PAS in a bit of a I would say problem or having some challenges, because historically, they've always depended on out-of-town, out-of-state voters to shore up their numbers.
Yes, I think it's very interesting because your survey did show the relative unpopularity of the incumbent Menteri Besar. But let's just take a macro view about the pre-election survey. I think most listeners are quite interested to know whether this state elections will be a repeat of GE15. Are there distinct different trends between GE15 and these 6 state elections when you ran the survey?
Yes, there are some differences in terms of trends, and I think it means a further expansion of the patterns that we saw in GE15. In GE15, nationally, or at least in West Malaysia, we saw that Perikatan Nasional obtained nearly 50% of the Malay vote. And the Malay vote was 15% for PH and about 35% for Barisan Nasional. I think what we are going to see tonight is probably an expansion of the Malay vote share to Perikatan Nasional, somewhat
I'm just hazarding, speculating a guess here. Perhaps it might reach a high of even 60% to 65% in the states like Selangor and Penang. And in the states like Kedah and Terengganu, probably it might even hit the 70% mark.
Ben, we also heard news. I mean, it's been confirmed that the Menteri Besar of Kelantan has said that he's not going to continue his ill health. Is this just coincidental?
I think there's something going on there. We saw yesterday there was an interesting statement from the past Secretary General saying that for two states, Kedah and Terengganu, the chief ministers will be the same, but in Kelantan, there's going to be a change, and they didn't name Dato' Ahmad Yaakob or his deputy Nik Amar. And so I think this is a development out of the issues between PAS Kelantan and also the central PAS HQ, in the sense that, and this problem I think started developing over time, but culminated during the nominations process of the candidates, where numerous PAS leaders proposed or aligned to the central party HQ were not nominated as candidates. And so this, I think, set in motion something that the central party command is trying to rein in and bring the state party back in line.
I think the consensus is that PAS will win Kelantan comfortably. But the question then is, who's going to be the new Menteri Besar? Do we know? Is it too early to speculate?
Too early to speculate because we don't know who the figures are. And I think many people didn't take it as a given that PAS will win the state. And we still don't know yet. We might still be up for some kind of surprise, because if we look at the early returns of early votes, right? So military personnel, police personnel, I think an interesting pattern has emerged that, Barisan Nasional or UMNO is actually getting a sizable share of the police personnel votes. And so something may be afoot. We don't know how the rest of the voters are going to choose.
Well, I'm intrigued about this whole transferability, assumption we have about whether BN voters will transfer to this unity coalition. If you said earlier on there's going to be an expansion of Perikatan Nasional, right? Presumably it's not uniform. There are going to be some segments that will transfer and some won't transfer. Could you help us unpack that transference, right? Which segments are moving and which ones are not actually?
Right. When we say vote transferability, the fungibility between Barisan supporters and Pakatan Harapan, and likewise vice versa, I think the general perception in the early stages of this election process, so going back say 2 months, was that Barisan Nasional supporters, Malays largely, are not completely sold on the idea of working together with Pakatan Harapan. And so in the surveys that we've done, mostly centered around Selangor, we found that at that point in time, at best, maybe 1/3 of UMNO voters might bother to show up to vote for a PH candidate. And again, it also differs by the PH component parties. If it's DAP, probably a lot less. If it's PKR, probably slightly better. And then playing into this, now that we've seen candidates been appointed, campaign unfold, there is a lot of local dynamics at play. So in some places, the UMNO grassroots and leadership in a particular constituency working very closely with the PH candidate, and turns out they were all relatives.
Probably once upon a time, all UMNO members.
PKR was an UMNO.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. The
right?
root source is quite consistent.
Yes, and so you have that going on. But in some places, there's a bit more difficulty to convince people, partly because they didn't work very well before. And so there's some difficulty there. But by and large, from just my unscientific observation, is that for the most part, as the campaign wore on closer to today, the working relationship between UMNO grassroots and the PH campaign teams have become quite good.
Can I ask a question about, the Malay vote? When I talk to my friends, they always say like they're camps. They're like diehard UMNO supporters, they're diehard PAS supporters, right? Do you think that actually the Malay vote is really always up for grabs now? That they're willing to change and shift votes seamlessly? That there are actually fewer diehard voters? That actually it's always up for grabs?
Yes, I think more so now than, say, a decade ago. The reason is because the expansion of the electoral roll, that's one. And then number two, UMNO's power to hang on to people, to persuade people to its cause, I think that's diminishing over time, in part because they are no longer they were no longer a part of government for a while, and then they've been opposition and a smaller component of the government now. So their ability to persuade people to dispense patronage and resources have diminished considerably. And so people are no longer beholden to them. So you have now a big chunk of free-floating voters that can swing one way or another. But I think the underlying motivations and philosophies for these voters are still the same. They are looking for a political party that can represent their interests and people that they can connect with or they can relate with. And so Malay-based political parties are still very relevant, but I think they are more are looking more at performance as opposed to just loyalty and the brand.
Okay, so let's talk about this voter concerns, right? Because you did a survey and it was quite extensive. I think there were at least more than 10 issues that people could choose, and inflation and cost of living was the main concern that voters had. But is that really going to be reflected on how they eventually vote, though?
Yes, to some extent, but of course there are latent issues that underpin. So in other conversations I've had, a lot of people think that cost of living and inflation is a cover for what they want to choose, which is true. So they are, I would say, experiencing, some level of financial stress or anxiety about the future, and they are looking at politicians or leadership that can help solve that. But the people they choose are people that they feel a connection with.
Okay.
And so it has to be a political party that's protecting Malay interests, blah, blah,
Yeah,
blah.
I think it's so fascinating because you talk about performance, but early on we had a chat with Tyzer Kin, right? And he talked about PMX, trending as a hashtag.
He's a digital strategist.
Our digital strategist. And he's also saying about Sanusi being very popular in Kedah because of the way he kind of plays through emotions, right? I wonder how important are personalities, right, to win over voters versus performance then, when you start seeing these things manifest.
Yeah, I think personalities are very, very important to create the first impression and to draw a connection with voters, because ultimately voters do not understand policies and the philosophies underpinning a political party. So the individual is the one that translates all of this complex stuff into discernible, processable information that voters can then make this emotional connection and say, I trust this guy, I will give him my vote or her my vote, and then it happens. But at the same time, personalities are also loyalty towards personalities are fluid. It's also dependent on performance. So I think right now Sanusi does have a very strong connection with the electorate in Kedah, especially the young ones. In the poll we put up, his approval rating is 77%, but in the data that we have, we've broken down into age groups. With younger Malay Kedahans, it's nearly 90%. So he's really struck a chord there. But where is it coming from? It's not just personality, but also he's been able to articulate a sense of grievance that the Kedahans have felt. Because when the Kulim airport was cancelled by the federal government, he's been able to create that narrative that, we've been, we are victims. We've been victimized. And he's played that very well. And he's also talking up to power, right? So he has cultivated this underdog and also, folksy hero.
It's 7:17. We're going to head into some messages, but we're going to come back and speak more with Ibrahim Sofian, Program Director at Merdeka Centre. Keep it here, BFM 89.9. 7:18 Saturday, 12th of August, and of course this is the BFM State Coverage. I'm Wong Shang Ling together with Philip C. Now we have in the studio with us Ibrahim Sufyan, Program Director of the Merdeka Centre. He's helping us contextualize the factors at play in these state elections and breaking down the possible election outcome scenarios that could play out. Now earlier on we had issues over voters, we had comments on certain personalities that were larger than life. But I want to go back to voter issues, and this is part of your survey. So interestingly, maintaining the position of Islam didn't rank high among the issues of voter concern. I think it was just hovering around 1%. But yet so much focus has been on this green wave, while social media campaigns also equally focus on this. So why the disconnect if that's not what voters think is important?
Well, I think the reason why, voters have openly said that this is give a lower ranking for this particular issue is because I think when they make their choices, they will choose the party that serves that particular interest first. But their problem is cost of living. So they will choose a political party that is going to, number one, not affect their communal interest first. And then they want to look for a party that's trying to solve the economic problems. But I think in order to unpack that, what it means is this. Voters will not simply vote on the issue of economics or inflation and then push away a party that they trust that will protect their communal interests. And so that's like a given, but beyond that, they want to look at how economic issues are resolved. So what it means is that voters who are already sold to political parties like PAS or UMNO and so on, they're going to stick with the choices. But the marginal vote, the swing or undecided voters are going to be pragmatic, are going to look at who gives the better offer.
Well, the question then is how big is that marginal vote? Right. I think that's going to be the question. How you mobilize your core base to turn out versus whether you can, win the hearts of the marginal vote, right? I mean, are we going to see future elections about more seats becoming competitive, or are we going to just see a concentration of seats becoming competitive then?
I think we are going to see more of the Malay majority seats become competitive, everything else being equal. So we're going to see, seats that are Malay majority in excess of 60% become, very competitive.
And they can swing anyway effectively.
Yeah. The reason is also demographics. The Malay electorate is expanding, the others are shrinking. And so the competition for this Malay soul, is going to heighten over the next remainder of the term.
Now, another voter concern that caught my eye is corruption. I mean, and this did feature as the third most important issue for voter concern at 4.6%, with, interestingly, higher scores in Negri Sembilan and Penang. What then does this say about parties like UMNO and Bersatu, where their top leaders are actually facing such charges?
It means that people are still attuned to those issues. But when we look at this list of issues, economy number one, and then you have other things, economic growth being voter concerns. For us, we take it at a very, very broad level that number one, these are issues that political parties must champion. And these are the issues that will matter most for swing voters. There are other non-negotiables, such as clean government, such as protecting that communal interest. So all of those are already non-negotiable. So I think what it means for corruption, you will get, PH will definitely talk about corruption because they have to tick that box.
Yes.
Now that they're in government, they have to say something about the economy as well. They have to tick that box. And then they also have to, act tough and say they want to protect Malay interests because that's an important box to tick as well. And they are, I would say, lower ranked on that particular issue. Whereas PN, has also tried to do the economic thing, but I would say less so because I think they've been, going full swing to try and ramp up the Malay votes to push it to 75%.
I had this, perceived notion that what would happen is that, we would have two distinct Malay parties, one that dominates in the north, which is Kelantan, Kedah and Terengganu, and one that's dominating in the south, which is perhaps more UMNO. Do you think that assumption holds, or do you think the state elections could change the whole dynamics of that?
I think the state election will change it. And the reason why I say so is that it goes back to this question of vote transferability and UMNO's ability to reform, to change itself. I think that's critical going into the future. So in 2022, PN captured, I think nationally is about 55% of the Malay vote. In Selangor, it's 50%. So nationally 55. So I think with this state elections, that share probably will increase to in excess of 60% at the expense of Barisan Nasional. So it also means that when Barisan Nasional is in coalition with PH, they will invariably further lose some of their supporters. So they will become an even smaller party. So what it means is that in the future iterations of elections, say in Malacca or Johor in the future, you might see a further shrinking of BN, unless they are able to turn around and fix the party's image.
Well, I think that's the biggest concern, right? I mean, for BN and UMNO particularly, right? If these results are disastrous for UMNO, there will be a day of reckoning, isn't it, for Zahid Hamidi? I mean, how will the process then kick off effectively for UMNO in changing leadership there?
I mean, I'm not sure. I was on another panel a few days ago with Shari Hamdan, and what he said at that panel was, it's exceedingly hard to force a change within UMNO because of the processes that it entails. You literally need some members of parliament to quit and then force the party to go into by-elections. At the same time, you also need to convince members of the party Supreme Council to call for an EGM, for example. So it just requires too many steps.
Okay.
Yeah.
So does this then put at risk the whole unity government? Is the state election a referendum for it then?
I think in some ways, even if the federal government doesn't want to have it cast, I think they do realize it is a referendum. Looking at how energetic the Prime Minister has been running around during the campaign, I think he realizes that his legitimacy, his hold on power, particularly within the Malay base, is at stake if they don't do so well. So it is a referendum. And what will they be able to stand tomorrow? I think they will, because even if UMNO doesn't do so well today, the leadership remains. The rump of UMNO that remains there is, I would say, cannot be moved so easily.
Well, it's interesting, right? Because if they lose more seats to Selangor but retain government and make inroads into Kelantan, which is one distinct possibility based on the macro numbers you see there, really it does solidify that. I want to shift the attention to Muda. I think Syed Saddiq did really go high stakes with this, right, by going alone. So if he doesn't win a single seat there, is it really game over for Muda in your view?
I think, it makes it exceedingly hard for them to go back and try and negotiate something with Pakatan Harapan, because they've actually gone against PH parties in a relatively big way in Selangor. And when I spoke to PH people, the sense of, how can he do this to us? That kind of thing. So my sense is this, if we had, what Professor Wong Chin Hua really advocates, like proportional voting, Buddha probably has some space. But because we have first past the post, it's nearly impossible,
hard, isn't it?
Yeah, it's nearly impossible for them to get, a plurality in terms of the votes. So I think for today's election, in Selangor, we are speculating that we think they will get something in the single digits, in terms of popular vote.
So they might not even get their deposits back at this rate.
I think in some places like Lokman, contesting in Kuala Terengganu was a bit tough, there's so much chance as, like ice cube in hell.
Okay. Ben, we need to ask you about your outcome, your final tally in terms of how the states, who will win in what states, right? I think you've predicted status quo, 3-3 outcome, including a lot of also surveyors have pollsters have come up with a similar conclusion. So far, from what you've seen just today, are we going to be headed for any surprises?
I think there will probably some kind of surprise in Kelantan. We still think that PAS in Kelantan will pull through, but they might be losing more seats, some seats. We're not sure. It's still being counted, right? Looking at the very low turnout and also the very odd way that early votes have been cast, seems to indicate that some change is afoot, in Kelantan. The question is how big of it and how far-reaching will it be?
And where do you think PN might make some headway, though, on the flip side?
I think on the flip side, PN might make some headway in the Malay seats in Penang and the mainland, in Subang Jaya. They might make some headway in some seats in Negri Sembilan as well, because they didn't have any before.
Yes.
They might, win a couple of seats. Maybe, we were speculating anywhere between 4 to 6 seats in Negri Sembilan. In Selangor, they could potentially get anywhere up to 20 seats. So up from the 14 that they captured, or rather they gained from the general elections results, transposed to state seats. So there might be further expansion. But I think what's quite critical is that in in the ethnic popular vote share, probably they will hit a higher level closer to 2/3 of the votes, of Malay votes.
Okay. And possibility of any hung parliaments unlikely.
I think unlikely. Penang, I think, is a given that the DAP and PKR will win. I think the Selangor looks relatively okay as well, because judging by the turnout, you need like 80% Malay turnout and 75% of them choosing Perikatan Nasional in order for Perikatan Nasional to have a chance. And I think looking at what it was, 4 o'clock or 5 o'clock, it wasn't that high. So maybe not there, but I think in terms of specific vote share, I would still say they're quite sizable.
And just talking a bit about Perikatan National leadership, because if it's status quo, it is going to be tough, right, for certain leaders like Muhyiddin Yassin. So, will you see people like Sanusi, kind of take a national position, a leadership position from, the Kedah Menteri position, Menteri Besar position then?
We can't rule out, if he has ambitions to expand beyond Kedah. And also, I think what it means is this: if from this election we see a further expansion of the Perikatan Malay vote share, from 55%, suddenly there's 62%. I think even if they don't win any new state governments, the leadership of the party will be emboldened, and they will be looking at the saluran of the youngest voters. And if it is true that youngest voters turn out and then they voted in overwhelming numbers in terms for Perikatan Nasional, they will be emboldened to work harder towards the next general election.
So strategically, right, I mean, if you break the Malay vote between, by gender or even by race, by age, right, who is the most fluid among the psychographics or, sub-demographics of the Malay vote? Who would you target really to kind of shift the votes in the coming elections then?
We think that the most fluid or persuadable voter within the Malay electorate will be women voters, partly because they're less political compared to the men, and at the same time they seem to be, I would say, more practical, more realistic in terms of their political
issues. I'm going to say of course.
And they look at, I think, the issues more importantly than personalities. So sometimes they're not sold on personalities simply, and I think that's where that segment is, I would say, most important. And then the youth, the young, is still very important. Even if they overwhelmingly vote for Perikatan Nasional, I mean the Malay youth vote for Perikatan Nasional now, there are still 4 years to the next election. So the kids that are going to vote for the first time in 27 is still Form 1 this year. So, and PH has control of federal government still. So I would imagine
the power of incumbency.
They will probably do something about it.
Yeah. Okay, let's talk about some of these interesting personalities within Perikatan Nasional. One of which, of course, is Azmin Ali. He is contesting in Hulu Klang. Do you think he has a chance of winning?
It's a very close seat. In terms of just looking at where things were, he does have an advantage because he's from there. He has been an assemblyman there since 1999, even though subsequently he moved to another seat. But he's still circulating in that community and has built grassroots networks there. So it's very strong and generally accessible to voters there. I think the problem that he faces is that he may not get full support from the communities in this particular election because, there's an interaction with PAS and they have their own hang-ups. And then also, whether or not he's able to swing the rest of the voters. Hulu Klang is interesting because looking just beyond ethnicity, it's an 85% Malay seat, but it is geographically and in terms of economics very diverse.
So I just want to build on Xiaoning's point about Perikatan Nasional. If we see a situation where PAS does really well, but Bersatu candidates do terribly well, do you think it will change the dynamics of the relationship between Bersatu and PAS?
I think that's something that we suspect, will likely develop over the next few years. In the sense that as Bersatu moves on, if they don't win a state government, then they will not have a base from them to build on. Whereas PAS has 3 or so 4 state governments, and they do have some resources at their disposal to build their cadre and also expand their party messaging. So that's one element. But for Bersatu, not having a base and as an opposition party working in the Malay heartland, it's not so easy because it requires a lot of resources. So moving forward, there's definitely going to be challenges there, and there's also this likelihood that eventually PAS will just subsume some of the Bersatu supporters.
And I just want to build on the principles of the campaign. In the past campaigns, we always think it's about money, about having the ground game, about putting a lot of money on the ground to kind of activate, right? That's changed fundamentally, right? These past 2 elections, you don't really need that much ground game to make move.
There's still a lot of money politics.
Yes.
I think there's some, but I would say up to this point, we are not seeing a lot of that unfold. Actually, we haven't looked at the data because we were running a tracking survey, and we did ask whether people were given incentives to vote and so on. I haven't looked at the data, but I think when I looked at it like a week ago, it was quite low. So not much money flowing. A lot of money. I think most political parties are not so well resourced because PH is relatively new in federal government, so they're also constrained. And then PAS and Bersatu are no longer having power. But what I can say that PAS does have a lot of volunteers that came from other states to help the campaign.
Let's talk about DAP because we haven't addressed this at all. I think what we've noticed is that they've been roiled by internal conflict in the run-up to the state polls. Do you think this infighting will damage the outcome for them, or will their loyal base still vote them?
I think the loyal base still will turn out to vote, but then some marginal voters who are not inclined to PN, but then not completely sold on the DAP or PH, that particular marginal vote may decide to stay at home, and that partly explains why the voter turnout in some of the DAP constituencies were lower than average. During today. I think 2 things. Number one is complacency. They live and vote in a non-competitive seat. And so even if they don't show up, it's not going to change.
It doesn't going to make a difference, right?
Not going to make a difference. You have that situation unfold. And then for some people that are angered, most marginal voters are not so plugged into the internal dynamics of the party. And we think that any effect of internal sabotage, it depends on the stature of the individual involved. It could be several thousand votes. It could just be a few hundred votes.
But Penang is in safe hands of DAP, likely.
I think generally so. Yeah, generally so.
I want to ask you about the Gerakan president, Datuk Sri Dominic Lau. Do you think there's a chance of winning in Bayan Lepas? Because it does have 64% Malay voting base.
Yeah, I think on paper he does, but I think the not so easy because number one, whether or not his coalition partners PAS, go all out to mobilize support for him from the stories we are hearing, in less than stellar. So I think he has a slim chance of winning, but we don't think that he's going to pull through.
Very slim.
Very slim. But just extending the conversation from Shao-Ning, I guess the question is the non-Malay vote, but specifically the Indian vote, because I think the controversies rocking DAP have really been among its Indian leaders per se. And in your survey also, you're seeing the Indian vote, of course, still pro Pakatan Harapan, but the percentage is not as high as the Chinese vote, right? How important is the Indian vote actually?
Very important. In some key constituencies, they account for about 20 to 25% of the votes. And here in Selangor and also certain parts of Penang, they are pivotal, particularly in close races. Like here in Selangor, you have like Bukit Melawati, which is essentially a Malay seat, but there's a sizable Indian population there as well. So I think in places like this, the voter turnout and support is critical. So the issues related to the Indian community, I suppose, the feeling that their interests are not well represented by the coalition government, and also the political parties have not given prominence to their issues. I think that's very important. So we think that there's going to be some protest vote or no shows,
and that will be affecting where? Negri Sembilan more or Selangor? Or?
Certain parts of Negri Sembilan where there's sizable, I think areas like Bagan Pinang and others where there's a large segment, and also certain parts of Selangor.
Okay, I want to wrap up this conversation by in a way putting you on a spot. So assuming 3-3, which is what you said, but Anwar actually, the Pakatan Harapan government, in terms of their how they do well in the state polls, if their vote count is reduced, does this then mean that it will be much harder for Datuk Sri Anwar Ibrahim to push forward his reform agenda or his talk about the Madani government, the Madani budget? What does that mean?
I think, we don't know what he's thinking, but I think what it means, if let's say the seat shares drop, they lose more seats, right? And then they also lose a sizable chunk of the Malay electorate. I'm not sure. I think he is still going to fight for whatever he believes in. But I think there's going to be a kind of shifts in terms of priority.
Yes.
That basically he has to address the underlying issues that, is motivating voters to vote against his coalition. So principally the economy, as well as, addressing the culture war, so to speak, particularly on this Malay communal rights.
Because if we talk about the economy, which is critical, right? So much emphasis on reform agenda. So like things like the fuel subsidy, looking at a reform of the tax system, maybe introducing GST, which are all going to be very unpopular. Will he have the political will then to push all this forward? Because it's also at the same time critical for Malaysia Inc.
Yeah, I think it's like this. There's no way out. I think he has to undertake reforms. He can't try and keep it on a holding pattern, because I think the election results here, if it persists, shows that they're not going to do so well in the future general election. So they might as well initiate those reforms and then pray that it delivers, and work hard to make sure that it delivers
for the next 3 years.
Yeah.
Okay, that's all the time we have. In the studio joining us was Ibrahim Sobian, Program Director for Merdeka Centre. We're going to take a short break and come back with some discussion with a foreign correspondent in terms of how they have viewed the Malaysian elections. Stay tuned for that, BFM 89.9.
The Business Station.
7:41, Saturday, 12th of August, and you're listening to BFM's state election coverage. We're taking you right through the evening until we get the final results of this PRN 2023. Now, in half an hour, we'll be passing the baton to Sharat Kutan and Lee Chun Lin, who will be keeping you updated on the latest news and views. But in the meantime, we're getting analysis with different experts. And up next is foreign correspondent, Shannon Teo, Malaysia Bureau Chief of the Singapore Straits Times. Now, polling stations have closed, votes have been counted, and results are starting to trickle in. So maybe you can help us understand, Shannon. Do we know are there any results out at all at this hour?
Well, we've got some numbers of the counts, but a lot of them are not even past like 10%, right? I mean, maybe there's one or two. I think Sekinchan has hit 15%. So at this point, you can't declare any winners yet, officially or unofficially. But we know that, all the talk about Pakatan being in trouble in Selangor and stuff like that, some of the key seats, they are doing quite well. It looks like, we've been talking about for Perikatan to actually win Selangor, a lot of arithmetic has to go their way. And not all of it is going their way right now. So it looks like, while it's still a tight battle, it's too early to say, looks like Pakatan will probably hold on to Selangor.
Well, Shannon, thanks for joining us and putting on a shirt and shorts. Really very helpful here. Just want to get your initial, perception about the vote count so far and the turnout. Does it spell a good omen or bad omen for Pakatan Harapan? Barisan Nasional.
Hello, Shannon. Can you
Shannon,
hear
can
us?
you hear us?
I think we kind of have lost Shannon
he
for
stunned?
a moment. Okay, he's back.
Yeah, it's a bit choppy.
Shannon, okay, I think we might have to call him back. Okay, so
Yeah.
he says that in some constituencies, 15% of the vote has been counted.
It's too early to-
It's
to-
still too early to tell. I suspect we'll only really get the smaller constituencies later towards in the evening. In fact, the EC, have they come up with the 5 p.m. voter
No, they
turnout?
haven't
I think we've
actually.
been trying desperately to look for those figures as of now, but so far nothing of
That's
yet.
right. I mean, we only had the 4 p.m. figures, and they were pretty decent at that time. I mean, of course, it's still lower than GE15, but I think many, as we were speaking to Ibrahim Sufyan just now, we are targeting a 73% turnout, I think. But what I think is very interesting, when we had a discussion just now with Ibrahim Sufyan was, the disparate turnouts, especially at Kelantan, which is much lower than we anticipated it to be.
Yeah. Is Shannon back on the line? I think we're trying to call him. But yes, we'll get to him as soon as possible. But I think, what? If I look back at my day, I was really worried about voter turnout at about 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock.
Yes.
I was really transfixed to Twitter. And it seemed like everybody just, typically Malaysian, turned up late. Shannon, do we have you on the line?
I can hear you guys.
Okay,
Yeah.
thanks so much. Now, yes, back to your observations about what has happened so far. Can we get your comments on voter turnout? Because
Yeah.
so far the numbers, we don't have the 5 p.m. EC numbers. But what's your sense in terms of the average voter turnout that will happen for these 6 state elections?
Sure. Actually, in the past, the EC also stops reporting turnout after the 4 p.m. report, and then it'll give you the full turnout much later at night. So what we know is that if you compare this against GE15, at 4 p.m. GE15 was at 70%. So this is not too far off. And in fact, it's pretty surprising that the turnout was this high. What that means for PH or PN, it's very hard to tell because it's not granular enough, right? We don't know who turned out. If you look at, you take a very simplistic view, the idea is that non-Malays are pretty much with Pakatan. Malays might be more with Perikatan, right? So who turned out? Where did they turn out? We don't have that kind of granular kind of number. So it's hard to tell if did the Pakatan supporters turn out, did Perikatan supporters turn out. It's difficult, right? We do know one thing, though, that if there isn't a high Malay turnout, there is no chance of Perikatan flipping over any of the Pakatan states. So in this sense, the high-ish turnout in Selangor gives them a chance. But still, it's only one part of the calculus, as it were.
Now, can I just get your thoughts, right, about the campaign? The past 2 weeks campaigning period, right? How different was this campaign versus, the past election and versus your expectations, actually?
I mean, we've been seeing this slow trend slowly progressing towards more and more online campaigning rather than physical campaigning. And I think that this state election is really, really flipped over. You hardly saw people at charamas, rallies, that sort of thing. Even the big ones, when the Prime Minister himself would come down, you rarely ever got numbers above 3,000, right? It was mostly in the low thousands. It's one of the things that happened was that Sanusi became a major superstar during this election. You usually don't see that at previous elections. State chiefs are not as big a deal as national leaders. So it is also because that they have a certain kind of presence, or the way they articulate their points, which works very well online, right? The sound bites and stuff like that. So what's become difficult is really to gauge sentiment, because it used to be back in the good old day, you just get out there to the nearest rally, you kind of look and see how many people are there, and then you gauge the sentiment. Now it's nearly impossible because someone might have more viewers on Facebook Live for their ceramah. Someone else has more viewers on TikTok. Someone else has more of an audience on Twitter, so on and so forth. How do you actually quantify all of this? So it is becoming increasingly difficult. I mean, it's easier for you to ghost online, right?
Yeah.
If you are at a ceramah, you're at a ceramah, you took an effort. Ostensibly, you are at least open to the message from these guys. But online, it's so low commitment. I've watched everyone. Doesn't mean I'm necessarily supportive of Sanusi. I find him entertaining.
I watched all the campaigns. I was very curious, and you're right. Yeah,
So it
makes it so
easier.
easy to watch a campaign. A ceramah, excuse me.
But tougher for us to gauge. That's what happens. Yeah.
Okay, and staying on campaigns, did you observe a good working relationship with BN, UMNO particularly, and PH grassroots? Because on a federal level, all the ministers play nice, but there is this long, deep-rooted animosity between the two parties. So what were your observations?
You're right. I mean, at the top level, so you see things like BN Sekjen Zambri, the foreign minister, he will appear at Pakatan events. Some of the Pakatan leaders, the top level leaders, appear at BN events. But on the ground, if you look at when the candidates go on their walkabouts and stuff like that, they're only ever really accompanied by people from their own coalition. So an UMNO candidate is only ever accompanied by BN guys. So you see Ashraf, who is the new Secretary General for UMNO, he is always going around with BN candidates. You don't see him with PH candidates. You don't see, for example, Saifuddin Nasution, his counterpart for PH, right, the Chief Secretary, doing anything anywhere with any BN candidates. I didn't see that happen. Anwar mostly was in Pakatan seats when he would campaign. Of course, he did touch base in some BN seats as well as the Prime Minister. But largely it was a case of, it felt really more like an electoral arrangement than, a real working coalition.
And you talked about personalities going on the ground and stumping for their favorite candidates. I think one stark personality that really struck me was Kari Jamaluddin. He actually was campaigning on both sides, right? He was actually picking specific candidates on both Perikatan Nasional and Pakatan Harapan. Do you think he's trying to establish some middle ground here then?
Well, I think if I hope he's not listening, but to be cynical, about it, I think it's a case of if he still has political aspirations, and he's kind of been ambivalent about it, he has to stay relevant, right? But again, at the same time, you don't want to cast your lot with one side or the other. He has, rolled out the right messaging. I've always loved UMNO. I'm an UMNO man, so on and so forth. But I've been sacked, and I don't agree with the current leadership. On the other hand, he doesn't want to jump straight into the arms, the very welcoming arms of Perikatan Nasional, especially Bersatu, because we're living in an era where everyone is being labelled pengkhianat, traitor. Everyone's a traitor. Someone's betrayed someone at some point of their political career. So it's very careful about having those labels attached to him, right? Right now, he hasn't done anything wrong, right? He's been sacked from UMNO. He stayed on the sidelines. I get a sense that he's really waiting for some kind of tipping point. Pretty much doing a Rafizi. Remember, Rafizi kind of stepped away for a few years and then came back at the right time.
And look at him now, economy minister.
Yeah, ostensibly when Pakatan needed to be saved, right, then he came in like a white knight. So I think that's what Khairi is actually waiting for.
Okay, Shannon, let's go back to your point about BN and PH really maybe not working very well on the grassroots level, but the most important thing is the outcome. So will there be that important vote transferability from UMNO to PH and vice versa that this coalition is hoping for?
I think PH to UMNO is probably more likely. I mean, the voting has ended, so we will find out. But that was always going to be more likely. You're not going to get PH supporters suddenly wanting to vote for PN. That's a very huge jump, especially for the non-Malay voters. But for BN to PH, it's a lot of it is about narrative building and whether BN's narrative or PN's narrative was better, right? This whole idea of were we ever supposed to really work with Anwar or DAP? Is this for because the king said so we have to do it. And all these other kind of little elements regarding what should BN have really done after the November general election. And it does feel as if PN has been winning that narrative with especially UMNO supporters, that you are jumping into the arms of DAP DAP and Anwar simply to rescue your president. That's how it appears. And the change of prosecutor in the middle of the campaign, just kind of gave especially Perikatan ammunition to say, look, this is what's going on, right? Zahid's doing this all for himself.
Well, I think this is interesting, right? Because if you think about how PHBN positioned this, right, would they position this as a referendum on unity, on basically stability in the federal government, or the effectiveness of the respective state governments, right? Which is a better narrative, in your view, to get Pakatan Harapan Barisan Nasional past the post? Although, of course, the votes have all are now being counted.
Yeah. Well, I think that the better narrative, obviously, the one that they win 100% is on the performance of the state administrations, right? That narrative they win, right? But the thing is that whether it's actually a compelling narrative to voters. It would have been a compelling narrative if it was just one state going into an election, if it was like a Malacca or Johor situation. This is special because it's 6 states, it's 9.7.
Feels like a national referendum.
Yeah, so it has that feel of a midterms, right? Like a very US-style midterms. So it does become a referendum on the PHBN and, of course, not forgetting the East Malaysian parties, their working relationship, how they are governing, right? And on that front, they don't have a choice. PH and BN have to talk about that. They have to address that. And to his credit, Anwar has addressed that. He's been going around talking about all the wins that he's gotten and all the things, and explaining why it's been necessary to do some of the things that he's had to do. Whether he has, won that narrative is a different question, but he has tried, right? He's actually tackled that, and he's cognizant that that is something people are thinking about.
Shannon, these polls are also seen for signs of this so-called green wave. Now, I think it's too simplistic a term. It's more complicated than that. But this time around, do you see PH also trying to gain these religious credentials too in their messaging and campaigns in the state polls? I mean, will it gain them voters or backfire with their core base then?
Well, they have been doing it even before the campaign, right? There are signs that the Anwar administration is trying to out-Islam pass in that sense. The way they've gone about the Swatch watchers, the concert stuff, the LGBT stuff, the use of the word Allah, talking about Jakim playing a bigger role in governance and stuff like that. He has been rolling out all this sort of rhetoric. And at one time where he said Malaysia can't be fully secular, so on and so forth. Whether you agree or disagree with him is another thing, right? But definitely there is that element. Now, I don't know if it will gain them any voters. It seems a very defensive strategy, in a sense, not to lose any more Malay voters, right? Because between PH and BN, you probably have, at the G, they won probably about 40% of Malay votes. I think that the idea is try not to bleed anymore until such a time where your other policies or economic policies, all that stuff, redistribution and all the stuff that he talks about, Madani economy, until that kicks in. And then you convince people to turn over.
Okay. And you also had a recent article that says that there's no front runner despite these 2 weeks of campaigning. Likely it's status quo, 3-3 each. But you also paint a picture of 4 possible scenarios, so you really hit your bets. Which is most likely at the end of the day? You have about 2 minutes to tell us, Shannon.
Okay. It is possible scenarios, but the most likely, I think, is still 3-all. But, with some attrition for the unity government parties. Now, how many seats, we're going to find out soon. But if it's a lot of seats, then it's about who can convince Malaysians of the narrative, right? Is PN on the rise and continuing its rise since November? Or is this just about, normal incumbent always loses a bit, right?
Yes.
During midterms. And then just PH and BN just have to roll with the punches and continue with the work. So then, that becomes important. What's the messaging that you can give to your grassroots?
So, Shannon, which begs the question, the work that happens after these state elections. If Anwar loses, more seats, or at least the party loses more seats, does this then mean that his ability to push forward the reform agenda, be it economic or even political, institutional reform, will that be rolled back? Things like fuel subsidies, reform of the tax system, will it be much harder for him to push that through? It
will be. I think at the end of the day, people vote with their pockets first and foremost. And if he feels uncertain, unstable, it wouldn't just be him. His colleagues in cabinet, the leadership of the other parties will be telling him, you can't do this, you can't do that, we're going to lose the next election, right? And what is a politician if they're not thinking about winning the next election?
All right. Thank you so much for your time. That was Shannon Teo, Malaysia Bureau Chief for the Singapore Straits Times, basically telling us likely to have status quo, but it's still too early to call. I think so far there are some official results. Unofficial, I repeat, unofficial. So Sekinchang, Selangor, four-term Sekinchang incumbent Ng Swee Lin from DAP apparently has managed to defend his seat once again. But these are unofficial numbers.
Yeah. Hopefully the results will come soon, as we have seen a much lower voter turnout. So perhaps we'll see the results come much earlier.
Well, for this moment, Philip C. and Wong Xiaoning signing off. Up next, we're going to be keeping our colleagues will be keeping you company throughout the evening, with all the latest PRN 2020 results, coverage and analysis. Stay tuned for that. BFM 89.9.
Stories at 8. The outcome of the battle for the Bukit Antarabangsa state seat in Selangor will be known in just a few hours' time. This is a three-cornered fight featuring Pakatan Harapan's Kamri Kamarudin, Perikatan National's Sasha Lina and Muda's newcomer Melanie Ting. BFM News correspondent Cheryl Paul has more on this story.
So this is actually a pretty interesting seat because it's been held by Azmin Ali since 2008. And many voters here still very much remember him as being among the MPs that left PH in 2020 during the Sheraton move. So many are still pretty upset and have still kind of branded Azmin as a traitor. But, Azmin isn't contesting in this seat, but Sasha Lina from his coalition is. And she's mentioned that she's actually banking on Azmin's track record to win in this seat. So it'll be interesting to see how that works out. And it's also worth noting that voters I spoke to here don't seem super familiar with who's actually running in this seat and seem to be voting more for their preferred political party of choice. People here didn't seem to recognize Sasha or Muhammad Kamri or even Melanie. And some told me earlier this week that they weren't planning on voting at all. Melanie's a particularly interesting candidate because she's actually the youngest person contesting in these elections. She's only 23 and she's been getting pretty popular on social media. But, voters here don't seem to be bothered by the age of their adjuns. They just want someone who can get the job done. I've been hearing that landslides are a major issue at several locations, which some say is because of overdevelopment. Many are also complaining about the work related to the construction of the East Klang Valley Expressway, which keeps getting stalled for various reasons. There's clearly a lot Bukit Antarabangsa voters have to be upset about. But I suppose we'll just have to wait and see who they think is the candidate that is most likely to solve their problems. I'm Cheryl Paul, reporting from Bukit Antarabangsa.
Meanwhile, the PN candidate for Hulu Klang, Datuk Sri Azmin Ali, is confident he can win his seat, with his coalition colleagues to also secure victories in their respective contests to ensure a change in the Selangor state government.
I'm optimistic we will continue to represent the voters in Hulu Klang, and we will form a new state government in Selangor tonight. So with the support that we have seen for the last many weeks, and especially last night during our grand finale, I'm confident that we will secure a huge majority in Hulu Klang and also many other state seats in Selangor.
Separately, the Bukit Gasing state seat had the lowest voter turnout in Selangor at 55% as of 4 p.m. based on the Election Commission's last official update. This means that some 29,000 of more than 54,000 registered voters in Bukit Gasing had cast their votes. The three other seats with a lower than 60% voter turnout in Selangor by 4 p.m. were Bandar Utama, Kampung Tungku and Bukit Lanjan, all at 59%. As for the highest voter turnout in Selangor, 72% of voters in Sementar cast their ballots, representing over 49,700 registered voters there. The Election Commission is looking into the issue of caretaker Kedah Menteri Besar Datuk Sri Sanusi Madnor showing his marked ballot paper while posing for the media this morning. An EC spokesman told The Star the matter would be referred to its legal department for a review. The incumbent Janeri Assemblyman had revealed his vote before casting it at a polling centre in Janiang. In Terengganu, police have received 5 reports on identity cards of voters being used by others to cast their ballots. Meanwhile, 2 voters in Sungai Buloh also lodged a police report over the same issue. In Penang, 2 voters were also unable to cast their ballots in the Batu Lanchang seat after they were told that they had already voted. PH candidate for the seat, Ong Ah Tiong, has urged them to report the matter to the police. Elsewhere, PH candidate for Subang Jaya, Michelle Ng, has denied urging voters to reprimand those who had not voted yet in the state election. The DAP candidate told FMT that some have misconstrued her use of the word tegur as reprimand instead of to advise. Ng made the remarks in a video she posted on Twitter following a low turnout in Subang Jaya. In other news, the Kota Tinggi District Council in Johor is probing an incident in which one of its enforcement officers allegedly assaulted a civilian, which has gone viral on social media. And the Technical Committee on the Malaysia Agreement 1963 has agreed to finalise a formula for the special federal grant to Borneo in 1 year. I'm Keith Kam. For more headlines, follow BFM News on Twitter. You are now up to date on BFM 89.9, the business station. He's also trying to drum up support for Hong Kong to join the world's largest free trade deal. That's the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, or the RCEP.
Most legal fees for conveyancing transactions involving non-contentious matters in Peninsular Malaysia has increased.
Now, the Madani economy sets out 7 key performance indicators to measure the progress of the economy over the next decade.
In case you missed the top stories of the week, catch up on the headlines with WTF What's the Focus every Friday at 9:30 a.m.
Bulletins for Managers, BFM 89.9.
Good evening, everyone. You are with Lee Tree Lin and Sharad Kutan, and this is, of course, the continuation of BFM state election coverage. We have a lot lined up for you from now until whenever it is that we get the final tally, including the latest results and news and expert interviews. And in the studio with us, actually, we have Dr. Shaza Shukri, Associate Professor and Political Science Researcher at IIUM. Shaza, firstly, thank you so much for joining us.
You're welcome. Thank you for having me.
Polls closed at 6 p.m. today across all 6 states. One of the big headlines really has been voter turnout. We are waiting on a press conference from the Election Commission about exactly that, and we'll be crossing to it once it starts. But in the meantime, Shaza, what are some of the more, interesting strands that you're following from today?
I think the ones that I saw is that higher turnout are in Terengganu and Kedah, which are obviously PN states. And the PH states have, what shall we say, lukewarm turnout perhaps. So this is a trend that I find interesting. Of course, if we take out Kelantan being the lowest one. So I feel like turnout are higher in Kedah and Terengganu. Maybe they are more invested. The voters, they are more invested to keep their state government as compared to PH states.
Yeah, if you could look at that, is it in part because of personalities, do you think, or state issues? Because going into the polls, Kelantan had many issues. In fact, there was a campaign against the caretaker Menteri Besar. If you remember, calling for a 44-1 campaign, it was called, right? Just to bring down the Deputy Menteri Besar there. Whereas in Kedah, we had also Muhammad Sanusi, a personality and man of great charisma. So what do you think is going on there? Is it state issues? Is it individuals?
To be honest, I don't really see it as state issues. I'm just talking about this across the board, right? I think like a lot of Malaysian voters, they vote more based on like sentiments, national issues, like you said, leadership, not really local issues. So for Kelantan, like you mentioned, how I see it is that a lot has been going on with the campaign period, focusing on Kelantan, right? PH side, when they campaign, they focus on Kelantan, etc. This, I think, kind of create this scenario where people don't feel very comfortable to go out to vote because they're not sure how they're going to vote, etc. But in Kedah, like you correctly pointed out, right, Sanusi being the man there, in fact, being the face for PN right now, it really rise up his supporters to go up in Kedah.
Actually, this is something that we've been talking about a lot in the week leading up to the polls, this question of fence sitters and how many people may possibly still be undecided heading to the polls. So looking at the issue of turnout is one thing, but the other thing is gauging the sentiment of today. Do you get the sense that there were, in fact, a lot of people who woke up this morning and were still undecided?
I think a lot, actually. I mean, in general, I feel we have a lot of fence sitters. I do. But I think the lower turnout today has to do more with PH and BN voters deciding last minute not to go out. Because like I mentioned earlier, that when I saw Terengganu and Kedah has high turnout, I feel like they really were successful in mobilizing their supporters to go out. So definitely we have fence sitters, but in GE15, somehow these fence sitters still went out to vote. They did go out to vote. So the question now is, why does these fence sitters decided to stay out of this one? So this is where I saw the issue of vote transferability being a big issue.
Yeah, I understand that. But before we get to that, I want to know if, looking at our history, because we've always had the national elections, the parliamentary elections being held concurrently with the state elections. And only in recent times have we had in the states of Malacca and Johor, it's kind of separate state. And both of them displayed a lower voter turnout. What do you think happens there? Is it that people don't appreciate the importance of electing a state government, and in fact all the local councils as well that go along with that? What do you think is happening here?
So you're right. I was talking to someone earlier about what's going on in Selangor, because people were talking about how the schools were there's not a lot of people there, etc. And then I asked them, but we have to remember, is it true if I said this is the first time that we're having a separate PRN for Selangor? Previously, it was with the general elections. So maybe we need to think of it that way, that it's not that turnout is really bad. It's just like you said, people focus more on the general elections usually. So there are two things. I think, number one, like you said, people may not be aware about the differences between the federal election and state elections. So people don't understand. Like I always say, my main, I talk a lot to students. Even among students, they ask me these questions over and over and over. Why are we going out to vote again? Why? It's just 8 months. So if these students don't understand, I assume more of the general public also do not understand why they have to go out to vote again. So it relates to the second point, fatigue, I guess. It's just 8 months. A lot of people don't want to go back home to their hometown, especially in Kelantan, explaining the low turnout. So these are the things that lead to what we are seeing today.
Having said that, right, some analysts, and I'm speaking about this as we wait for the official numbers on the turnout, and as we continue to wait for results to kind of come in, but some experts have made the argument that actually the separation of federal and state elections is beneficial to democracy, it's beneficial to people. Is this something that you agree with? Is it something you hold to as well?
I do. I think it's good to have separate elections over time so that people get familiarized with elections, with democracy, with politics in Malaysia, so that it's not a 1 in 5 years thing, right? Otherwise, it's just 5 years, everyone reads the news and then they forget about it. So it's kind of good to have this every 2 years, every 3 years, but it has to concurrently come with educating the people. You can't expect to have these elections every 2 years or every year during COVID, but you're not teaching the people what are these elections about, why we have these differences, how they should vote. These are the candidates you need to look for. So without that, it doesn't work. So if you want to you talk about democracy in Malaysia, that's one part of it. Yeah, having, not say lots of elections because we don't want fatigue to come in, but it's okay to have these elections in between the general elections. But you need to, again, like I said, get people to learn more what's going on.
That's very interesting because when I talk to a lot of people in the Klang Valley, and we have talkback sessions, here every evening from Mondays to Fridays, people gripe about local issues. They gripe about things that that directly affect them, that often are the responsibility of local councils. I think this connection between voting the government of your state and the fact that they actually help form these local councils is not really apparent to people, right? So I think Thomas Phan from Bersih, Wong Chin Huat, who's an analyst, has also made this point. It's very important to remember it's not just the 6 state governments that are going to be formed, but also those over 50 local councils. How do you think, moving forward, we can improve political literacy in this country?
Oh gosh, that's a difficult question.
It's a big one, right at the start.
Literacy, right? Political literacy. Obviously, the answer that most people come up with is you need to start young, right? You need to start at school. We can't have political literacy or what they call civic education across multiple subjects right now, right? In sejarah, in moral, in pendidikan Islam. It doesn't work that way. I think you need to really bring all of it together under one subject, under one syllabus perhaps, that truly explains all of these issues, like you say, inter-government relations. We're talking about federal, state, local. A lot of people are not aware. Like you said, most of people, when they go out to vote, they're talking about drainage. We always hear that. They talk about
potholes.
Potholes, yes, thank you. Lampposts.
Rubbish collection. But when they vote, they're always thinking about my MP, which is that's the what we call the gap there. Your MP doesn't directly work on this. But that's the thing in Malaysia, I think, because our politicians also are aware of that, then we have our MPs having to come down to do these things, which is not really their job. So this is the situation in Malaysia where I think we need to really clarify in terms of political literacy just now.
In the studio with us today, we have Dr. Shazza Shukri, Associate Professor and Political Science Researcher at IIUM. We are going to continue our conversation after this. Just a quick note that if you would like to ask questions or kind of just get conversation going today, if you want to really ask our experts in the studio or on our calls anything at all, you can send a WhatsApp to 018-789-8899. You can tweet us at BFM Radio. We are also live streaming on BFM's YouTube channel, and if you leave a comment there, we'll see it there too. So keep those thoughts coming and keep it here, BFM 89.9. It is coming along to 8:16 and you're listening to BFM's state election coverage with Lynn and Sharad, and in the studio with us, Dr. Shazza Shukri, Associate Professor and Political Science Researcher at IIUM. We are still waiting from a press conference from the Election Commission about voter turnout today. We will cross over to it once it starts, and then I think we'll have plenty to discuss from there. In the meantime, though, Shazza, actually, I wanted to pick up something that you mentioned a little bit earlier, which was how we see voters confusing and conflating the role of the MP and the ADUN. Again, something that we've talked about quite a lot across the station. I am curious, though, how much of this has to do with the behavior of elected officials, and whether or not we do see enough aduns making themselves available to people, or having people, performing the kinds of tasks or activities perhaps that people would understand as, okay, so you are my local elected official. Well, you're my state elected official.
I see it somehow, I see it the other way around a little bit, that yes, we expect our aduns to go to the ground and do these things that we expect of them. Like you said, our state representative. But technically, if we want to go into technicality, it should be our local councillors. It's not even our state reps, right? They should be in the dons to discuss policy matter relating to the states. But this is where I think the issue here is that Malaysian politics is seen more at a national level. We seldom see it at a local level. We seldom see it at a state level. Here and there, maybe, but overall, when we talk about Malaysian politics, we're thinking more top leadership, what's going on across the country, etc. So this is why I see the gap that we need to fill.
Well, what's interesting, because going into this elections, the Perikatan Nasional itself framed the 6 state elections as a referendum on the federal government. And, many experts came out and say, well, there's actually no constitutional basis for making that argument. There's a political one if you kind of work through the many steps that we would take for a failure of PHBN to succeed, to actually the fall of the current unity government. But do you think that people were persuaded by that in many ways the Perikatan Nasional framing of these six state elections did in fact persuade people that was what is at stake?
Unfortunately, that's how I see it. Yeah, I see a lot of people going out as a referendum for the government today, either for or against it. Again, when they talk on social media, they mention potholes, but when we go into this, even though it's state elections just for 6 states, right? That's the funny part. It's just 6 states, but they make it sound like it's a nationwide referendum that's somehow legally binding for the government. But again, unfortunately, I see this works because Malaysian politics is mostly around narratives, around sentiment, and this is the narratives that they are selling. This is the narrative that people are buying. On the other hand, so I think that it works, even though, like you said, it won't have a direct impact on the federal government, but without a doubt, it would have an indirect impact. The indirect impact, how I see it, is that if PH loses a lot of seats, this would put pressure on them to somehow conform to what voters of PN want. So it put a lot of pressure on the federal government. So that's where the referendum story comes in.
Is it about the strength of one narrative or the weakness of the other?
Oh, good question. I would like to say both, because we can't discount what PN has done, which is very successful in a way, we should say, right? Their narratives actually work with the Malay voters. They believe it. They go out to vote because of it. On the other hand, you're right, the weakness of the other side, they don't have another narrative. They don't have an alternative narrative for the Malay voters especially. So I think it's a mix of these two.
So in line with that, we do have a comment from YouTube, actually from Joe, who wants to know, why is PN, particularly past this TikTok game, so good? And why has PH not really gotten better, despite knowing that it hurt them in GE15?
Good question again. I'm not sure. I've been discussing this with my other political scientists, friends, analysts, whatever you want to call them. We don't know, because it's so obvious that this is where PH and BN should have focused on if they learned from what happened in November. But it seems like they haven't learned from that. But my hypothesis anyway, what I think is going on here is TikTok feels, how do I put this, beyond PH and BN's supporters, I guess. Like, this is not their channel. Their base, correct. So I feel like they don't go there because they feel like they're going to play catch up to PN anyway. So why waste a lot of resources? Because you need a lot of resources to go there. But if you go there and you can't really compete with PN, who has had not even a year, they've started doing this since during the COVID period, right? When all of these ustazah went online. So you're going to play catch up. So it's going to be very difficult.
One of the two challenges that I see coming out of this election for the PH BN side, the Unity Government Coalition side of the story, which is that UMNO has a problem with Zaid Hamidi as a leader. They aren't able to explain why he continues to lead UMNO into the future, right? Because of his illegal troubles. On the other hand, with PH, their base has been taught to think of the struggle in Malaysia, the democratic struggle, as a moral one. So the compromises that had to be made in order to form this government is something they find unpalatable. How do you get over a toxic leader from Barisan Nasional and a toxic compromise on the PH side?
So your question is, how do we get over it, right?
Well,
I
how
think
would they? How would they? I mean, clearly they haven't.
My answer would be we should not get over it, right? We should not get over this idea that our reform should be based, like you said, on morals and on democracy itself, on issues of rights and freedom. It should still be that. That should still be the fight. But I guess like a lot of people have said, right, this is just realpolitik. This is just what they have to do at this juncture because there's no other alternative. That's just an unfortunate situation. So I guess like a lot of people have said, choosing the lesser of evil, though I don't think I should say that on air, but I already said that. Choosing the lesser of evil.
But is that Malaysia growing up, that we have a fractured political landscape and that we're going to have to learn? Because if it wasn't PH that formed the alliance with Barisan Nasional UMNO to form the government, it would have been Perikatan Nasional that had to invite UMNO into the government, as they did after the Sheraton move.
Yes.
I mean, they were the original saviors of UMNO, right? And Zaid Hamidi.
Yeah.
So is this just a maturing of Malaysian democracy? It's getting messier, that the moral equation has disappeared, as it were, and we have to come down to other considerations.
Right. If I may, I want to touch a bit on what you said earlier, right? I find it funny when PN tried to take the high road and saying that they did not invite Zahid into their coalition, when we know for a fact that they did initially, right? It didn't happen the way that they wanted it to happen, and that's how we are where we are today. But in another multiverse, right, it would have been PN plus BN. So it's not that them taking the high road, it's how it is. So now to your question on maturity, on 20th November 2023, yes, I did believe that this is a sign of maturity on the party side, that they're willing to compromise. But then again, the way that you word it just now, right, we contrast maturity with morality, which I think is unfortunate, right? We should not. Political maturity should come with that morality. But now what we are seeing is a compromise on the morality just to get this country running. But like we started off earlier saying, this is what we should do anyway, right? We had, a statement of about 1 week in November before we had a Prime Minister. I'm not sure how long we could go without one. So, maturity, I guess.
But I guess nobody ever said that it was going to be easy.
No.
I think that's the key thing. If you have a question for Dr. Shaza Shukri, you can send it to WhatsApp 018-789-8899. If you would like to tweet us, that's at BFM Radio. And if you're watching us on YouTube, on our live stream on BFM's YouTube channel, you can also drop us a comment there, which is where, I love this name, Very Sleepy Seal would like to know, do you think Muda is being underestimated?
I want to say they're actually being overestimated, but again, I should not say these things on air. They have their base, right, but I don't think it's strong enough. But Muda is trying, I guess. They should start somewhere. So I think that's the good idea here. This is them throwing their head in the ring, starting here, and seeing how it goes later. But to be honest, I don't see Muda has a grip on voters yet. They have a lot to prove. I mean, they're just, 2 years old, 3 years old? So it's fair. You can't expect a 2-year-old party to suddenly win lots of votes, lots of seats. That's just unrealistic, I think.
What do you think of their choice of where to run? And it's been much criticized. How would you characterize their strategy? And is that part of the problem, or in fact a formula for success?
A formula for success for them, I think, right? They choose these seats purposely because they know these are probably winnable seats for them.
But
right?
It's cannibalizing that same base that Pakatan has, doesn't it? Isn't it?
Yeah. So it's not because I guess Muda now they're thinking of them as a party, right? It's no longer about them working with PH, fighting against PN. Why should they think about that? PH made it clear that they're not part of the coalition right after the unity government. I mean, officially part of the coalition, right? They applied. So they're going on it alone. I think to give credit to them, this is how they should go. This is how they should plan. I think the strategy was correct. You should not go to places that you can't win with limited resources. Why would you? So focus here. But where Muda, where I see a big question mark is not their narrative, but their criticism. It seems like it's targeted towards the unity government more than the opposition. So that's the big question mark. Why are you doing this when supposedly you're working together on the same reform issues, more centre-left, etc. But strategy-wise, I think it's correct.
We have more questions coming in from listeners, which we will get to shortly. You are listening to, well, BFM's state election coverage with Lynn and Sharad. In the studio with us is Dr. Shaza Shukri, Associate Professor and Political Science Researcher at IIUM. Keep those questions coming. That number to WhatsApp is 018-789-8899. You can drop us a tweet at BFM Radio. And also, if you're watching our live stream on our YouTube channel, you can leave us a comment there as well. We'll be right back. Keep it here, BFM 89.9. It is 8:32, and that was Dionne Warwick with I Say a Little Prayer. You're listening to BFM State Election coverage with Lynn and Sharad. In the studio with us is Dr. Shaza Shukri, Associate Professor and Political Science Researcher at IIUM. She is going to be with us, I think, until 9:30. And joining us now over the line, we have Dr. James Chin, Professor of Asian Studies at the University of Tasmania. James, always a pleasure to have you on with us.
Good evening.
So we asked Shaza this earlier as well. We're going to start with it for you. What do you think today's turnout signifies?
It doesn't really signify anything. I think we all know that, it's not going to be the same with the general elections. I'm actually quite pleased with the turnout. I think at the end of the day, we're looking at somewhere between 60 to 70%. So I think that's actually not a bad turnout, considering that there's a thing called election fatigue. People are actually very, very tired of elections. But I think the political parties, all of them, made a deliberate decision around lunchtime, sent a message out sort of in panic mode, and that brought out the last minute supporters. So I think there was a rush between 3 to 5 this afternoon. And I think once we get the final figures from Electoral Commission, I think you'll find that most of the states will be hovering around 65 to 70. So it's not too bad for state elections. And I think that, it's what it is. And this is the best that we can expect for state elections in Malaysia.
James, I know it's very late where you are, many hours ahead of us there in Tasmania, but I want to ask you about another issue, which is product differentiation. And I know that in your social media and tweets that you have said that, in fact, people are faced with pretty much the same thing, whether it's PHBN or Perikatan Nasional. Do you think the kind of, cynicism that underscored that kind of comment, not just from you, but I think in many others, also drives voter enthusiasm down?
Not really. I think what has happened is that a lot of people, especially the middle class, were expecting Anwar Ibrahim to work miracles. I think the reality is that his hands were basically tied. People keep forgetting that he actually did not win the elections. This government was put together at the last minute, essentially by the palace. So he had to work within certain constraints, not least having to work with UMNO. And everybody understood that, there was this 6th election coming because of the legal date. So you have to understand that for the last 8 months, basically, his government was in election mode. I think, at least for me, what was very clear was that the budget that was passed, I think that was a really important milestone, not only for Malaysia, but for the international community. That wasn't an election budget. So I think that sends a very, very powerful message that he's very serious about Malaysia. But for the ordinary people, of course, I can understand that, they have problems with cost of living, all that sort of thing. And they were really looking towards Anwar to do something about it. But as I mentioned earlier, everybody understood that, elections was coming, state elections were coming, and the whole government was geared towards winning these state elections.
James, I have a question, Shaza here. I'm glad you mentioned about cost of living earlier. So the opposition kept on mentioning that this is the main problem, cost of living, economy issue. But I'm curious, isn't this something that we face for at least the past 2-3 years? So why is it amplified, and does it make sense or fair to talk about this in this government that's only barely 9 months?
Well, I think, in terms of election, there's no such thing as fair. There's no such thing as rational. Especially the last 24 hours, you saw them throwing everything, including the kitchen sink, into the elections. I think they did several things which I'm not very happy about. The first is the cash transfers. That's not a very good thing. And also the announcement of public holidays. Now, the reason why I say those are not very good things, because it means going forward, every time there's an election, the electorate will expect free money, right? I mean, once you start giving free money, it's very difficult to take it away. And also people expect free holidays. Now, this is not a good political culture to build in Malaysia. The idea of this free money is how should I put it? Right now is in terms of government transfers, cash transfers the account. But you all know, right? The next step is actually giving people cash directly. And I don't think that we want that sort of political culture because we've seen it being very destructive in the states of Sabah and Sarawak, and slowly it moved to Kelantan. Now it's almost semi-legal. So I don't think it's a very good thing. But we'll see what it is. I know you're gonna ask me this, so I'll answer up front. There's been a lot of stuff happening in social media now, saying that Pakatan may lose. My take is that no, the results will still be the same 3-3. But I think there will be significant movements in the Malay votes, the Malay voting pattern. But in terms of state government, there's a lot of stuff on social media saying that Pakatan has lost one state. I don't believe that. I think at the end of the night, you'll see that we will still end up with 3-3.
James, in many of the Pakistan controlled states, the constituencies are actually mixed constituencies, and that gives leverage to minority communities, the Chinese community, Indian communities in particular constituencies. How do you think that's been played out, and what do you see in terms of the politics of ethnic compromise, exemplified by the BNPH coalition on one end, and then the more mono-ethnic coalition of Perikatan on the other side?
I think the problem with people like us is I think we overanalyze the thing. I think the reality is quite different. I think the reality is that at least for the last 6 weeks, because of all these harsh comments coming from Hadi Awan and on the Perikatan side, I think it is very clear for the ordinary, at least for the non-Malay population, right, is, do you want Hadi Awan to push for more Islamization, more conservatism, or do you want to stick with Anwar, where at least it is more representative of all the different ethnic groups in Malaysia? So I think for the ordinary people, especially the non-Malay community, the lines were very clearly drawn. That if you vote the other side, what you get is more Ketuhanan Islam, more Islamization, and on this side, although you will still get Islamization, maybe at a slower pace with more consultation. So I think the lines were very clearly drawn. I don't think people actually sit down and think about, the specifics like RU 355, all those things. Most people just read the headlines, and for the non-Malay communities, I'm quite sure a lot of them were very, very concerned with statements coming out from Hadi Awan saying that, the Chinese are guests in this country, or that sort of thing. I think that really bothers a lot of the people in the non-Malay community.
James, thank you so much for joining us this evening.
Thank you so much.
You just heard Dr. James Chin, Professor of Asian Studies at the University of Tasmania. We are continuing to look at the results and what we know so far. We will be back with more on this. Again, if you'd like to ask any questions, send any comments, you can WhatsApp 018-789-8899, tweet us at BFM Radio. You can, of course, also drop us a comment on our live stream, which is running on our YouTube channel at the moment. After this, we are hopefully going to be diving into Kelantan and Terengganu because, of course, a huge narrative around this election has been the Green Wave. We will be back for that. You are listening to BFM 89.9. is 8:42 and you are listening to BFM State Election Coverage. You're with Lynn and Sharad, and in the studio with us, Dr. Shaza Shukri as well. Very shortly, we will be joined by Badrul Hisham, who is the Director of Programs at Iman Research, and we're going to talk about what's happening up north to get a sense of how things are. Just a quick mention, though, that there are some results, unofficial ones, coming in. So, PN... according, again, to unofficial results, PN has captured Alo Mengkudu from Harapan. There are 56 out of 68 ballot boxes counted, and State Harapan Chief Mahfuz Omar has been defeated with just 7,126 votes, and that is compared to double, really, 15,258 for PN.
Yeah, and that's significant because he led the campaign in Kedah. We have to realize something about Kedah, though. It's a kind of a swing state. It's had a really complex history since 2008. BN losing there, and then Pakatan Rakyat winning, and then losing that under Azizan, and then back and forth really. And of course, the last government being formed by Perikatan Nasional because of the Sheraton move. When you look at this, the situation in Kedah, Shaza, very quickly, what do you see happening there?
Well, very quickly, I would say the grid wave, right? That's what happened. But I like that you pointed out that the Kedah is a swing state, that they have changed government similar to Terengganu. So the thing with Kedah that I see is that the voters there are really serious, right? They do go out to vote. Their turnout is high, and they really make their voices heard. So what's going on now is that they've shifted towards, I don't want to say they shifted towards conservatism, because they've always been conservative. The 2018 election was, I don't want to say a fluke, but it's different from what they've usually voted for. So in a way, Kedah, I see that they're going back to their roots. So this is how they've been, and adding on the Sanusi factor, it all makes sense.
Meanwhile, more results. As of 8 o'clock, Malay Mail was reporting that unofficially DAP's Secretary General and Anthony Lok has won the Chenah state seat in Negri Sembilan in what was a straight fight against Perikatan Nasional's Rosmadi Arif. He is, of course, the incumbent, and he won it with a 1,155 vote majority in a three-corner fight in the 2018 state elections previously, which I think at this point, Negri was always expected to be held, or there was conversation, but that was the expectation. So there we are. We are, however, now crossing over to Badrul Hisham, who is the Director of Programs at Iman Research, to shed some light on Kelantan and Terengganu. So Badrul, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
So I'd like to start by talking about voter turnout and the question of voters returning and whether they did in fact return, because returning voters are often said to be keeping PAS in power. Was that true in your opinion?
Well, the knowledge that the returning voters from outside of Kelantan are the ones who tend to keep PAS in power for the past how many decades that they have held power in Kelantan. So I think that has been studied to show that that is true, but now, with a slightly lower turnout this year, we don't know from which side that the lower turnout, is coming from. Whether people from outside of the state not coming back, or people from Kelantan themselves are not going out to vote, especially the younger voters, probably the first timers. So probably you don't have the numbers yet to know who's the one who's not going out to vote yet.
But if we could just focus or keep our focus on Kelantan, there's been quite a bit of conversation around internal or infighting internal to PAS. And this has included concerns about the sidelining of the son of Tok Guru Nik Aziz, a former spiritual leader and Kelantan MB, that led to actually a campaign, called 44-1. What do you make of a PAS infighting in Kelantan? Do you think it's going to have an effect in electoral outcomes?
Well, infighting within political parties are not something new. It has happened in all parties from the very beginning of time, I guess. And what we see now is more sort of an outbreak of it because, new coalitions are formed, old friends are now foes, and new friendships are being forged in other places. So, of course, internally, there's a lot of, soul searching that is being done within all parties themselves, including PAS, of course. And at the same time, you also have someone who has been leading the party, which is the president, of course, who has been president for a very long time. And of course, now, there's always going to be questions within the party whether they are going to continue with the current leadership, or they want change, and who's going to be taking the new role, or who's going to take over the new leadership. So that's something that the longer a position is being held by one person, the more sort of discussion on that would happen, and this is what I think that is happening within PAS itself. And then there's also the faction between the ulama and the technocrats, and the Terengganu faction are more aligned to the ulama faction, which is Haji Hadi's faction, and then there's the technocrat faction in Kelantan and all that. So of course, these things are coming to light with more things that are unresolved and more question about the direction of the party.
I'd like to ask you a few questions about leadership on a state level, because there have been signals that there will be a change in the state EXCO leadership, with caretaker Kelantan Deputy MB Muhammad Amanik Abdullah climbing down from his initial statement of accepting the MB position. In the most recent report, he said he would accept PAS's decision to change the state's leadership. What do you make of all this?
Well, there has been word from people in the state and also people within the party that Muhammad Amar is becoming a liability. The kind of statements that he's making are no longer seen as something that is amusing for people within PAS themselves, but also something that is quite worrying, because the kind of reaction that they are getting from the voters are really sort of negative, where people are very unhappy, especially Cantonese themselves are very unhappy with the kind of statements and remarks that he's been making for the past few months, probably. And this is how PAS is responding to their voters and responding to their core supporters. When they see that their members are being a liability, that they do have a sort of an internal mechanism to make sure that it's not going to affect the bigger party, and it's not going to affect their leadership in the state.
Shazaya, I have a question. You mentioned about supporters not being happy with the current party, the current government in Kelantan, but I've also talked to some students again, the youth. They told me that they truly want change in the state, my Kelantanese students. So I just want to get your opinion on what's really going on on the ground. Do people there want the change that my students told me, or my students are just the exception?
I think people do really want change in both places, in Kelantan and Terengganu, because these are the states that has been under Kelantan leadership at least more than one term. But unfortunately, the federal coalition is okay. Basically, this would be the best time if Pakatan Harapan would have gone solo, because there's clear unhappiness towards the current leadership, but there's also clear uncertainty or no trust towards UMNO. And if only PH would have gone solo in these two states, probably they would have been able to win more seats, I would say, because then they would truly become an alternative. Because before this, people in Kelantan and Terengganu don't really have any alternative between PAS and UMNO. But unfortunately now with the PHBN coalition, then there is no other alternative. So it's either they're going to trust to continue with PAS, or go with UMNO, or with BN, which is not a viable alternative for a lot of people. Which was the main question during the PRU last year. A lot of voters from Kelantan and Terengganu were really thinking about who do we choose, either from Kelantan, from PAS or BN, and if only there were a stronger coalition at that time, a stronger third party at that time, which Amanah were not there yet. But if they would have concentrated the past few months to strengthen their to strengthen their presence and strengthen their grasp within the grassroots there, then this would have been the time for them to be able to be the third force. But unfortunately, that's not what's happening.
So in closing then, since we are talking about this perhaps, desire for change, but they're not seeming to be a good option. What is, in fact, likely for UMNO, PKR and Amanah in Kelantan? How many seats really are competitive enough for unity government candidates to stand a chance?
Well, I don't really have any sort of prediction in terms of number of which ones are competitive, because they don't really have a demarcation between urban and semi-urban or non-urban. So it's really difficult. I mean, you look at more traditionally who has been the candidate themselves. If they have been a very strong presence within that area, they tend to be able to retain their seat. Certain figures like who has been holding their seats for a long time would probably be able to continue that. But it will be just remain status quo rather than you will have a majority of or a big swing voters that would change side to whichever that they think will be more beneficial for them.
Badrul, thank you so much for joining us this evening.
No worries, thank you.
That was Badrul Hisham, Director of Programs at Iman Research. Very shortly, we are going to be crossing over to Dr. Azmil Taib, Associate Professor at the School of Social Sciences at USM, to talk about one of the states that's come up a lot in our conversation, really, which is, of course, Kedah. Just briefly to say that, again, unofficial results are saying that, as expected, I think, caretaker Kedah Menteri Besar Muhammad Sanusi has won the Jeneri seat at a majority of more than 13,000 votes. That's about 87% of the ballots counted. So I think, he's going to form a big part of our conversation too.
Yeah, Shazza, what do you think about that? Because a lot of talk about whether he can, in fact, take up the Menteri Besar position. I was in Kedah just a couple of days ago, and he wasn't even out on the trauma circuit because he had instructions from PAS Pusat that he was in danger, that he should, or at least that's one of the narratives spun. So what do you think are the practical questions when choosing a Menteri Besar for PAS in Kedah? Because he has that defamation suit, defamation case against him, and it would affect how he interacts with, how the Kedah Sultan interacts with the Sultan of Selangor.
Well, I'm thinking that he's not the first, nor he will be the last politicians that we have who will be embroiled in a legal case. So I think that although that may not be fortunate, that he would still be quote unquote the best Menteri Besar candidate for Kedah just because of his popularity, because we cannot deny that in a way he is the poster boy for PAS for this state election. So to deny him that position, I don't know, will be catastrophic to say the least. Like you said, he won for now with 13,000 majority. That's a lot. How can you say you're not going to appoint him as the Menteri Besar again? So though unfortunate, I think that's the only choice for now for Kedah.
So we will, I think, unfortunately have to only cross to Dr. Azmil Taib a little bit later. We are close to the news. But actually, Shazza, we have a question for you from Emir Zainul, who wants to know if PN gains ground from this election, PH might think that they didn't shift to the right hard enough to win Malay votes and will turn right harder. On the other hand, if PH gains ground, they'll think that shifting right is working and will turn right harder. What's your take on this? Do you agree?
I agree 100%. I think similarly to what James was saying earlier, that we cannot deny even the current government is moving in that direction. It's just that it's a bit slower than Perikatan Nasional. But for me, in a way, I've always told people that never forget that the parties that we have more or less are still conservative actually. So to say that PH is turning right, they've always been on the right in a way. I see it that way. PKR, Anwar Ibrahim himself as a figure, UMNO obviously, they've always been on the right. It's just a matter of magnitude. But I do agree that if PN wins big, there will be a huge shift further to the right. This is what I said earlier. This is what I'm expecting when people say the referendum for the government. It's not really a referendum to bring down the government, but this will influence how the government goes from here on. And I agree with the second statement that the question asked, that if PH won, it shows that it actually working with PN, being a bit on the right actually works. So they'll stay the course. So this is where I see Malaysia is going actually.
So then is that why left-leaning voters are hoping so much for that viable third force?
I think so. They're really hoping, but we don't see that. We don't see this viable third force. We talked about Muda earlier. They're not a big enough, a strong enough competitor for the two main coalitions that we have. So I think that's the reason why some people choose to stay out of these elections, because there's really no real choice. A or B is more or less still the same. But I guess I need to add a disclaimer that in a way, I understand why this is happening. This is Malaysia, after all. We're talking about Malaysia as a country, the people there, the Muslim majority people who have become more conservative over the decades. So this is going in tandem with what is going on the ground. So it's a bit, it's not fair if we ask the political parties to kind of stop what they're doing or shift a bit to the left. It won't work because the people are moving to the right. So this is just what's natural in Malaysia right now.
We will be continuing our coverage of the state elections. Dr. Shazza Shukri will remain in the studio. I do want to address this comment, though, from Kylo Hen on YouTube, who says, I think a rather important question at the moment is, where is Sharmila? And is she still feeling left out and forlorn from not getting to vote today? Kylo Hen, the answer is yes, she is. She's very FOMO. And actually, she is going to be in the studio along with Dashran Johan after the 9 o'clock news. So do stay tuned for that. You are listening to our election coverage. We will continue to bring you the latest results as and when we have them. Keep your questions coming and keep it here. BFM 89.9.
The news on BFM 89.9.
Here are the main stories at 9. The Election Commission has confirmed that Perikatan Nasional candidate Zamri Zainuddin won the Sungai Burong seat in Selangor with 15,447 votes. The past candidate won against his Barisan Nasional contender Ustaz Khair, who obtained 8,600 votes. The seat was previously held by BN's Shamsuddin Lias in GE14. PDRM has received 48 reports in 6 states involved in the elections as of 6 p.m, with 42 investigation papers opened. IGP Tan Sri Razaruddin Hussein has also warned any political party against holding any kind of event to celebrate their victory in today's elections. He adds that police have also been mobilised and roadblocks will be in effect from midnight tonight.
Perlu juga saya ingatkan di sini kepada semua penyokong-penyokong parti yang menang, janganlah membuat demonstrasi ataupun perarakan sama ada dengan motor atau berkumpul ramai-ramai untuk meraihkan kemenangan ini. So pihak kita telah pun bersiap siaga pada jam 12 malam nanti memang kita akan mengadakan roadblock di seluruh Malaysia sebenarnya.
Meanwhile, Plus says traffic flow on all the country's main highways was still smooth as of 6:30 p.m. with no unusual congestion reported. Elsewhere, the Malaysian Highway Authority says traffic flow on East Coast Highways 1 and 2 was smooth in both directions. Barisan Nasional's Datuk Johan Aziz is looking to woo DAP supporters in Dusun Tua, which is one of the very few constituencies which Pakatan Harapan made way for BN to contest. BFM News correspondent Natalie Tan believes the result here would serve as a barometer for the public's acceptance of Barisan since it joined the unity government.
There are a lot of red Pakatan Harapan flags in the towns of Dusun Tua, despite a Barisan national candidate being posted here. There's been a lot of concerns about backlash from DAP grassroots, and from the residents that I spoke to, it seems as if they're willing to give Datuk Johan a chance, but I would not say that they're welcoming the Barisan politician with open arms either. I noticed a relatively unenthusiastic crowd in Chinese majority areas and also quite a low voter turnout there. And when I spoke to residents who did turn up to vote, they told me it's because their friends and their neighbours don't like the idea of voting for a Barisan candidate and would much rather just not vote at all. And this could be beneficial for the opposition, who seems to have an uprising support, especially from Malays in rural areas, many of whom are very, very unhappy with long-standing issues such as the floods as well as trash management. Being here myself, I can say that I see rubbish everywhere, and it's actually quite bad, especially in the villages. There are also very, very few trash bins around. Last, and some would say the least, Muda has not been well received on the ground. Many say they're still very unfamiliar with the party and they only know Syed Saddiq. That also they think he is still with Pakatan Harapan. And when I went to an Orang Asli settlement at Kampung Donglai Baru, villagers told me they did not even know Muda was contesting. So it'll be very interesting to see the results of this three-cornered fight and the extent of new support for Perikatan. I'm Natalie Tan, reporting from Dusun Tua.
Former Rembau MP Khairi Jamaluddin believes that voter fatigue from too much politicking and bad weather may have deterred more people from going out to vote in the elections today. Meanwhile, the former UMNO youth chief also claims that party president Dato Sri Ahmad Zahid Hamidi will not resign even if it loses in the state polls.
Kalau UMNO mengalami keputusan yang paling buruk pun hari ini, Zahid Hamidi tak akan turun. UMNO akan kekal seperti biasa. UMNO akan buat tak tahu. Sebab saya punya ramalan seperti pilihan raya umum yang lepas, sama juga. UMNO kena bantai teruk pun, dia akan buat tak tahulah.
Former Prime Minister Tun Dr. Mahathir Mohamad believes Perikatan Nasional is capable of retaining Kedah, Kelantan and Terengganu. According to Sinar Harian, he has also predicted that the opposition coalition will do well in Selangor and Negri Sembilan, but was pessimistic about PN's chances in Penang. Mahathir adds that a heavy defeat suffered by Pakatan Harapan in any seat should be considered the people's rejection of the unity government. In other news, police have arrested a woman and her partner for allegedly abusing a 7-year-old boy in a housing estate in Pasir Gudang, Johor. The victim has been hospitalized for observation. This follows a viral video showing a group of neighbors confronting the couple and showing the injuries sustained by the boy. I'm Keith Kam. For more headlines, follow BFM News on Twitter. You are now up to date on BFM 89.9, the business station. Most of you know that you can count on BFM for all sorts of interesting content, from business and finance to movies and music. But did you know that BFM also provides Mandarin content?
What?
Yep, Mandarin content. Chaiting, BFM's spanking new digital platform, explores our signature topics such as business, the economy, and current affairs in Mandarin. You can listen to Chaiting at caijing.my, that's caijin.my, or download the BFM app from the Apple App Store or on Google Play. BFM, best for Mandarin.
Benchmark for managers. BFM 89.9.
Welcome back. It is just coming up to 9:06. You're listening to BFM's state election coverage. This is Sharmila Ganesan as well as Dashran Johan, and live in the studio with us also Dr. Shaza Shukri, who is the Associate Professor and Political Science Researcher at IIUM. So lots of things going on, lots of updates and results trickling in. Dash, what's happening?
All right. So a lot of results are slowly starting to trickle in. Okay, we are taking our results from Malaysia Kini's unofficial results. So as of right now, in Selangor, Pakatan Harapan has grabbed about 17 seats, PN 4. When you look at Penang, it's 18 to Pakatan Harapan. PN has nothing. Then Negri Sembilan, Pakatan has 13. In Kedah, Kedah, Kelantan, Terengganu not much yet. In Kedah and Kelantan, it seems to be fully in Perikatan Nasional seat right now. So not much. Mostly it's around the state status quo for now. So I guess we have to wait for about another half an hour or so for more interesting results to start trickling in. But we do have some, for example, the big one, which is the Kedah Menteri Besar candidate, which is Sanusi Matno. He has defeated in a sort of big way. He has won his seat of Janari against Barisan Nasional's Muhammad Kizi. What do you think of this result, Shaza? Because he has grabbed all the headlines.
Both popular and unpopular.
Popular, exactly, right? Heading into the elections. A lot of news, including this morning where he showed the ballot paper to the camera. So what do you think of the whole Sanusi factor?
It's unsurprising that he's winning by this margin. So like you guys said, both popular and unpopular, showing how polarizing he is. But that is if we look at the national level, how polarizing he is. But in Kedah, we see that it's leaning one way, which is for him, right? A lot of people are supportive of Sanusi in Kedah, so it's not really surprising that he won by this much. But you mentioned a good point about what happened this morning, so we will have to see how that pans out. Will he get into trouble for that? We will see.
So speaking of Kedah, actually, we do have a guest who will be joining us very shortly to dive into the happenings in the state. But if you have questions, comments, you can send them through. You can WhatsApp us 018-789-8899. You can also tweet us at BFM Radio. We are live streaming on our YouTube channel as well. You can drop your comments or questions there if you'd like to. Now, joining us on the line is Dr. Azmil Taib, Associate Professor at the School of Social Sciences at University Science Malaysia. Dr. Azmil, thank you for joining us today.
Hi, thank you, Shamala. Thank you, Darshan. Good to hear my friend Dr. Shaza in the studio.
Hi, Azmil. So we asked Dr. Shaza for her thoughts. How are you viewing Sanusi's win? Unofficial win, I should say.
Same like Dr. Shaza, no surprise there. He's a polarizing figure, but he's also a hugely popular figure in Kedah. So, and he's contesting in his own constituency. So it comes as no surprise that he wins by such a huge margin.
We just mentioned a little bit, and Dr. Shaza commented on it as well. This whole idea of Sanusi showing the ballot paper to the camera. People have brought up how this is, in contravention of Section 5 of the Election Offences Act 1954. A lot of jokes have been made. One of it is that, this thing where people are saying that the only person that can defeat Sanusi is Sanusi himself. What do you think of, overall how he approaches all these things? Because he's highly popular, yet he's doing all this, he's getting sued left and right. Now he's committing election offenses allegedly, How do you view all of this?
I view Sanusi as your typical populist figure. You look at Trump, you look at Duterte, they all share similar characteristics. Right? So those who don't support Trump, for example, they see him like, what is this guy doing, right? He keeps shooting himself, in the foot. He keeps saying all the wrong things, all the deeply offensive things to anyone, everyone, But he seems to be more popular than ever, right? So I think it's the same when you see Sanusi. He's saying he's doing these things not for those who don't like him. Those who outside of Kedah, right? So he's playing to the gallery. So he's playing to his supporters. So he knows that this is what his supporters like and want him to do, and more of it. So in a way, he's throwing red meat to his supporters. So he keeps doing. This is intentional. This is also part of his character as well, but it's also intentional for a specific audience.
So is this actually distracting from the issues in both his constituency, but also in a larger sense in Kedah? Sanusi, in some sense, is a distraction.
It is, I guess, because as we all know, he's currently embroiled in quite a few cases. First is the defamation lawsuit from Vincent Tan. and also the investigation of the REE theft in Kedah in the forest reserve, Bukit Enggang Forest Reserve, and also the sedition charge, the 2 sedition charges against him for insulting the royalty. So I guess in a way it is distracting. It is to distract the public from this. So, but I think he's doing it mainly because to him it's a popular thing to do. So it keeps him relevant, and it's, I guess in a way it also projects his influence and his importance, not just in Kedah but also within PAS, right? So as we know that he's being told to not to speak, not to be prominent, not to open up his mouth, basically after this whole thing happened, took place. So in a way, even the people in PAS are also worried that Sanusi will. I mean, it's he's like a double-edged sword, right? So he has his purpose, his usefulness, but also in a way it can backfire.
Now, voter turnout as of 4 p.m. In the evening. So far, that's what EC has announced, was at about 68%. What does this tell you about the voter sentiment in Kedah heading into the elections?
I think, yeah, and we can see as a results as well. I think a lot of people, especially PN supporters in Kedah, they seem to be energized by this. I mean, he seemed to attract a huge crowd. He can rally the crowd, with this folksy approach. So I think that it works in a way that we can see out of all the 6 states, Kedah seems to have the highest turnout. Right, so I think the Sanusi factor might be one of the factors that allows that to happen.
Azmir, Shaza here. I just would like to flip the question, if you may. What does it say about the voters that they are very supportive of Sanusi, especially we know most of them, if we may generalize, are Malay voters? What does it say about the Malay voters that they are very supportive of this, as you say, this populist figure?
Yeah, I think it plays into the kind of this existential crisis that a lot of the Malays have, especially there. I mean, Kedah, as we know, even this we see some industrialization in southern Kedah, in Kulim high tech area, for example. I mean, it's still one of the poorest states in Malaysia. I think it's the 4th poorest state in Malaysia, if I'm not mistaken. So there's a lot of this kind of anxiety, insecurity, about what will happen to us, right? Especially with all this political stability that we've been witnessing in the past few years. And Kedah is also highly dependent on federal government, on subsidies and things, and even foreign direct investment in the southern part of Kedah. In the industrialized zone. So I feel that someone like Sanusi has been capable of tapping into this insecurity of these people, but in a way that, so okay, here, instead of focusing on the real issues, the more material economic issues, bread and butter, in a way he divert the attention to something that that's more emotionally driven. When you look at how, look at Penang. Penang, as we know, one of the wealthiest states in Malaysia, right? But Penang should be part of Kedah. So he's been playing up there. That they should be returned back to Kedah, or Penang should pay higher, tax to Kedah for using the water. Things like that. So this actually plays very well in Kedah, right? So because it's like a poor state and a wealthy state that's kind of being a parasite on Kedah, and it should be part of Kedah, shouldn't be given away by the British. So he knows how to tap into this kind of existential angst that we see amongst the Malays in Kedah.
You talk about the sort of like emotive, using emotive languages and narrative to distract from real issues, right? One of the criticisms of Pakatan 1.0 in 2018 and how they lost the Malay support over time was how they, cut subsidies for the fishermen, for the farmers and all. It seems like Prime Minister Anwar Ibrahim is taking a slightly different approach. Like, for example, recently he increased the the subsidy scheme for paddy from 360 ringgit to 500 ringgit per metric ton. And I'm wondering if these kinds of moves can help to galvanize support of the people towards the Madani government, towards Anwar Ibrahim, because it seems like if you just look at the results, what has come in so far, the unofficial one, it seems like it doesn't necessarily seem to be working.
Yeah, I think it's maybe it's just too early for that kind of effect to take place. Yeah, I think but it's a good start. I think the Anwar's government, the Madani government, has learned a lot from their first time around in power. So they knew what they did, back then that contributed to the downfall, to the Sheraton move later on. So I think it's definitely a good effort. Kedah is, as we know, produce almost, I think, more than 40% of the rice production in Malaysia. So it is an important. So paddy farmer is an important constituency in Kedah. So when I spent a bit of time talking to paddy farmers as well in Kedah, and one of the major complaints is that there's been reducing subsidy, or even the commodity price, the price of rice. The government should have better control the price of rice to guarantee their livelihood. So not to for them not to be vulnerable to the market forces, for example, things like that. So I think this is really important. But for this to have an impact on the election result, I think it might be too soon. Maybe in the next, maybe in the G16, then we can see maybe will have some kind of impact.
Asmil, thanks for speaking with us today.
Hey, no worries. Okay. Night.
Good night. We've been speaking with Dr. Asmil Taib, Associate Professor at the School of Social Sciences at USM, getting some insight into what's happening in Kedah. We'll be back after this with more updates. But if you'd like to send your questions or comments through, you can WhatsApp us 018-789-8899, tweet us at BFM Radio, or drop a comment on our YouTube live stream. Keep it here, BFM 89.9. It's 9:21. You're listening to Sharmila and Dash. We are continuing our coverage of the state elections. In the studio with us is also Dr. Shahza Shukri, Associate Professor and Political Science Researcher at IIUM. We are continuing to get updates as the tally, unofficial as yet, keep getting
are continuing to be counted. Dash, what do you have for us?
All right. So just some overall sort of results. First, again, unofficial, we're taking it from Malaysia Kini. Kedah, it seems like 15 seats for PN. Kelantan, 13 seats for PN. Terengganu. So interesting one about Terengganu. Clean sweep for PAS in Terengganu. 32 seats won. Barisan Nasional's Datuk Sri Dr. Ahmad Said's reign of the Kijal seat came to an end after holding it for the past 9 terms. Now, here's a bit of a fun one. Ultimate, the rapper, the musician, he is now a PKR member and he contested at Lembah Jaya and he won that seat, which is in Selangor. PH Amiruddin Shari, which is the MB, sort of caretaker MB right now, he has won his seat in Sungai Tua. And then you have the likes of DAP Lim Yi Wei, who defended her seat in Kampong Tunku. She won her seat. And PN has captured. So these are in Selangor, PN has captured Sabak, Ijob, Morib. These were formerly Pakatan Harapan seats. And also you have Azrul Mahathir Aziz has defeated PN's Dominic. Now that's a popular name from Gerakan you've heard of over the past couple of weeks, especially so in that area, PH Azrul Mahathir Aziz has defeated Dominic Lau for the Bayan Lepas seat in Penang.
Shaza, any immediate thoughts?
Immediate thoughts is that so a lot of people were talking about the low voter turnout earlier, right? So and a lot of analysts have said, we can't make a call yet because we don't know who are coming out, who are this who choose not to come out. So it seems that in Selangor it appears safe for PH. It appears that those who come out are those who voted and supported PH, PKR, DAP. The ones that PN won in Selangor are expected in a way, right? These are places that faces the green ripple. I call it a ripple because
I like that. Yeah.
Could you expand on that a little bit, right? Because for the longest time before GE15, right, Selangor was seen as one of those areas where PAS couldn't make much inroads. It was probably PH and then BN who held the seats in the Malay majority areas in Selangor. Of course, now we are seeing that PN as mirroring GE15, they're starting to make inroads in Selangor. What could be the reason for this?
To be honest, the way I see it is almost the same as how Azmil sees the situation in Kedah, that these Malays are in semi-urban, rural areas, part of Selangor. So they are also feeling this anxiety, this existential crisis that Azmil mentioned, that they're in Selangor, the richest state in the country, and yet they are not developing as much as their peers in urban areas closer to KL. So I think there are these feelings of being left behind and being Malay majority areas, and then PN comes in with their narrative that we are going to help you because you're Malay, and the Muslim sentiment, playing up the Muslim sentiment issues in these areas. So that explains how PN can make inroads in these places now.
So speaking of that, actually, there is a question from a listener, GC. And while GC is asking in general, I think it, because we just heard about Terengganu and the clean sweep as well, just relating it to that, GC is asking, what baffles me about the state election is that people from these states come to PH-held territory for work, live lives comfortably, earn comfortably, but they vote for PN. Why?
Complicated question, right? Well, the way I see it is that they come here, but they bring with them their frustration. They feel alienated. They leave Kelantan, they leave Terengganu, okay, they work in Selangor, Shah Alam, Bangi, Kajang, but they don't feel that they are truly part of that community. Their heart, one of their legs are still in back home in Kelantan and Terengganu. So I think this explains why they feel like they're here making money, which they justify as a need, but it doesn't mean that they owe the PH government in Selangor anything. At the end of the day, they still feel their identity as Kelantanese, as what we call Terengganu-wans. I don't know.
Terengganu-wans, I suppose.
Thank you.
What do you think PKR isn't doing? Because on the one hand we have the UMNO factor, and that is perhaps a bit easy to understand in terms of why the rejection is there. It's been UMNO has been on a downward for the past couple of elections, but why when we look at the seats that PN has captured in Selangor, right? Sabah, Ijo, they captured it from Harapan. These are Keadilan held seats previously. What do you think Keadilan is not doing enough that they are not able to galvanize the voters in the Malay majority areas?
Okay, I will answer this by not specifically looking at PKR, but the Madani government in general, that they haven't been able to counter PAS's narrative on Islam, race and religion, basically. I think PKR has done the best that they can, but that is the missing part, that they can't convince these Malay voters that we are just as Islamic. And in fact, people don't want to hear PKR's version of Islam or even Anwar Madani's version of Islam. They feel that that is not the Islam that we want. We just want someone with what we call turban, can speak a little bit of Arabic here and there. That's good enough for us. So PKR doesn't play to that. And I think that is the reason why they cannot capture these Malay voters. You can't talk to them about, different interpretation, understanding of Islam. It doesn't work that way. They want an Islam that they are familiar with, that they recognize, that has been taught by their parents, grandparents, and that's what PKR has failed, I think.
We have a couple of minutes left. What does Amiruddin Shari's win say about his popularity in Selangor?
That people want him back, that people want a PH government back in Selangor. So I think that's a good one. But I think also, should I say, it's a safe seat in a way. It is his seat, he's the incumbent. So again, one of those no surprises. But in a way, it was it's not a close fight, but people are paying attention. So it's good for him and it's good for PH what it says about their leader.
Are there other seats that you are sort of keeping an eye on?
Hulu Klang.
Everyone, I guess.
No news yet, right?
No, not yet.
Nothing. Yeah, I wanted to get your thoughts on this. What would you say would be, because it seems like perhaps PH might retain Selangor overall. Maybe we'll have to wait and see. But it seems to be going in that direction for now. What would you say is still considered a win for Perikatan Nasional, although they didn't win the state?
If they get close to 10 seats, which I think is not impossible, if they get close to 10 seats, that is good enough for PN. Like you said, Selangor has always been a PH and a BN state, right, here and there. So if PN can make inroads in this state, this wealthier state, because the thing is, people always equate PN and PAS specifically with the East Coast, right? Now that they're here in the wealthiest state in the country, it means that they're really making ground, so you can't ignore them anymore.
Keep those thoughts coming. You can WhatsApp us 018-789-8899. Tweet us at BFM Radio. You can also drop a comment on our YouTube live stream. We will be back after this to continue with our state election coverage. So keep it here, BFM 89.9. It's 9:30. You're listening to not the evening edition. You're listening to the state election coverage. I'm Sharmila. With me is Dash, of course. And in the studio with us, Dr. Shaza Shukri, Associate Professor and Political Science Researcher with IIUM. If you have comments, questions about what's happening, about the results as they're coming out, you can WhatsApp us 018-789-8899. Tweet us at BFM Radio. You can also comment on our YouTube live stream. Now, there has been a lot of discussion about the non-Malay voters or minority voters, and joining us to discuss that is O. Ehsan, Principal Advisor for the Pacific Research Centre of Malaysia. Ehsan, good to have you with us.
Thank you. Nice to join you at this very momentous night.
So we've been hearing a number of results coming in, a clean sweep in Terengganu so far. No surprise there, really. We've had results for Kedah coming out as well. How much did voter fatigue impact the turnout of minority voters, particularly outstation voters in Kedah, Kelantan and Terengganu?
Well, so far we can only sort of surmise as to by anecdotal evidence of people not going back. I think the most, I wouldn't say egregious, but certainly amusing anecdote I heard was because people wanted to go to the Jackie Cheong concert in KL, and therefore they are not going back to vote. So my retort to that is, of course, if you don't go back to vote, you might not see a lot of concerts being allowed to held in this country in the future. So yeah, I mean, people nowadays, they have different priorities. Politics, of course, in 2018 was, a main issue. But, that by now, of course, we have almost annual change of governments, very often not through electoral means. Therefore, I think people would have some, as you mentioned, electoral or political fatigue. Yeah.
Isan, heading throughout the election campaign and all that, the country is, after GE15, it became clear that the country is polarized. And the two major factions, right, they like to play this sort of fear-mongering sort of narrative, right? On the PN side, they will say, if you vote for PH, there'll be DAP and then you'll be gone case. And the other side, they say if you vote for PN, they'll pass there, then you'll be gone case. So this seems to be the narrative that both sides setting, right? Were non-Malay voters convinced by this narrative by Pakatan Harapan about the Islamization of the country under a possible swing to Perikatan Nasional? Did that motivate them to come out to vote based on what some of the things that you've heard throughout the day?
Well, number one, I don't think it's so much this sort of propaganda or persuasive effort on the part of Pakatan, which prompted the non-Malay, quote unquote, fear towards PN in general and PAS in particular. I mean, after all, nowadays we have a lot of social media. We learn of what's going on in Kelantan, in Terengganu. We learn of, going to movie theaters. We need to see separately and so on. And of course, the short skirt kena saman or bin summoned affair in those states. So, in fact, if anything, I think the Pakatan Harapan did not do enough to sort of highlight those incidents and to take advantage of those obviously very non-Malay fearful type of incidents. I'm not saying, we should play up those incidents, but they need to be known. So I think, but the point is this, even though a lot of non-Malays, they are fearful of PAS, really abjectly fearful of PAS. But on the other hand, they are also thinking that Pakatan Harapan, despite being the government for the second round, did not do enough to usher in more equal treatments for non-Malays after, more than half a century of nationhood. So it is this sort of uneasiness, which I think made a lot of them not to come out to vote, but stay home. They could not bring themselves to vote to for the other side, but instead they stay home. Yeah.
Yeah, I wanted to extend that point actually, because some big names have lost. Mazir Khalid has lost. Mahfuz Omar has lost. Is this a reflection that in fact the PHBN alliance has hurt rather than helped voters, and it maybe might represent a loss of faith among their respective supporters?
Well, number one, this coalition government, and they call themselves the unity government, was an exercise in convenience, because at that point they need to come together in order to have enough seats to form a government. There's no love lost between them. Number two, I think in terms of what you mentioned, I think the more technical term is called vote transferability, right? Whether the PH vote will go for BN and vice versa. Well, it turns out, I think the PH votes, if they do come out, the voters of PH, if they do come out, I think they are likely to vote for BN if in the particular constituency there's no PH candidate. But the converse may not be the case, namely UMNO supporters, if they don't see UMNO candidates or BN candidates, they may or may not vote for the PH candidate. I think more likely than not, they are going to go for PAS or by extension PN. Yeah.
Ihsan, Shaza here. I want to ask a question relating to what you mentioned earlier about this fear-mongering by both sides. While they do this, at the same time, we have like Azmin coming up with statements saying that, look, when I was MB, Carlsberg was still around. And on PH's side, look, in Penang, the Azan is still around. So it's, I don't know, they're sending these mixed signals in a way. So what do you make of this?
Well, of course, they are trying to ameliorate the concerns of those voters who are not persuaded to vote for them, right? When Azmin was Menteri Besar, it was a Pakatan government. It's not a PN government dominated by PAS. And let's go in one step further. The real fear actually is not of a particular state, such as Selangor, such as Negri Sembilan, falling onto PAS's or PN's hand. It's indeed, as pointed out quite publicly by Hadi, namely, if they were to score wins in these states, well, they are going to push for a change in federal government, and a change in federal government into a PAS government. I think that is the real Malay fear. Yeah.
Isan,
non-Malay fear, yeah.
Isan, you brought up an interesting point about how, being fearful of something does not mean, being encourage people to go and vote for something else, because people could essentially just sit out. And do you think the Madani government has done, how do you think they have done in terms of striking that balance between managing the real popularity and pressure groups that come with PAS, and also their core voter base, which is non-Malay voters, perhaps a sub 10-15% of the Malay voters that they managed to get in G15, perhaps the more progressive or liberal Malay voters, however you want to frame it. How well do you think the government has sort of struck that balance?
Well, I think the Madani government, being a so-called reformist and, shall we say, more progressive government, they were trying to, I wouldn't say avoid, but sort of skirt both of these pressure groups. On the one hand, the more conservative Malays; on the other hand, the non-Malays yearning for equal treatment. So what they do is that they emphasize all these social economic issues and their contingent policies for these issues, such as low wages. How do we address that with progressive wage models? You have these high prices. Then you have this. What is the name of this? Very affordable burgers and chicken rice and so on. Ramat, right? Ramat burger and so on. Yeah. So I think that's what they were trying to do. Trying to use socio-economic models in order to persuade both sides that well, come on, tone down all these sentiments, but instead focus on socio-economic issues. I think these state elections will really test out whether this tactic actually works. Yeah.
Ihsan, thanks for speaking with us today.
Thank you.
That was O. Ihsan, Principal Advisor for the Pacific Research Centre of Malaysia, weighing in on minority voters and the sentiments. If you have comments or questions, send them through. You can WhatsApp us. You can send us a tweet at BFM Radio or comment on our YouTube live stream. We'll be back after this with our state election coverage. So keep it here, BFM 89.9.
is 9:41, just coming up to 9:42. You're listening to BFM's state election coverage. We are getting results trickling in, as always. Dash, anything new for us?
Yes, so breaking news again, unofficial results show that Perikatan Nasional has taken Kedah with a simple majority of 19-1. It's a super majority of 19-1, and it's a simple majority of 19-1 so far, and there's another 16 seats left to be decided. So, and then of course, like what we mentioned earlier, Amiruddin Shari won the Sungai Tua seat, and then you have the likes of Lim Wei who won Kampung Tungku, and then PN has captured Sabak, Ijo Morit from Harapan in Selangor, so those are big ones. Let me just refresh the page a little bit. 1 second.
And all the sites are a little laggy.
Yes. Okay, so right now, again, Selangor has about 29 seats out of 56 goes to Pakatan Harapan. 22 seats goes to Pakatan Harapan. In Negri Sembilan, Pakatan has gotten 14. In Penang, 20. In Kedah, it's swinging towards Perikatan Nasional. Kelantan, Perikatan Nasional. Terengganu, we've already called it earlier. It's a Terengganu clean sweep. So, Dr. Bridget, listening to all these results, comparing it to what you predicted before the elections, does it tally up?
In Terengganu, we see that that it would look like a 32-0. The one seat that I was looking at that had a chance that I gave him, that I looked exactly to say whether or not I would put the one too close to call, came down to 300 votes in Telemong. We see in Kelantan that the government of the day in PAS has won all but 2 seats, but the 2 seats that I just said were hot, Galas and Kota Lama, seem to have gone to either respectively to UMNO as well as to Amana. I think unofficially I've heard by 200 votes. So both those seats have gone in that particular direction. But we see both in Terengganu and Kelantan, PAS has done extraordinarily well, and it's on its way to do extremely well in Kedah. It's won seats like Gurun, which, as I expected, the footballer was there, and we've seen a move in that particular area. But this was a traditional Pakatan Harapan seat. We're also looking to see that the seat of Durga, which is an Al-Star, which is a multi-ethnic seat but has changed its demographics for DAP, is looking very tough.
What do you think of the traditional Keadilan seats that have also now dropped to Perikatan Nasional in Selangor, for example?
Well, these also were expected because of the shift that's happening in the Malay vote and the shift and the issues of transferability. The Malay votes are transferring away from UMNO to Perikatan Nasional in many of some of the places.
We are hoping to... we do have actually on the line with us Jamalia Jamaluddin, who has been unofficially declared the winner for Bandar Utama. But if you have questions or comments for our guest, Dr. Bridget Welsh, you can send them through as well. You can WhatsApp us, you can tweet us, you can drop a comment on our YouTube live stream. Now, on the line with us, Jamalia Jamaluddin. Hi, good evening and congratulations.
Hi, good evening. Thank you so much.
And sorry, I do have to correct myself. Officially declared the winner, actually.
Yeah, just announced.
What is the feel on the ground from your constituents?
Actually, I feel very thankful and grateful because I've received such a big support from my constituents. But actually, I'm looking forward at Pakatan Harapan and Unity government result as overall in Selangor state election. Hopefully, we can still not only win but govern the two-third majority.
How, prior to this, right, in the previous elections, you were running against Barisan Nasional, MCA, if I remember correctly, and that was I think you got 90% of the votes in the 2018 when we look at the state level. This time you had, there wasn't just Barisan Nasional, Barisan Nasional is with you guys, and then you have Perikatan Nasional on one side, but you also had Muda coming into the picture. How did that change, or did that affect the way you approached this election, your campaign strategy? How did that pose a challenge to you, if at all?
Well, at the end of the day, I am serving as a Pakatan Harapan candidate and also representatives from Pakatan Harapan, so it does not really affect how we approach it. Mainly what we tell our voters is that, we want to move on, move forward as a as a collective effort, meaning to say that we believe that our track record, Pakatan Harapan's track record as Selangor State, we have to do our best to provide the best future for Selangorians. So I am actually just representing, Pakatan Harapan's flag. Of course, definitely we have to do our groundwork. We have to make sure that our team is serving at the ground. But at the end of the day, it's also because Pakatan Harapan have provided so much more for our Selangorians voters.
Jamalia, what are going to be your first priorities, really?
So in 2018, actually, we've done survey, what's most important for our voters in Bandar Utama, and we do understand that there are several things that is actually very important for them, such as, of course, traffic, better facilities, safety and security, and so on. So we want to continue to improve that, because Bandar Utama is actually a very mature community, as well as most of the areas is already well developed. So in 2018, when I took over Bandar Utama, actually I other than the survey, actually our team get to the ground and we categorize it as low hanging fruit, and certain things that probably need longer time for us to solve. So currently, what we had done in the first term is that we've solved the flash flood issues. We have replaced some of the pipelines, and we hope that we can continue certain issues that we did not manage to solve in the first term. At least we have a better understanding, and we wish that we can solve it at the second term.
Jamali, I want to ask you, obviously it perhaps comes as no surprise that you retained your seat. Many other DAP candidates in Selangor has retained their seats as well. But of course, we know that Pakatan Harapan as a whole are losing some seats in Selangor to Perikatan Nasional. What do you think the Harapan government didn't do well enough? What do y'all think y'all should focus on moving forward, so that these seats can be taken back by Harapan, because I'm guessing that is what y'all want to do?
I think at the end of the day, it's very difficult for you to predict what will be the exact outcome of any election, whether it's a state election or whether it's a general election. And there's a lot of different factors each time when we are having an election. So, for example, this time around, we've got automatic voters as well as Indi 18 that is difficult for us to factor in because we don't have it in year 2018, and also the influence of social media, TikTok and whatnot. So I do think that, of course, for Pakatan Harapan, we are not the most perfect government, but I do believe that we're pioneer in providing and helping our constituents or our Selangorians. I think what we need to do in future is that we'll need to actually promote or spread awareness what the state government has done so far. Because a lot of time when I go down and when we had our ceramah, we do realize that there are still some Selangorians that don't really know about our Selangor state government programs. The Menteri Besar actually already announced that we've got so far 46 programs, and we're going to increase it to 52 programs, and also our Rancangan Selangor Pertama, and also our 5 resolutions for 5 years. So I think that is very important for us to not only provide those, those programs or initiatives for our Selangorians, but at the same time, we should probably also take effort to promote it and spread awareness in hopes that not only the people who are well aware of what's happening at the community knows about this, but also our young voters also have certain awareness towards it.
Jamalia, thanks for taking the time to speak to us today.
All right, thank you so much for having me.
That was Jamalia Jamaluddin, official winner for the Bandar Utama constituency. Keep your questions, your thoughts coming. We have in the studio with us live Dr. Bridget Welsh, Honorary Research Associate at the University of Nottingham, Malaysia. We will be back after this, so keep it here, BFM 89.9. Sharmila and Dash. And in the studio with us, Dr. Bridget Welsh, Honorary Research Associate at the University of Nottingham, Malaysia. So we've been asking you for your questions and comments. Bridget, we've got this coming in, and since we just heard from Jamalia, who ran against Abby Lim from Muda, we have Shamim asking, what's your take on the Muda presence in the state elections? Are the results as expected for them?
I think the way the campaign played out on two different levels, I think, really negatively impacted Muda. The first of which is there was this narrative that they were splitting the vote. And so when Jamalia speaks about the vote and the majority going up for the government, I think one can recognize that part of that is a support for the government, but a lot of the other part of it is voting against the other part, against the opposition. And I think, so in this kind of context where you were seen to, the idea that you potentially voting one way would actually split the vote, I think this really impacted Muda's fortunes. I think the second part of it is that Muda is still a very young party. And its campaign was focused on TikTok. There were a lot of things that were being raised, but there wasn't a clear sense of what that message was. And I think also they were overstretched in terms of their resources for contesting in many seats. I feel that what Muda did in this campaign is that put pressure on Pakatan Harapan to actually deliver and to go to the ground in a different way. And I think that what we see from the Muda campaign are real questions about where reforms are going and what type of reforms are to take place. My sense, however, is that I don't think that they're going to do very well in most of their seats. And we saw that, especially in a place like Bandar Utama, where they could have done better in that context. And I think this is typical and will be typical of the seats. I think the area that I think Muda was doing better number-wise was in Batu Tiga, which is one of the hot seats in Selangor.
Yeah. I want to ask, on that question of the narratives and the splitting the vote, right? It is understandable in certain constituencies, maybe in Seri Setia and other areas where the people, when you look at the previous election results, it was very tight. So people are like, oh my God, if I vote for this, will it go for the other side? And so on and so forth. Do you think people in, let's say, areas of Damansara, because I hear this split the vote narrative in Damansara, in Bandar Utama and all these areas. But when you look at the previous election results, the incumbent is winning by 90%, 85%. Is it on the new parties to convince the voters that there is no fear of the Perikatan Nasional in these areas? They shouldn't be afraid. Or is it on the parties to convince, or is it just a sort of that the voters in Malaysia lack that courage, perhaps a certain sense of nuance in understanding, state election results? Some areas it may affect split votes, some other areas it doesn't concern that. How do you read that?
Well, I think it's on the part of the party to make it clear. And I think to a certain degree, there were mixed messages that Muda were sending, right, in that context. And I think that impacted the vote from the perspective of the party. But I would also say that, Muda is still it faced a kind of, arguably I would suggest, Pakatan Harapan focused their entire opposition campaign on Muda, as opposed to Perikatan Nasional. I mean, what's interesting about this campaign is that there were very few attacks on Perikatan Nasional that were directly made. I mean, most of the social media attacks were on Muda, which in some ways there was almost like a double standard. If like one person made a comment which was inappropriate and it wasn't appropriate, this was sort of seen to cover everyone. But when one person in PKR makes a comment, it only covers that one person. One party takes disciplinary action, the other party doesn't, but it's seen like in a very different sets of ways. And I think that, there's no question that Muda has got a higher bar to cross. And they're running against two different coalitions instead of one. But this doesn't mean that they couldn't have done better. They could have. But I think that, my own view is that the issues that they raised in this campaign and parts of the issues of the environment, issues of kind of decentralization, the changing of local councils. These are very interesting issues about governance that I think will be on the table when the election results are over.
We just had news come in that Panchor has gone to pass. Nick Amar has won with a majority of 10,686. So Panchor is being watched as one of the hot seats. Could you contextualize that for us, Bridget?
It wasn't hot for me.
Okay.
Interesting.
But what do you think of that winner? You know, because there's a lot of news and narratives going around that he could be the new, the MB, but some people within PAS were like, no, he's a liability. How do you see all of that?
Well, what happens in PAS is that we see a situation where there's tremendous factional infighting. But, and this, by the way, it's not only in PAS. We see this in DAP in Penang. We see this in DAP in Selangor. We see this in multiple places where these factional elements, we see in PKR and Selangor as well, to be fair, and Amana in the context of Negri Sembilan and in Kedah. So just to be fair for all the parties, and in UMNO everywhere. But stepping back from that, we see a situation where I think that the dynamic is such that they may not like those choices and the candidate issues, but they're still going to vote for the party. I thought about this very carefully when I was making my prediction about Kelantan. I said, will these things spill over into seat elements? And many of my Kelantanese friends really took issue with the fact that I only said 2 seats were too close to call. And I explained why, because I didn't think this was going to spill over into a change and a move away from the party itself. Because, who's the alternative, right? The alternative is an UMNO candidate, and I don't think they're going to cross that line.
We will be back after this, or rather, Lynn and Sharad will be back after this with more. Dr. Bridget Welsh will be staying on, and we'll be continuing our state election coverage. Keep your comments, your questions coming. You can send them through WhatsApp, 018-789-8899. You can tweet us at BFM Radio. You can also drop a comment on our YouTube live stream. So stay tuned. Keep it here, BFM 89.9.
For a 4th consecutive term. The State Pakatan Harapan chairman defeated Perikatan Nasional candidate Heng Kun Ling with a majority of some 7,100 votes. Meanwhile, in Terengganu, PAS Vice President Datuk Sri Ahmad Samsuri Mokhtar has retained the Ru Rendang seat, beating PH Suhaimi Sulaiman with a majority of over 17,200 votes. And DAP's Jamalia Jamaluddin also retained her Bandar Utama seat in Selangor, defeating PN's Alif Taufik and Muda's Abby Lim. Elsewhere, Negri Sembilan UMNO Chief Datuk Sri Jalaluddin alias claims that the Unity Coalition has won enough seats in the state to form the state government. In Penang, PDRM says the case of 2 unsealed ballot boxes found in a polling centre in Paya Terubong has been referred to the Election Commission. Earlier, PN candidate Ui Gi Un said he found the 2 unsealed boxes which caused voting at the stream to be suspended at midday before resuming. He also demanded the EC to hold a re-election for the state seat, saying it was unfair to the candidates contesting. The EC says it is investigating. Separately, IGP Tan Sri Razaruddin Hussein has commended all parties for the smooth electoral process since nomination until polling day today. This comes as PDRM reported that overall the voting process has been mostly uneventful.
Sepanjang tempoh pembuangan undi ini, tiada sebarang laporan-laporan jenayah yang melibatkan riot ataupun merusuh, mencederakan ataupun arson, membakar ke, tak ada. Apa yang saya nampak di sini, semasa penamaan calon lagi, penyokong-penyokong ini sangat matang. Tak ada kes-kes yang serius.
In Gombak Setia, it was a three-cornered battle between Perikatan Nasional's Hilman Idham, Dato' Megat Zulkarnain of BN, and independent candidate Muhammad Salim. BFM News correspondent Hee Eun Chi has more on this story.
What is interesting about Gombak Setia is that Hilman actually won the seat on PKR's ticket back in 2018. He is now contesting under Perikatan Nasional's flag. Now, Gombak Setia is a very diverse area with a good mix of different races. I would say that the voters are more inclined towards Pakatan Harapan and Barisan Nasional's correlation. The Barisan Nasional supporters, they seem to have no issues with Pakatan Harapan and Barisan Nasional working together in this state election. And same goes for the Pakatan Harapan supporters as well. Generally, they are quite satisfied with the previous state government. They do not seem to have any major issues in that area. And one thing that they have emphasized to me is that they want to ensure political stability in the country. They hope that the state government would be able to work well together with the federal government for the next 5 years. Despite the green wave that we have observed during the last general election among the young voters due to the influence of TikTok, that does not seem to be the case here in Gombak Setia. So some of the young voters told me that they have an impression of Pakatan Harapan focusing on ideas that can help to build the nation, while Perikatan Nasional seems to be leaning towards religious teaching, which is nothing wrong, but they just kind of prefer the former because they believe that the ideas would help to improve the economy in the long run. Nevertheless, I think that the influence of Perikatan Nasional should not be neglected as well. When I was there at the grand finale of Perikatan Nasional in Taman Melawati, which is just nearby, the supporter turnout rate was huge with people still attending the ceramah late around 11 p.m. The whole area was packed and, people were waving flags and it was pretty overwhelming. We will see how it goes later tonight. I am Hee Eun Chi reporting from Gombak Setia.
In Negri Sembilan, an 83-year-old woman has died without being able to cast her vote after she passed out while inside a polling booth in Gemenche. Police say the woman was later pronounced dead at the clinic and that her medical records indicated she suffered from hypertension. Separately, incumbent Lukut Assemblyman Chu Ken Hua has lodged a complaint over suspicious campaigning activities by his PN rival. The DAP candidate claims that campaign vehicles featuring the PN emblem were seen near a polling centre in violation of election rules. Meanwhile, unofficial results show that Chu has won the Lukut seat for PH. In other news, Malaysia is seeking a comprehensive understanding of ketum and its possible use, which could be turned into a lucrative commodity industry through investments in botany, pharmacology and medicine. Deputy Prime Minister Datuk Sri Fadilah Yusof says the development of ketum into an industry must be balanced with its potential benefits and risk. I'm Keith Calm. For more headlines, follow BFM News on Twitter. You are now up to date on BFM 89.9, the business station.
It is 10:06. Usually I say good evening, but I think we've hit the good night. I'm not telling
Except we're
people
not
to
s-
leave.
Indeed, we're not, because there's quite a bit to go, actually.
Yes, there is. So I'll just say hello. You are with Lynn and Sharad. This is BFM's state election coverage, and we are continuing to bring you results, interviews with experts, updates, as many as we can, as soon as we can. As always, if you have questions, if you have thoughts, comments, you can send them via WhatsApp 018-789-8899. You can also tweet us at BFM Radio, and if you are watching us on our live stream, thank you very much for being there. You can leave us a comment there as well, and we'll get to it. Now, one of the states, of course, that has been seen as a real touchstone is Selangor. There have long been worries about where things were going to go, whether there would be inroads, whether it would fall. And so we're going to be continuing that conversation. We have a guest on with us, Dr. Lee Hock An, Senior Fellow of the Malaysian Studies Program at the IC's Yusof Ishak Institute. Hock An, thank you so much for joining us.
Hi, Lynn and Sharad and all listeners. I follow suit and also say good night. I'm still here.
So, okay, you've been doing research on the ground. What are some of the key themes that you were looking at? What are some of the key themes you found?
Yeah, well, I attended churamas on different sites, and also some of the sort of smaller community level events. And I think some of the observations, I mean, the churama on the PH side, I think they were able to project the benefits or to project themselves, right, as the incumbency and the benefits for the rakyat, for returning them, for in terms of stability as well as the policies. And I think in Selangor especially, they can capitalize on the proximity with the PH government, which goes back longer, and even to the point of the popular Rama program, which they have married with Jualan Ehsan, which actually predated Rama. So Ehsan in Selangor and Rama. So also to assure, right, the people, right, that there are these policies addressing cost of living issues. At the same time, though, they were on the defensive after BN's manifesto, right, which was which was grandiose and making all lots of promises. And so they had to go a little bit more on the negative as well to try and draw attention to PN, whether or not they can actually deliver on that, and their capacity, to actually govern compared to the track record of PH. PN, I saw actually ran quite an organized and disciplined campaign. I think everyone's talking about their strength on social media, but I think maybe lacked oomph in terms of the absence of a designated MB candidate, for Menteri Besar, whereas, and we have seen that Amiruddin Shari has retained his seat in Sungai Tua, and I think also his style of governance and the track record is one that didn't really give them a lot to attack. I didn't really see them launching a lot of attacks on Amiruddin. It was more about the broader issues nationally, like against the unity government as a whole, and of course within BN and UMNO, specifically at UMNO President Zahid Hamidi. What was really interesting was there was upholding or really very, very treading very cautiously and not criticizing UMNO, because obviously they wanted to reach out to the UMNO voters, but focusing their attacks on the leadership and on Zahid Hamidi in particular.
Yeah, Hakan, this is in many ways a contest in Selangor for PH to lose, right? It goes into this with a huge number of seats. It had incumbency on its side in many terms. It's got it's aligned to the federal government. And yet today, when we look at some of the results are still quite slow, but 29 of the 56 seats in Selangor have been, at least unofficially, called. 22 are with PHBN and 7 are with PN at this point in time. Unlike the other PH control or led states, Penang and Negri Sembilan, they haven't reached the simple majority mark. The question I want to ask you is this: is PH's problem one that it went into this with BN? Is it that they haven't been as responsive to the concerns of the middle classes in Selangor?
Well, if you pose that question, then what would the alternative be? That would be back to the three-cornered fights. And I'm just thinking about, that. Let's just take that as the scenario, in which case I think it would be more of a replication of the split vote, right? Especially in the Malay majority areas, which becomes unpredictable, but I think could well hand over more or give more advantage to PN. I think it's. Well, we will still have wait to see, right, what are the outcomes, and especially the transfer of votes and how collaborative they were and how that was received by the party's grassroots and of course by the voters, and of course in particular Dusun Tua, the one that DAP ceded to UMNO, and Gombak Setia. And Gombak Setia is also from PKR to UMNO and also UMNO's Selangor chair. I think from some of the live results, it's looking quite positive in Dusun Tua, but I guess we still have to wait for the results, and that would give, I think, the coalition and voters as well some kind of source of confidence that this partnership, can work. I think it is quite telling, yes, on the question of the middle class, or let's talk about, which can be a very, very broad range. And I'm looking at, say, and I think one way to observe or to unpack that question is the Klang Valley. And some of the striking changes that we can see are in a place like Taman Medan, in GE14, the past candidate managed less than 15% of the vote. And this time, I'm not sure what the outcome will be, but certainly way above 15% of the vote to Perikatan. I think what Perikatan has found is by the kind of platform, right, that it has launched, it's speaking predominantly to one community, but I think they have been making those particular inroads, and as well to be able to capitalize on being this coalition on that one logo. And that's the way that was Pakatan's formula, Harapan's formula, right, to contest on that one logo. And so I think, but on the policy front, as you were addressing, I think they are on the back foot, and will need to find ways that they can speak to different communities, because I think Pakatan Harapan, the unity government, has been more reactive. They haven't found a narrative to be able to say, this is what we are providing universally to all communities, and not to confuse that with the whole range of policies that are targeted at particular groups. It came up on the campaign trail, especially, right, the incident with the student and Prime Minister and around matriculation colleges. And I think one person the student was bringing up the question of meritocracy, but Prime Minister kind of retorted with the question of, we need to take care of those who are disadvantaged. Now, those are not contradicting terms, but they were kind of talking past each other. I'm talking about the content here. There's been a lot of attention to the tone, right? And I think some of that is a bit unfortunate, and probably wish it could be redone. But the content, right, was we can do meritocracy, and we also can cater for a system with admissions that takes into account the needs of those who are from an underprivileged background, and I think to some extent look at diversity. If they can find a way to communicate this, I think they can make more, can broaden. I think the government can broaden its appeal to stop just being reactive, and then you say one thing to one community and then you face a backlash in another community.
So, Hogan, I wanted to ask you about some controversial figures that have stood really in the state seats in Selangor. I'm thinking here of Azmin Ali, who, according to unofficial results, has either won or is very much in the lead, and Rina Harun, who has, again, according to unofficial results, lost. What do you make of the voters' response to figures like these?
I think recognition is probably one. Azmin Ali, is a high-profile figure, and I think he could rely on, I think, people with longer memories, and can look back on his time as Menteri Besar, and certainly that's what also was being played up on their campaign, that many of the programs that have been continued, right, were introduced by under his administration. So I mean, for Rina Harun, I think it's on the same theme, that she doesn't have that kind of track record and in prominence as Azmin, but it is going to also show, right, that there is a surge in Perikatan. If I could just mention one, because I know one thing I did was visit some of the places that I have in the past, especially since 2018. And I think one that is officially declared or has an unassailable lead is in Ijo. And I think that is also very telling, from getting 20% of the votes in 2018. Ijo is in Kuala Selangor, and it's mixed. It has small town, it has some kampong areas as well, and about lower 60% of Malays as the share of the voters. But the same candidate. Then in past 2018, I think it's well on track to win under Perikatan. Quite a change, and also in the whole his demeanor and energy comparing 5 years ago with this time was totally different, and the amount of resources this time.
Hock An, thank you so much for speaking with us today.
Thank you so much.
That was Dr. Lee Hock An, Senior Fellow of the Malaysian Studies Program at IC's Yusof Ishak Institute, giving us a perspective into Selangor, which, as of last count, Sharad, am I right in saying this? We are at 23-8, right? There are 31 seats unofficially that have been called, and that's it.
Yeah, it's actually gone up since we last spoke about and saw the numbers. They're constantly being updated. Malaysia Kini is reporting 33 seats have been called unofficially, 24 for PHBN and 9 for PN. So we're still
5 away.
5 away for PHBN to take the state.
If you have any questions for our experts this evening or this night, again, those numbers, you can send a WhatsApp to 018-789-8899. You can tweet us at BFM Radio. You can also drop us a comment on our live stream, which is running on YouTube. After this, we are going to be talking about Penang, and joining us for that will be Francis Hutchinson, Senior Fellow of the Regional Economic Studies Program, Coordinator for the Malaysian Studies Program also at IC's Yusof Ishak, and Anil Neto, Aliran President and member of the Steering Committee of the Penang Forum. Keep it here, PFM 89.9. Is 10:20. You are listening to BFM's state election coverage, and at this point in the night, we are talking results, impact, getting experts to weigh in. If you would like to ask a question or just, give a remark of any kind, that number to WhatsApp 018-789-8899. Tweet us at BFM Radio and leave us a comment on our live stream, which is running on YouTube. So earlier we talked about Selangor. We're moving on now to Penang. And speaking with us, we actually have two guests who are joining us. Anil Neto, Aliran President, member of the Steering Committee of the Penang Forum, as well as Francis Hutchinson, who's a Senior Fellow of the Regional Economic Studies Program and Coordinator for the Malaysian Studies Program at IC's Yusof Ishak Institute. Anil, Francis, thank you both so much for speaking with us.
You're welcome.
Thank you for the invitation.
So, okay, unofficially, the PHBN coalition has achieved a simple majority in Penang. Give us some sense of how this has been received and what the numbers tell us. Francis, perhaps you can start us off on this.
Okay, so basically, we've gone to the movies, the opening credits have rolled up, and we're getting into the movie, but we haven't yet seen enough of the movie to know that if there are going to be any interesting plot twists. So essentially, the figures I have are between 14 to all the way up to 22 seats have been won for Pakatan Harapan and Barisan Nasional. And these are essentially all DAP seats and to a certain extent PKR seats that are urban. They're more mixed, and you find them on the eastern part of the island, and then in the central part of the mainland, in and around Bagan. Then you have Bukit Mertajam, and then sort of in Jawi. So when you look at the seats that DAP is very strong in, there are 19. It's been running in these since 2008. You also have a subset of seats for PKR, roughly of which are sort of half are about non-Malay majority. So with this, you've already got a majority, right? So here we're talking about seats like Chow Kon Yao's Padang Kota, or Lim Guan Eng's Air Hitam, or Komtar, or Pulau Tikus. But we haven't yet seen enough of the movie to get into the very interesting and sort of pivotal seats that can tell us something about the bigger parts of the story. And here we're talking about seats like Bayan de Paz on the island, where Gerakan President Dominic Lau is running, or seats like Bertam way in the north, where someone like Rizal American is running from UMNO, a Supreme Council member, or even in Subang Jaya, which is a fascinating seat that's in Permatang Pao. That's, of course, Anwar Nurul Izzah's seat that's gone back and forth. They lost it when you had the Sheraton move. And there you've got a very interesting couple of candidates, including a Chinese-speaking Chung Ling High School graduate that is running for Perikatan Nasional. So these kind of more pivotal seats that can tell us more about representativity, how the unity government is doing in Malay majority seats. At least the figures I haven't kind of come in for these seats yet.
Anil, if you haven't read any reviews, or you have, but they didn't include spoilers, but you did see the trailer, Anil, what were you anticipating going into the polls, specifically about Penang?
Thanks, Sharad. Well, I thought that the DAP would retain most of its seats, but I'm quite interested to see how PKR and to a certain extent UMNO and Amanah Fair, especially on the mainland and southern Penang Island. I think it's going to be a tough battle in parts of northern mainland Penang. Probably a significant swing towards Perikatan Nasional. And what was disappointing for the campaign for me was that the key issues were not highlighted or debated, and it was all about stopping the green wave. And to a certain extent, both sides played into it. On the 8th of August, for instance, I saw the convoy originating from Royal Tawa in northern mainland Penang, and it looked like the bikers were coming mostly from the north, the northern part of mainland Penang, and they went through southern, central Penang Island and towards the southern part of Penang Island. And I think lots of the videos were circulated on WhatsApp, especially, and TikTok. And I think this gave the jitters to many of the DAP supporters, and to a certain extent the other Pakatan Harapan supporters. And so the larger issues involving Penang were jettisoned, and there's hardly any talk about some of the development issues that have plagued Penang. So you hardly heard any discourse about the reclamation that's happening in the south of Penang Island. So that was quite a big disappointment for me, because even though some of the NGOs were, especially Bersih, were talking about focusing on the local issues, many of these local issues were ignored in the larger. So it basically became a vote on the green wave or Anwar's Madani government at the federal level. And so that was how it played out in Penang. So I'll be quite interested to see how PKR and UMNO fare on the mainland. I suspect they'll probably lose a few seats.
Francis, I'd like to ask you a bit more about the Penang South Islands Reclamation Project, because as Anil alluded to, it's something that feels like it is cared about by residents, but whether it was discussed enough on a policy level is another thing. Do we know how much impact it actually had in the end on how people might have felt about voting?
So I think it was discussed, and if you will, this was kind of one of the two. So I went to the campaign manifesto launches of both the Unity government and Perikatan Nasional. And, you know, when you compare the manifestos, and it's actually a little bit difficult to do this because now manifestos sort of have an irritating habit of not having too much text, having lots of pictures and quite a few, relatively few words. So it's quite difficult. And a lot of it has to do with simple line items, like we're going to give, you know, this amount of money to this. And you don't sort of see a linkage to kind of deeper philosophical or more policy oriented kind of frameworks. So when we compare the two manifestos, actually both the Penang South Islands Reclamation Project as well as the LRT were kind of the only two really kind of concrete differences that you could see coming out of the manifestos. So very much from a Perikatan Nasional point of view, they were arguing that the PSI, of course, yes, they acknowledged it's gone down in size from, you know, the 3 islands down to 1 island, which is 49% of the surface area that was planned, but it's very expensive. And who is going to gain from this, right? So this is kind of seemed to be something that is very much focused on, you know, bringing in high-end investment and foreigners and all of these sorts of things, and not dealing with local people. The other thing that was cited, of course, was that 1,200 fishermen's livelihoods would be lost. So this, I think, is a clear policy difference. Now, to really kind of tell whether this is going to have an impact, I think the best indicator would be to look at what happens in the Bayan Lepas seat. So this is, you know, the seat where Gerakan President Dominic Lau is running. And, you know, I think they went through a lot of analysis to kind of see where would be the best seat for him to run, because I think as far as a coalition goes, of course, it is important for him to get a seat or to have a seat. But then the other thing was this was one topic where he could actually appeal to people in Bayan Lepas and reframe the debate away from race or ethnicity to something more policy focused. So I think that this was quite interesting. And of course, he's running against an Amanah candidate that you would think, when it comes down to kind of more religious issues and framing, would be on the front foot, because of course this is a seat where, you know, you have a majority that is Malay. So I think this is quite interesting, and to really kind of have an idea of whether this had traction or not, I think we'll need to see what the results are from this specific seat. On the other issue, of course, LRT, there, I think, you know, they've been talking to people and they raised the issue that it was very expensive. And again, it would only benefit a specific subset of people. So they proposed an alternative called an ART, which is sort of like a lighter, I guess, cheaper version of an LRT. But there really weren't a lot of details. But I would just say that both the PSI and the LRT were kind of two of the policy hooks where you could see a clear difference between the unity government on one side and Perikatan Nasional on the other.
Anil, just come back to the drama of this, political coalition that's been in power in Penang for very long time. Internal conflicts in the DAP came to the fore. Lim Guan Eng versus Chow Kang Yao, his chief minister position now being, you know, the subject of some discussion. People leaving, P. Ramasamy, you know, attacking the party and emperors and all that drama. Anil, do you think it had an impact on sufficient numbers of voters to change outcomes?
Short answer would be no. I mean, that was quite an unfortunate distraction before the election. And it overshadowed all the other critical issues in Penang. For example, I would have expected if there was a decent opposition in Penang, they would have highlighted the issue of a lack of a Penang Island local plan after so many years. Since 2008, they've been talking about a Penang Island local plan. But that hasn't happened. Then the problem of affordable housing, which is beyond the reach of a lot of people, even on the mainland. So, and I think Perikatan Nasional tapped into that discontent, especially among some of the Malay voters who are disenchanted. Perhaps you see many of the Perikatan supporters carrying flags were those on young guys on motorbikes. I would imagine many of them would be delivery riders, courier personnel, people like that. So these were the issues that were not addressed, and they gravitated to Perikatan Nasional on the basis of perhaps religion and race. So they were feeding into that kind of discontent and people who are disenfranchised from the mainstream of development. So those issues, I mean, the whole thing about the factionalism within the DAP was just a distraction, elite level split. But they don't address, neither of those camps address what's fundamentally affecting people on the ground, especially on the mainland.
Anil, Francis, thank you both so much for speaking with us. That was Anil Netto, Aliran President, and Francis Hutchinson, Senior Fellow of the Regional Economic Studies Program, Coordinator for the Malaysian Studies Program at IC's Yusof Ishak Institute, talking to us about Penang, where, as I think expected, PHBN have, according to unofficial results, taken a simple majority. Now, we are going to be exploring Selangor in a bit more detail because they have they not achieved that simple majority unofficially?
Yeah, so looking at Malaysia Kini, we do have a simple majority there with 30 versus 13. So that's 43 out of 56 seats now counted or called, which leaves about 13 seats. So even if Perikatan gets the remaining 13 seats, they're not going to be able to form the government. So it looks like a PHBN government, and we're still waiting for the official results. But as you know, Lynn, these unofficial results actually are quite solid. I mean, these are not based on rumors. These are the sheets that get sent in.
I'm so glad you said that.
Yeah, I want to know because people might want to know where these unofficial results come from. And so every party gets the same sheet when they finish counting, boxes. So these are official tallies. It does take a bit of time for the Elections Commission to kind of make that announcement, but they're fairly solid. I think we can talk about unofficial results with some certainty.
So we are going to be exploring that very shortly with Elizabeth Wong, who is the Adun, the former Adun for Bukit Lanjan since 2008, actually. So that will be coming up. But before this, I believe that earlier the EC actually held a brief press conference to talk about the results in Kelantan and Terengganu, and we have that all prepped and ready for you.
Negeri Terengganu yang telah dipertandingkan oleh calon-calon daripada parti-parti politik serta calon bebas selepas pengundian yang telah dijalankan pada 12 Ogos 2023. Bagi keseluruhan pengundian sehingga jam 9.45 malam 12 Ogos 2023, Parti Islam Se-Malaysia PAS telah memenangi sejumlah 17 kerusi daripada 32 kursi yang diperuntukkan dan dengan ini berjaya memperolehi suatu majoriti melebihi 50% daripada jumlah kursi yang dipertandingkan. Keputusan Pilihan Raya Umum Dewan Undangan Negeri Kelantan ke-15. Saya Tan Sri Abdul Ghani Saleh, Pengurusi Suruhanjaya Pilihan Raya Malaysia, dengan ini memaklumkan keputusan Pilihan Raya Umum Dewan Negeri ke-15 bagi 45 kursi Dewan Undangan Negeri Kelantan yang telah dipertandingkan oleh calon-calon daripada parti-parti politik serta calon bebas selepas pengundian yang telah dijalankan pada 12 Ogos 2023. Bagi keseluruhan pengundian hingga jam 9.56 malam 12 Ogos 2023, Parti Islam Se-Malaysia PAS telah memenangi sejumlah 23 kursi dari 40 kursi yang diperuntukkan. Dan dengan ini berjaya memperolehi suatu majoriti melebihi 50% daripada jumlah kursi yang dipertandingkan. Sekian dimaklumkan. Terima kasih.
That was Election Commission Chairman Tan Sri Abdul Ghani Saleh making an announcement on the official results for Kelantan and Terengganu. I think that happened I want to say 20 minutes ago, something like that. So after this, we are going to continue talking about results, specifically Selangor, with Elizabeth Wong, who is the former Bukit Lanjan Adun. If you have questions, send them our way. You know the numbers. You can WhatsApp 018-789-8899, tweet us at BFM Radio, and leave us a comment on our live stream, which is running on BFM's YouTube channel. You're listening to BFM 89.9. It is almost exactly 10:38. Also, almost exactly the time that I lose the ability to speak. It's that time. You are with Lynn and Sharad. We are covering the state elections. And before we head to our next guest, Sharad, what's the latest tally?
Yeah, so we look at the overall picture. We went in the 6 states and much speculation whether it would remain status quo 3-3 or whether there'd be a shift. I think Tun Dr. Mahathir predicting a clean sweep. I think
Not the only one, to be fair.
Yeah, not the only one. MA Research Merdeka Center saying 3-3 as well. But I think as analysts and also I think political leaders will have to do tomorrow, they'll have to look at the granular results in order to come up with some responses, political and policy-wise. But let's look very quickly. Unofficial results, it's been called for Penang, Selangor and Negri Sembilan for PHBN. They've kept their seats, their states. Kedah and Kelantan also called. We're waiting. Terengganu, just as we were speaking, Lynn, as we're speaking right now, Lynn, 16. So 16 out of 32, which is a simple majority.
All right. So we will, of course, keep those results coming for you. In the meantime, though, we are continuing our conversation that we started earlier in the hour about Selangor. Joining us to do that, we have Elizabeth Wong, who is the former Adun for Bukit Lanjan. Elizabeth, thank you so much for speaking with us.
Hi, everyone. Good evening.
So, unofficially so far, it's being reported everywhere. PHBN have retained Selangor. PN, however, has been making inroads in the state. How would you respond to these results as they're coming in?
Well, on paper, we can confirm that we have won 23 seats. We are leading in about 10, and I think we will get those 10. But of course, we have seen some losses, especially up north. So we're talking about seats like Sabak Penang, the Parliament of Sabak Penang. I mean, we lost almost all of Kuala Selangor. The only seat that we have seen coming in with wins for our guys at Sungai Air Tower and Sekinchan. So far only 2 up north. So I think it's something for, Pakatan Harapan as well as Barisan Nasional to really look into what are the problems, what are the issues, why is it that we didn't manage to win those seats. Although some of those seats, the majority was very, I would say, quite small. So for example, Pematang, Bukit Melawati, it was less than 2,000.
Ellie, I wanted to ask you if you found or you were surprised by any of the wins or losses, so far reported.
Honestly, I'm actually quite a pessimistic person. I told everyone that we won't do well, and I think these are the results are more or less what I expected. There were some very pleasant surprises. To be honest, I didn't expect that many wins from, for example, UMNO. Not because they were not good, it's just that during the last general elections, they didn't have the results that that showed that they won in some of those seats. So some of them are coming back with pretty good results. So that's actually quite a surprise.
Voter turnout was a little bit of an issue, especially earlier in the day. There were concerns about Selangor. Your thoughts on it and how it might affect the results?
Well, that's the thing. Voter turnout is always the key to, especially for PH, it's key to good results for us. So it's quite a difficult situation for us earlier in the day. Even I panicked a bit when I saw the number of people who were coming out. And I think there was this massive concerted effort by everyone, from voters, from residents, from associations, from aduns and political parties who just kept on asking people to come out to vote. I think the second thing also, which hampered the number of voters coming in to vote, was the fact that in Selangor today is a work day. And, Selangor being an economic powerhouse, you don't have things like half days or your employer may not want to let you go for hours and hours away. So I think that sort of affected the voter turnout. I would expect come the next general elections, where I also expect state elections to be held at the same time, voter turnout will be back to what we consider normal or regular rates. And I think we can see some differences in terms of the number of results that we are getting today.
Elizabeth, there's also the question of Azmin Ali, former compatriot, then a traitor, apparently, from the eyes of some, to the cause of Pakatan Harapan and its component parties. His win, I believe, maybe not confirmed yet, but very likely. What do you read in that particular contest between him and the Pakatan candidate Jawaria?
Yeah, well, I think it was a very tough fight to begin with. Hulu Klang is Azmin Ali's playground. That is his kampung. His family lives there. That was the first seat that he won. So we didn't expect Jawaria, our PH candidate, to have an easy time. But I think she did remarkably well, considered, there's so much resources were thrown into Hulu Klang by PN. Azmin Ali is a formidable opponent. So we're quite sad that Jawaria didn't win, because she was a very good adun when she was adun for Bukit Melawati. Of course, it also meant one woman lesser in our Selangor State Assembly.
Now, very quickly, it looks like maybe your camp can sigh. There's a sigh of relief that it looks like you've retained the state. The question now is there the wherewithal to do the kind of soul searching that will be necessary to respond to these results?
I think it's not just in Selangor, but the whole country. I think all the parties, especially in Pakatan Harapan, we have to find out what is lacking, what is making, especially the young people, vote for Perikatan Nasional. What is it that is driving them to the arms of PAS, especially? I think this one we have to examine all sorts of questions, and maybe very uncomfortable questions as well. And I just put in the Adun group. I said, your work starts tomorrow. It's not next week, and everyone really has to plan what we need to do for the next, say, 4 years, because elections is not very far away. It's going to be just 4 years.
Elizabeth, thank you for speaking with us today.
It's my pleasure. Have a good evening, everyone.
You too. That was Elizabeth Wong, former Adun for Bukit Lanjan, talking to us about the unofficial results that suggest that Selangor has essentially been retained by PHBN. They've achieved, again, unofficially, I keep saying this, but a simple majority. So we will, after this, actually be switching gears quite a bit and speaking with Wan Ahmad Faisal, who is Bersatu Youth Chief, MP for Machang. So we're hearing from all corners, I think it's fair to say, in the course of our show. If you have questions, you know what to do. You can send us a WhatsApp 018-789-8899, tweet us at BFM Radio, and of course leave us a comment on our live stream, which is running on BFM's YouTube channel. You're listening to BFM 89.9. is 10:47. Hello, everybody. You are still listening to BFM's state election coverage with Lynn and Sharad. We have been talking about the results as they've been rolling in. And up next, the focus is going to shift to Perikatan Nasional and how they've done up north. Looking at Kelantan, but also broadening it out to look at how things have been. And joining us to talk about that is Wan Ahmad Faizal, who is Bersatu Youth Chief as well as MP for Machang. Thank you so much for joining us on the show today.
Thank you for inviting me.
So, were the results in Kelantan as projected by Perikatan Nasional?
Yes, we do expect that kind of result, that kind of quantum. I think we did well. I'm part of the machinery, and I would like to thank all the Kelantanese voters, despite the lower turnout.
Yeah, so can we talk about the lower turnout then? I mean, what are the factors do you think that underscore the low turnout?
I think because, as you all know, the Muslims and the Kelantanese, they have frequently traveled back to their hometown during both Eid, the Aidil Adha, and also for the fasting month. So I think that also contributed to perhaps the fatigue and perhaps the budget issue for those voters who are outside Kelantan. But despite all of that, I think we managed to pull out a great win.
So who is going to be the next MB of Kelantan now that Dato' Ahmad Yaakob has stepped down?
That one is still in the midst of discussion tonight, and I cannot comment anything on this because it's subject to the leaders of Perikatan Nasional, especially from PAS.
I do want to just continue a little bit on that, because if there was some voices of dissent and unhappiness in the campaign over the situation in Kelantan, it's actually been due in part caused by the caretaker Menteri Besar Muhammad Amar. There was a campaign, I believe, to have the results not as it is, but 44-1, I believe, in particularly targeting him over questions of snide remarks he made about water, snide remarks he's made about the purchases of Mercedes Benzes for the Exco. How does the party, Bersatu and PAS, as a coalition, respond to some of these underlying discontent that was expressed during the campaign period?
Well, I think all of those issues already being answered by Dato' Ni Amar. I don't think those issues pose a real challenge to our fight during this election. I think we managed to convince the Kelantanese voters to maintain the status quo, but I think PAS in the last minute, they made a very, to me, strategic announcement in reshuffling the top two of the Kelantan government. So I guess that helped push a little bit of votes for PN in Kelantan. Yeah, I mean, Bersatu won all the seats we contested, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah.
So we just spoke with Elizabeth Wong, who spoke about the need for a certain degree of soul searching in looking at victory, but also defeat, right? Looking at areas in which the message or parties or coalitions weren't received the way that said parties or coalitions would have hoped. I was curious to know what that might look like on the side of Perikatan Nasional in terms of, whether there would, or rather why there hasn't been greater inroads as discussed during the campaign period in the states that aren't held.
Well, you're right. I mean, it's a mixed feeling and mixed result, you ask me, because we do target to win Selangor, but because of the lower turnout, that really hamper our chance as we can see in the results today. But nonetheless, we made a very strong inroad into Selangor, in Penang. I think that proves that Perikatan Nasional is a possible reckon with. We deny the two-third majority for PH in those states, and in Selangor, the most interesting part is still Selangor because it's very neck to neck. And I must say that the real loser in this battle is UMNO. UMNO is totally crushed, obliterated in Terengganu, almost in Kedah and Kelantan. And Selangor also, they won in one or two seats, if I'm not mistaken, by virtue of combination with Harapan voters. But the Malays have shown a very strong support for Perikatan Nasional, and I think we have to build on this result for the next battle.
Well, I do want to ask you, though, if you could address the criticism that what Perikatan brings to the table, both nationally and in the states, is a politics of identity, of race and religion, that Perikatan, despite attempts to form a broader coalition, say with the Gerakat, is essentially a Malay-Muslim formation. How do you provide leadership and aspire for national leadership if Perikatan's message is essentially directed at one community in this country?
Well, I think most of our leaders have answered this same question again and again. I think that's a very wrong view to begin with. Yes, Perikatan Nasional built on our strength based on Malay and Islamic support, but we do offer our own alternative reform programs in economy, in politics, against Pakatan Harapan and Barisan Nasional. For example, in Selangor, because of our, I must say, the manifesto, we managed to make a good inroad. For example, Ijo, Aman Medan, we recapture Gombak Setia and Hulu Klang. I think it is a good sign. Also, at the same time, I mean, PH is also guilty as charged, as we all know. There are many videos and reports against DAP, especially, who are also guilty in creating bickering and also ruckus about race and religious issues in Penang, in Selangor. So don't single out Perikatan Nasional for this. I think we have our own ways in campaigning, but don't treat PH as an angel in terms of race and identity politics.
Thank you so much for speaking with us this evening and taking the time.
All right, sure.
That was Wan Ahmad Faisal, Bersatu Youth Chief and MP for Machang, talking to us about the victory, strongly projected victory in Kelantan, among other issues. We will be continuing our coverage of the state elections, although I think that results really are, at this point, coming in quite a big way. So we will be continuing that after the 11 o'clock news. In the meantime, we've got some music. Here's Feel Like I Do, featuring Al Green. Disclosure, BFM 89.9.
Here are today's Election Day updates at 11 p.m. The Election Commission has announced that PAS remains in control of Kelantan for an 8th straight term and Terengganu for the 6th time after obtaining a simple majority in each state. Meanwhile, caretaker Kelantan Menteri Besar Datuk Ahmad Yaakob has retained his Pasir Pekan seat for the 7th consecutive term. The 72-year-old State PAS Commissioner defended the seat with a 12,800 vote majority. Earlier, PAS President Tan Sri Hadi Awang confirmed that Ahmad requested to step down from the Menteri Besar post due to health reasons. Hadi also denied there were other issues that had led to a change in the state leadership amid speculations that caretaker Deputy MB Datuk Nik Abdullah will replace Ahmad.
Menteri Besar mengundurkan diri kerana uzur. Bahkan dulu pun beliau merayu supaya tak nanti. Memang keuzuran, kali ini kita pertimbanglah kesian kepada beliau. Dan masih menjadi wakil rakyat, kita mahu supaya semangat baru di Kelantan. Ada perubahan sebab itu timbalan juga diubah. Lama sangat memerintah, 30 tahun. Itu perlawanan ini letihlah orang dalam tugas tu.
In Selangor, it has been confirmed that State Perikatan Nasional Chairman Datuk Sri Azmin Ali won the Hulu Klang seat, defeating Juwairia Zulkifli from Pakatan Harapan. This marks Azmin's return to the seat, which he previously won in 1999. Meanwhile, Selangor caretaker Menteri Besar Datuk Sri Amiruddin Syari has retained the Sungai Tua seat for a 4th consecutive term. Rapper Ultimate from PH has won the Lembah Jaya seat in Selangor. He defeated PAS's Sharifah Hazliza with a vote majority of some 6,700. Bandar Utama candidate Jamalia Jamaluddin from PH has been declared the official winner with a nearly 27,000 vote majority. She told BFM her work is only just beginning after securing the seat for a 2nd term.
We want to move on, move forward as a collective effort. We believe that our track record, Pakatan Harapan's track record as Selangor State, we have to do our best to provide the best future for Selangorians. Definitely, we have to do our groundwork. We have to make sure that our team is serving at the ground. But at the end of the day, it's also because Pakatan Harapan have provided so much more for our Selangorians.
Jamalia beat PN's Ken Liao and independent candidate Wong Jung Lik. In Terengganu, Datuk Sri Ahmad Said has failed to defend the Kijal seat, which he has held for 9 terms. Bersatu Chief Razali Idris won the seat with a majority of over 3,700 votes. Elsewhere in Kedah, caretaker Menteri Besar Datuk Sri Sanusi Matnor has retained the Jeneri seat for a 2nd term, defeating BN's Datuk Muhammad Khizri. Meanwhile, the EC is looking into the issue of Sanusi showing his marked ballot paper while posing for the media this morning. An EC spokesman told The Star the matter would be referred to its legal department for a review. This is in breach of the Election Offences Act, which imposes a maximum 1-year jail sentence or up to a 3,000 ringgit fine or both. Separately, Kedah police have clarified that 3 buses filmed in a viral video were not transporting phantom voters, but were in fact ferrying police officers to a polling centre in Kuala Muda. And PDRM says a total of 42 police reports were lodged over identity theft in casting votes during the 6 state elections. Selangor has the highest number of reports at 16, followed by 9 in Kedah, 8 in Penang, 3 in Negri Sembilan, and 1 in Kelantan. Police also received 2 reports over dissatisfaction with their right-hand finger being dipped in indelible ink during the voting process. There was also a report over the publication of materials that look similar to ballot papers for an election. I'm Nadira Ahmad. For more headlines, follow BFM News on Twitter. You're now up to date on BFM 89.9, the business station.
It might take an hour for your food delivery to arrive. A whole month for your parcel, perhaps. 9 months long for your baby. Or even 10 years to propose to your longtime partner.
Will you marry me?
But when it comes to the waiting game, nothing beats waiting for the return of... Just for Kicks is back for another topsy-turvy season of exhilarating football, kicking off every Monday and Friday at 8 p.m.
Bungkus for Makan, BFM 89.9, the business station.
It is just about 11:05 and you're listening to Lynn and Sharad. getting delirious, actually, as we cover the state elections.
Past your bedtime, is it, Lynn?
I think, no, all I wanted to do was say that it is at this point that I typically thank anybody who is still listening, anybody who is still watching, because thank you for sticking it out with us. Our current decision is that we are going to be here until the EC officially calls the seats, right, for 6 states.
Yes.
Yeah, so that's where we are.
Yeah, so the Elections Commission, in fact, has called it officially for Kelantan and Terengganu in terms of past retaining government in those 2 states, right? So we have still 4 states to go, but we do have unofficial results, and unofficial results do reflect expectations coming from Merdeka Center for MA Research that in fact we would see a 3-3 end score. Of course, Lynn, we know that we need to look deeper into the results, because going into this election, Negri Sembilan was if you looked at the old configuration of Pakatan and Barisan Nasional UMNO, they had every seat. Now, there's been some pushback, right? So those numbers need to be looked at with some detail. There's been pushback against Pakatan and Barisan Nasional in Selangor as well, and a bit in Penang. So we're going to have to look deep into those numbers as the weeks go by. But at this point in time, unofficially, the states have the parties and the the rival parties have held their states.
It doesn't work to say status quo, does it? It's not a good joke. Never mind.
No.
Yeah, no, because there's a
It's
way
the
to
hour,
do
is
it. No, I think it's just a written joke. I'm sorry. I apologize for trying to translate that onto radio. So anyways, we've been taking it state by state. Earlier on, we covered Selangor, Penang, and Kelantan. And now we're actually going to be headed to Negri Sembilan. So actually, earlier for this, Shamila Ganesan caught up with Kevin Zhang, who is the Senior Research Officer at IC's Yusof Institute. Here it is.
So, Negri Sembilan, essentially PHBN came in with a full roster of seats, and they do seem to have faced a number of losses. What do you make of this, Kevin?
Thanks for having me on the show. I think the losses are expected, given that there has been a swing towards Perikatan Nasional in last year's general election. So even if you take a look at last year's G15 results, Perikatan Nasional was estimated. Based on that results, of course, there's 3 corner fights. They were estimated to gain 3 seats in Negri. So I think officially the PN has won 3 seats. Maybe unofficial results might be a bit higher, but I think this is definitely not surprising given the green wave, right? What's probably more interesting is that the 3 seats that were won were actually seats. So I did some calculations before to the state elections, predicted about 3 seats too close to call. But what's interesting is that the seats that actually PN did won was actually not the seats that was actually predicted to lose based on last year's general election results. And the confirmed seats are essentially Gemas, Serting, and Bagan Pinang. Of course, Bagan Pinang was predicted to be a close fight anyway, but what is interesting is that Gemas and Serting was not expected. And the reason why I say that is because in 2018 and even in last year's general election results, these were considered as safe BN seats. Whereas, interestingly, Perikatan Nasional actually won these seats, not with a small margin, but actually, for example, in Gemas, they actually won with 3,000 majority, right? And the same for Serting, which is, it's about 1,000. So definitely PN did not won by razor-thin margins. And I think this says something about the strength of PN going forward in Negri for both the general election and also the upcoming state election held with 5 years' time.
Actually, speaking about margins, BNPH held on to a number of seats also by fairly small margins.
Right.
Is that also something that the coalition needs to be worried about?
Definitely. And I think there's actually 2 kind of threats going on here. First is let's talk about BN, right? So, of course, BN on paper, they won, 14 seats, right?
Mm-hmm.
But if you take a look at the seats, especially in the central of the state, which is around the Pilar district and also down south, for example, in Sri Menanti, where the royal capital is, BN essentially only won with 400 votes margin. And these are areas that have never swung towards opposition. The opposition has never won throughout Malaysia history. The same you could say for I think it's Kota, right? Quite a fierce fight. Perikatan lost by less than 100 seats, 100 votes. Sorry for that. Right. So I do think that and what's interesting is that because I did some field work in Sungai Lui, basically where there's a lot of Felda voters in Negri Sembilan, there has been a really anti-BN swing, particularly among the second generation Felda voters. And what's interesting is that these Felda voters, in the reverse to what we think about Felda community, they actually persuaded their parents to vote against Barisan Nasional, which is why you get, even in Sungai Lui, which is primarily a Felda seat, Perikatan Nasional only lost by 500 votes. You wouldn't expect this in the Felda area, even back in 2018, right? So I think truly, even though if you just look at the seats won, Barisan Nasional actually had a pretty solid seats, 14, right? Probably the best among all Semenanjung states. But in practice, the whole is actually pretty shaky.
Actually, the incumbent MB, Aminuddin Harun, did manage to hold on to his seat at Sikamat, but it was by a fairly small lead. Only, I believe, just 1,000 votes over his PN opponent, Raihan Hilal. Was this expected? What does this say about his leadership?
I would say that Sekimat is basically in the center of Semran, right? And this is where it's an urban area, more cosmopolitan. You expect PKR to perform fairly well. And to some extent, this is true because if you look at DAP, there are seats in Seremban area, for example, like Rahang and even Lobak. DAP scored easily more than 6,000 margins, right? But what's interesting is that for both Sekimat and also not forgetting Ampangan, where the former Adun Rafi was not given a chance to recontest. He contested as an independent. That seat, PKR won by only 300 votes, right? Of course, Sekimat is a bit better, it's 2,000 votes, but he's MB, right? You expect him to have a bit more support. So I think this really shows that PKR, is, compared to DAP, is a lot on the weaker footing in Negri Sembilan, even though you expect Aminuddin being the MB would be able to strengthen his party in the state, but I suspect that might not be happening. And given the current situation where PKR is seen as having a bigger sort of a back footing relative to DAP, right? There might be discussions about whether I'm sure BN is also interested to get a Menteri Besar post, and that's going to be something up there for negotiations between the both component parties.
How big a factor did out-of-town voters play in all of this?
I'm not sure how big the factor out-of-town shows, but I was in Seremban today, and the interesting thing is that many even in-town voters, Chinese voters, were not interested to vote. Many people, rather go KL, rather this. You walk around, you don't see that many people with like what they call it, the inedible ink on their fingers, right? So it could be that the in-town people didn't vote, and people out of town coming back from KL was the game changer. That could be one possibility. But I would say that definitely, at least among the local residents, even in the major towns, the excitement towards voting was pretty marginal compared to previous elections.
So overall, what are some of the major shifts and trends that you're seeing in Negri Sembilan when it comes to these state elections?
I think the upcoming BN PH government, they are going to face a strong contest from Perikatan if the coalition PN survive in the next general election. And by the next general election, let's not forget that PN really doesn't really have, because at the moment, PN doesn't really have any state seats in Negri, and yet they can able to, win 3 seats. Maybe there's a bit more from official, but coming so close to another 4 seats for UMNO, right? So I think there will be a lot stronger challenges from PAS and Bersatu in Negri, which is something that has always be seen as either UMNO stronghold in the rural areas or a DAP stronghold in the urban areas. That's going to change for sure. In both the eastern part, where it's a bit more rural, and also the more urban areas, particularly those that is currently governed by PKR.
You mentioned Felda, but really, what are the issues that resonate with Negri Sembilan voters? What is it that PHBN should be keeping its finger on?
Right. So if you look at the manifesto that PHBN has, it was launched together, right? Both coalitions. It was actually pretty impressive. They were talking about transparency in the state assembly, even in the local council daerah. They actually even had independents and NGOs to participate in what they call it, local council meetings. But seems that these kind of measures aren't really what people are concerned about. At the end of the day, it's about cost of living, Felda, and based on my, if you work in Felda constituencies, the dissatisfaction. I mean, it's not just in Felda seats. It's probably a lot in rural Malay or even just rural Malaysia. The absence of job opportunities in rural areas, like the place I go, right? Many of them have to work outstation in Seremban, even KL, Singapore, Johor, right? And the lack of job opportunities particularly strikes the younger generation a lot harder than the older generation, because these younger generation, there will be no more new lands for people to grow palm oil. And of course, cost of living is also getting a bit of a concern in Felda areas or rural areas as a whole, right? And the UMNO don't seems to be able to provide really credible leadership in the rural areas compared to what UMNO was able even like 20 years ago. And I think that's something that UMNO has to start looking ahead. If not, even the supposed fixed deposit may just be, vulnerable in the next election.
Kevin, thanks for speaking with us today.
Thank you so much, Shamila. Appreciate it.
You just heard Sharmila Ganesan speaking with Kevin Zhang, who is the Senior Research Officer at IC's Yusof Ishak Institute. Together, they were talking about the tally that has come up in the state of Negri Sembilan. Now, just a quick update, because we are bringing you the official results as and when they come. Here is, what was the latest announcement actually from the EC?
Pilihan Raya Umum ke-15 bagi 36 kerusi Dewan Negeri Kedah yang telah dipertandingkan oleh calon-calon daripada parti-parti politik serta calon bebas selepas pengundian yang telah dijalankan pada 12 Ogos 2023. Bagi keseluruhan pengundian sehingga jam 10.20 malam 12 Ogos 2023, Perikatan Nasional PN telah memenangi sejumlah 19 kerusi dari 36 kerusi yang diperuntukkan, dan dengan ini berjaya memperolehi suatu majoriti melebihi 50% daripada jumlah kerusi yang dipertandingkan. Keputusan Pilihan Raya Umum Dewan Undangan Pulau Pinang ke-15. Seterusnya, keputusan Pilihan Raya Umum Dewan Undangan ke-15 bagi 40 kerusi Dewan Undangan Pulau Pinang yang telah dipertandingkan oleh calon-calon daripada parti-parti politik serta calon bebas selepas pengundian yang telah dijalankan pada 12 Ogos 2023. Bagi keseluruhan pengundian sehingga jam 10.34 malam 12 Ogos 2023, Pakatan Harapan PH telah memenangi 21 kerusi dari 40 kerusi yang diperuntukkan, dan dengan ini berjaya memperolehi suatu majoriti melebihi 50% daripada jumlah kerusi yang dipertandingkan. Sekian untuk makluman. Terima kasih.
That was Election Commission Chairman Tan Sri Abdul Ghani Saleh with the official results specifically for Kedah and Penang. So, like we said, we will continue to bring you both the unofficial results, which have been tallying up at quite a pace, as well as the official results as and when the EC announces them. We are, of course, covering the 6 state elections. Polling day was today. After this, we are going to be catching back up with a guest who was in earlier, Ben Sufian, who is the Program Director for the Merdeka Research Centre. We're going to be talking about trends. Ben actually was in with us and then stepped out in order to be able to do his actual job, which is looking at the numbers. So we're going to come back and get a sense of that. If you have questions for him, now's the time to send it through. You can WhatsApp 018-789-8899. You can tweet us at BFM Radio. And of course, as you can do all night, you can leave us a comment on our live stream, which is up and running on BFM's YouTube channel. You're listening to BFM 89.9. Do you... It is 11:21 and you are listening to BFM's state election coverage with Lynn and Sharad. We have been speaking all night as the results have come in. We've been offering as best we can analysis. We've been speaking with experts. And now we have rejoining us actually someone who popped by our studios earlier on in the evening. We have Ben Sufyan, Program Director for Merdeka Research Centre, on the line with us. Ben, thank you so much for taking the time.
Thanks for having me on.
So actually, Sharad wanted to start us off with a question about the notion of the two-thirds majority.
Yeah, Ben, what do we see in terms of a pushback or, in fact, an enhancement of two-thirds majorities in state assemblies? What do you think that augurs for, I guess, the democratic nature of those states?
Well, I think, we are looking at some states like Penang and control states retaining two-thirds majority. And it's a critical thing because it means that they have the ability to change state constitutions. And I think as far as electoral politics are concerned, it also means that they can change electoral boundaries, which is up for revision commencing from 2026. So that's an important prerogative for state governments, for them to prepare for the future elections. So I think that's the first thing that comes to mind. But beyond that, there are definitely going to be amendments that can be done for constitutions, such as changing the status of the Sharia courts and so on. That requires two-thirds majority as well.
So what are the overall trends then, Ben, that you've observed from the election data as we have it?
Yeah, I think broadly speaking, the surge in terms of Malay voter support for Perikatan Nasional is still there, very evident. And the support, particularly amongst younger Malay voters towards PN, has been pronounced in this election, pretty much at the same proportions that we've seen before, maybe slightly more, because now it's a two-corner rather than a three-corner contest. And so there's some consolidation. What used to be, say, 60% levels have moved up to in the 70% range. The reason is because some people who used to support Barisan Nasional have shifted over to Perikatan Nasional. So there's consolidation there. That has allowed them to secure, I think, an even larger share of the Malay electorate. And this can be seen in the very strong performance that passed specifically in places like Kedah and Terengganu has shown tonight. So they have basically taken nearly everything from UMNO and also PH. Likewise, pretty much in Kelantan as well. And also made inroads in Selangor.
Ben, what about the question of transferability? That was an issue that was much spoken about, the idea that together PH and BN would somehow find a solid block because we kind of added up the numbers. They, came to something substantial. Did that happen? What can we say about it at this point in time?
It didn't happen in full. It happened in some places and didn't happen in others. And this vote transferability topic is something that has been a question mark for many of the PH and Barisan Nasional leaders because they know that from the onset it was very difficult to sell the idea of cooperating in this coalition to their own party supporters. And that initial stage of we had two by-elections that took place right after GE 15. That showed there was no transferability right at the early stage. From the early glance of the results that has come out tonight, there are some areas where there's some transferability, like places like Dusun Tua, where I think some pull through, but in other areas it did not. In some places, the PH voters didn't deliver the votes to UMNO candidates. In some places, they did. Whatever the case is, there was some transferability, but the surge, particularly amongst young Malay voters towards PN, was not able to mitigate. The transferability was not able to mitigate the surge. So you do have some transferability, but not a whole lot that could alter the result.
Ben, we have some questions that have come in from listeners. So Amanda wants to know, what data do we have about postal votes? Do some states receive more than others?
Postal votes are actually belongs to people who administer the elections, in the polling stations and so on. So these are basically election workers, and they tend to be public servants, people who are with the local government, school teachers and all that. And there is a kind of proportion of electoral officials for each constituency. So some states get more because they have more seats to contest, some states get less. I think there is a kind of rule of thumb, something 300 to 400 people per. Those are the that are needed to man the different polling stations. So it's not proportionate to the state. It's what I mean to say is it's dependent on the number of polling stations that are present in each state. So there is a proportion to it.
Ben, also coming into this, a lot of sort of attention paid to UMNO's performance, and in particular because of the idea that UMNO was carrying Zaid Hamidi, that he was toxic to the UMNO brand. UMNO had not, in fact, rebranded itself or reconstituted itself following its previous defeat. So, what can we say about UMNO, and what does it portend for Zaid Hamidi's political future?
Yeah, I think the results tonight, shows very amply that UMNO has continued to lose the trust of the Malay population, because not only have they continuously splintered over the last few years, they splintered again in March with the party elections that took place at that point in time. So what's left in UMNO right now are just pretty much Zahid as well as Najib Razak loyalists. A lot of other people have departed from the party. And so I think moving on from here, we expect to see some kind of turmoil within UMNO, but at the same time, the party is now firmly in the hands of Zahid and his loyalists. So it's very hard to effect change there. In terms of overall performance, I think the people have spoken. They have made their choices, and only a handful of candidates from UMNO made it, I think only 2 persons in Penang and 2 guys in Selangor made it outside of Negri Sembilan. So it's a very dismal performance, and it just shows that the party really needs to reform, because otherwise, the final nail is just waiting on the coffin by the next GE.
So at this point, I'd like to, follow up with a question from Luke, who sent this in earlier, saying, is this a sign for PH or Anwar to re-examine their partnership with UMNO BN as a reliable partner to solicit Malay votes?
Well, I think, this is where I think, yes, Anwar needs to not only to revisit, but Anwar also needs to push UMNO to effect change within the party, because beyond that, it becomes a liability to the coalition government, but also to itself. And then, there wouldn't be contestation in that segment of the Malay electorate. But having said that, Anwar also needs a government that has Malay representation in it. No government, I think, can stand with just a small proportion of Malay support, because PH in the 2022 election only obtained 15%, and UMNO captured about perhaps 30% of the Malay vote. So from this election, we know that the number has whittled down at total perhaps only 35% Malay support. So Anwar cannot kick out UMNO. I think Anwar has to really persuade and push UMNO to make the necessary changes for the sake of the government and also national stability. So I think many voters out there will have to tolerate this, but at the same time pressure the political leadership, the political players in this country to do the necessary reforms, because otherwise, you cannot have a government that stands on minority support. So it's not feasible, not tenable.
Ben, there's some criticism that the state elections actually have been overshadowed by federal concerns, by national concerns, and that this has not been an election where voters had spoken about what concerns them directly. To ask you to put on your kind of political theorist hat, how do we make Malaysian democratic politics, especially the state level, more responsive to the local, more responsive to people's actual concerns, and not get sort of distracted by national concerns?
Well, I think it's hard to overcome that, because I think for many voters, they are looking at the issues that are front and center in their lives, in their daily routines. There are many problems that people face at the local level that emanate from issues at the national level. If we go into some detail, let's say, why are the voters in Kedah so angry against Pakatan Harapan and Barisan Nasional? It's not just because Sanusi is popular. The reason why Sanusi is popular is because of some things like the Kulim International Airport project and others that was proposed, but eventually got cancelled, and that allowed local leadership to galvanize support in their favor against the federal government. At the same time, voters are also impatient at the rate with which the economic recovery is happening. And this is specifically not just a Malaysian phenomenon, it's happening across the world. We are seeing that happen in many other jurisdictions. And the federal government has to respond to this. It's too bad that this would just only been in power for the last 8 months. But voters are impatient, and in many ways, Anwar has inherited the same problems that caused Ismail Sabri to be kicked out. So he's inherited this problem. But I think what is different now is that they've got 4 years. If they can survive this test and they can keep it together, they've got 4 years to turn things around. And there's no longer any honeymoon, very clearly, but they have to begin to fix things, because otherwise, this is the national wave. I think one more point I wanted to add, because we've been doing these surveys for nearly 2 decades now, and when we first started out early on, there was this wave that happened ahead of the 2006 Sarawak state elections. All the urban seats fell to the opposition, not because the Sarawak government failed, but because petrol prices began to rise at that point in time. Likewise in 2008 and so on. People were happy with the state governments, but were unhappy with the federal issues, national level issues, and they punished the state government because it was from the same party.
Ben, in closing, I just wanted to kind of sum up a sentiment that has been coming through loud and clear in the messages that we've been getting from listeners and viewers all night, really, which is about rising identity politics and whether the green wave is symptomatic of that, but then correspondingly, whether we are going to see PHBN essentially play this game because, well, they have to.
Well, I think, the green wave is an easy oversimplification of the distress and also the anxiety expressed by many voters. I think the reality of our country is that many Malays, Putras, continue to inhibit the lower income profiles of the socio-economic ladder, and a lot of people lost incomes and have still yet to recover from the economic doldrums of the pandemic, and so they are angry, they're not happy, but at the same time they're anxious because they know that around the corner probably there's going to be changes in the subsidy regime that's going to adversely affect that. So people are getting concerned about that. And I think this is a new development that is not purely identity politics of the past. Actually, people are responding to policy issues and demanding that the government put in policies, and they are impatient about it. The trouble that we have here in Malaysia is that these things tend to be expressed in identity terms because that's how the political forces are organized. In many ways, what we are seeing here is also the same things that we are seeing in more developed economies across the world. Why is Trump so popular? Because there's a class of people that have had their incomes, been reduced or living paycheck to paycheck, and feels that the government is not doing enough. And because we don't have much of a left-wing, political front in the country, most dissatisfied people go to the right, go to the more nationalistic or religious right, and that strengthens that impression it is a religious movement. But the reality is that underpinning the so-called green wave is sense of economic deprivation and also distress. So if the government can fix that, then, if they can make attempts to fix that over the next 4 years, then I think we can see this thing be reduced.
Well, speaking of the left end of the spectrum, how did Muda do? How did PSM do? Is there any chance that coming together will...
No, Sharad. Basically, I think Muda pretty much lost their deposits, and I don't have the percentage tabulations, but I was just looking at the results coming in, by stream and so on. It's not a lot. So I think many of the candidates lost deposits. I think PSM also didn't do too well. But PSM contested, I think, one constituency in Dengkir, which is outside of the Sepang airport. They actually, got about 1,700 votes, and that caused the Barisan Nasional candidate to lose by 400 votes. So third parties can have an effect, but tends to be effect on the incumbents, or parties that are also on the left. Because I think what we have now in Malaysia is that very clearly Perikatan is a right of centre party, PH is left, and UMNO is slightly right, but not right enough as compared to Perikatan. So anything that's left of Perikatan basically gets punished. So anybody that goes into that field basically cannibalizes support for the other parties. So that's what's going on. So very hard to see things develop, partly because we don't have much of a left-wing tradition since, the 70s. And that gap has been filled up by more religious-oriented parties.
Ben, thank you so much for speaking with us today.
Thank you.
That was Ben Sufian, Program Director for Merdeka Research Centre, giving us a sense of overall trends, which is where we're at right now, right? We're seeing the official results come in, although the more granular stuff, the marginal seats, I think that remains to be explored in greater detail next week. We also, of course, covered national issues, and we're asking you for your thoughts. We are continuing to kind of grind through the closing results of the 6 state elections. Keep those thoughts coming. You can send us a WhatsApp 018-789-8899. Tweet us at BFM Radio. You can send us or rather leave us a comment on our live stream as well. Sharad, I believe that there was an update on a parliamentary seat.
Yeah, so what was very interesting was we had one parliamentary election in this round of elections. That was the result of an election court decision that invalidated the victory of Dato' Ahmad Amzad Hashim from APAS during the 2022 general election. Now, the reason it was invalidated was that the court said there were elements of bribery during the election campaign. Now, PAS went on to field the same candidate despite these allegations of bribery, and he has won handsomely.
So we will be back with more updates, more news. And in fact, after this, you will be hearing a conversation with Lim Yi Wei, who has retained the seat in the Kampung Tunku Adun seat, actually since 2018, continuing to do so. So you'll be hearing that right after this, BFM 89.9.
Watching you was such a thrill. All that I could do was laugh. I couldn't hold it back. I couldn't hold it. I couldn't hold it back. We were running on that open shore. No saddle on his back.
Station.
It's 11:40 and you're with Lynn and Sharad, continuing BFM's state election coverage. So we've been hearing from a variety of guests over the last few hours, including political analysts, party figures, as well as, of course, the people contesting. So up next, we have one of those chats, because earlier, Dashran Johan caught up with Lim Yi Wei, who is the incumbent for Kampong Tunku. Here it is.
I want to start by saying congratulations, and you have just retained your seat at Kampong Tunku. How are you and your team feeling? What's the situation on the ground right now?
Well, we're feeling humbled by the trust that Kampong Tunku voters have given us as a team, and also it's not a one-person, one-man show. All credit to the team, and we're really excited for the next 5 years.
So you talk about the next 5 years. What are your plans? I know you have so many plans, but if you could just sum it up, what are your plans? What will be your focus moving forward?
Well, Kampong Tunku being an old area in PJ, of course, we will focus on upgrading infrastructure, especially in a way that ensures inclusivity for the aging society and the disabled. We also want to focus on more jobs and upskilling programs. I mean, we have started a few, especially within the low-cost flat with supporting women, but we want to expand it and put programs in such a way that can help people generate income as possible.
Now, I want to ask, you have retained your seat. Many other PH candidates have retained their seat as well. But there is also some PH candidates who have lost their seats to Perikatan Nasional. And we know prior to GE15 and prior to this state elections, Perikatan Nasional was, PAS and Bersatu, and especially PAS, they struggled to penetrate into Selangor. What would you say that the Selangor government didn't do enough, or perhaps what were the gaps in which that caused Harapan to lose some of their seats?
Well, I think one of the narratives that came out from the Green Wave was that Perikatan Nasional really invested heavily in TikTok, and I think that has some bearing on the results in Selangor, especially among younger voters.
Right. Do you think Pakatan Harapan could have done a little bit better? Because we know that prior to the state elections, YB Nurul Izzah, for example, said that Harapan needs to up their game. Why do you think PH could have done better in terms of this social media aspect?
Well, I think one thing PN has in advantage over PH when it comes to social media, especially TikTok, is that a lot of their content is quite, I would say, for lack of a better word, grassroots driven. Sense that they not only engage Wakil Rakyat to be on TikTok and do TikTok live and conversations, but what I observe is that they have a lot of grassroots members, people who look like everyday abang adik kind of thing, to just do lots and lots of TikToks, and some of them they regularly have late night conversations where people can pop in, so it's quite engaging, and they run from 10 p.m. up to 6 p.m. Quite regularly. So that widespreadness, I think, and the sort of decentralized or more relaxed view, outside of the Wakil Rakyat, is the refreshing thing for a lot of people, because it feels like sembang at the Kedai Mamak for a lot of people, and there's a lot of discourse going in there that I think PH has not managed to generate compared to PN. So that's one area where I think we need to do better to expand the discourse into such a way that is more relatable to people and more widespread.
When the polling booth opened and as the hours went by, some of your colleagues at the DAP, for example, like YB Michelle Ng, she was talking about how voter turnout is not as high as she would have hoped. It's more towards the low end, and she was encouraging people to please go out and vote. At the end of the day, in your area of Kampong Tunku, what was the voter turnout like? Were you all ultimately satisfied? Of course, it's knowing that state elections will be a little bit lower than a general elections, but what was the voter turnout like in your area?
So for Kampong Tunku, the voter turnout ultimately was about 62%, which was lower than the previous election. Of course, we would hope that more people turn out because that would mean more people are taking part in the democratic process. But of course, so we understand that a lot of Selangorians, I think this is the first time where state elections are held separately from federal. So even on the campaign trail, there were a lot of people asking us, why do we have to vote again? And I think that eats into a little bit of turnout here.
And before I let you go, I just want to wish you congratulations once again. Would you have a final message for us?
Thank you so much. I think Selangorians can rest assured that Pakatan Harapan, we're still waiting for some results to come in, but if we manage to form the government, the unity government in Selangor is committed to building resilience and delivering the best governance possible for Selangorians.
Thank you so much for speaking with me.
Thank you so much for having me.
You just heard Dashran Johan speaking with Lim Yi Wei, who is the incumbent for Kampung Tunku, retaining her seat tonight. We are looking at, like we said, various facets of the state elections, including results, speaking to people who ran, speaking to party folks, and of course, also checking in with observers. And that's what we're doing now. So we're trying to get as even a spread as possible across the states. We want to talk now about Kedah. Joining us for that, we have Azril Alias, political observer. Azril, thanks for speaking with us today.
Hi, thank you for inviting me.
So, PN has officially won Kedah with a 19-seat simple majority. Although Kedah has always been known as a swing state, what does this win tell us about PN's influence?
Okay, first of all, I think there's a big factor on Sanusi as a MB because he lead the state with very big influence on the people, and beside that, PHMBN leader in the state cannot cope with the Sanusi level, and that's why I think in Kedah there's a lot of people support Perikatan Nasional, and Perikatan Nasional almost clean swept in Kedah. Like official result, only PH only got 3 seats in Kedah, and the rest for Perikatan Nasional.
Sorry, can we just speak about Sanusi a bit, because he won big, but there was talk before and during the campaign period that he might not become the Menteri Besar following this, this results of these polls. Can past leadership deny him the Menteri Besar position despite all the controversies surrounding him now?
I think the most important sidang media that been done by PAS at the Friday afternoon, they said that Sanusi will be remain as a MB in Kedah atas perkenan Sultan, and I think the confirmation given by the Central Committee of PAS to Sanusi fans or Sanusi supporter give them a big hope that Sanusi will become next Menteri Besar. Even though we hear about rumors about another candidate for Menteri Besar, but I think PAS Central Committee kill all the rumors and make a bold statement that Sanusi will become next Menteri Besar in Kedah.
We have a comment from somebody on the live stream, Ban C, who says, now that PN has the mandate, do you think that Pakatan Harapan is severely detached from the community of Kedahans?
Yeah, I think the supporters of PH and BN become upset with this result, and also their leaders. Even though Kedah PH in Kedah only wins 3 seats 3 seats in Kedah, I think memang there will be detached from PH and grassroots in Kedah. There will be big detached from Kedahan and also Kerajaan Pusat.
Azrael, thank you so much for speaking with us today.
Yeah, thank you.
That was Azrael Alias, political observer, weighing in on observations and just thoughts really about Kedah, which is a state that has been retained by PN.
Yeah, so as we know constitutionally, the Sultan will have to ask the biggest winner to form the government. But in the culture that Malaysia has, the palace still retains some influence in terms of its choice of Menteri Besar. It is going, and this was, much discussion was, around the question of the discomfort that will come from a Menteri Besar attending the Conference of Rulers, and how it will be that sitting next to the Sultan of Kedah, a Menteri Besar that has in fact a case with brother Sultan. So again, maybe a PAS trying to establish very clearly its preference, a popular preference, but whether that will be the final outcome, it's still a question, I think.
In many ways, Sharad, you are just previewing the rest of BFM's content for a week because I think these are the major issues that will continue to be explored. They were things that had been highlighted prior to the results. I think that considering many, as we've been saying all evening, had predicted anyway that there would be the 3-3 split, as it's always been, or not always, but as it has been, that it's going to come down to these issues that emerge out of that.
Right. So there's a bit of that drama. I think the larger question is, whether governments can be responsive and whether they are responsive. We've heard things about Kelantan and the past leadership there responding to disaffection and, kind of signaling that they would change the leadership in Kelantan in order to kind of address the fact that their deputy chief minister, the caretaker MB, was unpopular, right? So this kind of responsiveness is very important. I think it's part of the question of a maturing polity, right? That governments and political parties are responsive.
So we have been bringing you press conferences from the Election Commission as official results have come in. We've got the latest.
Dewan Negeri bagi Negeri Sembilan ke-15. Bagi keputusan pilihan raya umum ke-15 untuk 36 kursi Dewan Negeri bagi Negeri Sembilan yang telah dipertandingkan oleh calon-calon daripada parti-parti politik termasuk calon bebas selepas pengundian yang telah dijalankan pada 12 Ogos 2023. Sehingga pukul 11 malam 12 Ogos 2023, keputusan yang diperolehi oleh calon yang mewakili parti-parti politik dan juga calon bebas adalah seperti berikut. Pakatan Harapan PH 17 kerusi, Barisan Nasional BN 14 kerusi, Perikatan Nasional PN 5 kerusi. Berdasarkan kepada keputusan yang diperolehi ini, tiada mana-mana parti yang berjaya memperolehi suatu majoriti melebihi 50% daripada jumlah kerusi yang dipertandingkan. Keputusan Pilihan Raya Umum Dewan Negeri Selangor ke-15. Seterusnya, keputusan Pilihan Raya Umum Dewan Negeri ke-15 bagi 56 kursi Dewan Negeri Selangor yang telah dipertandingkan oleh calon-calon daripada parti-parti politik serta calon bebas selepas pengundian yang telah dijalankan pada 12 Ogos 2023. Bagi keseluruhan pengundian sehingga jam 11.31 malam 12 Ogos 2023, Pakatan Harapan PH telah memenangi sejumlah 29 kursi dari 56 kursi yang diperuntukkan dan dengan ini berjaya memperolehi suatu majoriti melebihi 50% daripada jumlah kursi yang dipertandingkan. Sekian untuk makluman. Terima kasih.
That was Election Commission Chairman Tan Sri Abdul Ghani Saleh with the latest official results announcing the simple majorities for Negri Sembilan and Selangor, both of which went the way of the PHBN coalition. We also there was a press conference that was held by the PHBN leadership a little while ago. Here it is.
Terutama dalam menekan 3 negeri yang sebelum ini berlaku dan juga penyertaan di beberapa negeri lain. Ini berlaku kerana kemufakatan yang tercapai dan terjalin di kalangan semua parti dan rakan-rakan dari parti Sabah Sarawak walaupun tidak bertanding turut memberikan dukungan yang cukup hebat. Juga kepada semua yang lain termasuk dari pembangkang yang telah mencatat kejayaan mengekalkan kuasa dan kerajaan di 3 negeri dan seperti mana kita maklum keputusan adalah keputusan rakyat. Dalam sistem demokrasi sama ada kita besar atau tidak dengan keputusan, kita harus hormat keputusan rakyat. Hormat dalam arti kata bersedia menerima keputusan dengan baik. Kalau ada apa-apa permasalahan, perundangan dan protes itu dibuat mengikut jalur hukum dan juga peraturan yang ditetapkan oleh Subang Jaya Pilihan Raya. Jadi setelah bertarung bersungguh-sungguh, kadang-kadang suhunya agak panas, ini waktunya semua rakyat dari semua parti menang atau kalah harus bersilaturahim, menjaga keamanan negara dan menumpukan perhatian, mengangkat martabat negara dan membela nasib rakyat. Ini tumpuan kita. Bagi pihak kerajaan perpaduan, saya ingin berjaminan terutama kerajaan persekutuan yang terus kekal dan kukuh selepas PRN ini. Kita akan terus bertugas lumus bekerja, berkhidmat sesuai dengan hasrat kita membangun Malaysia madani dan dasar ekonomi madani yang telah kita umumkan baru-baru ini. InsyaAllah mulai Isnin kita akan terus bertugas bukan sahaja seperti biasa tetapi lebih tekun dan keras bekerja supaya Malaysia akan mencipta kejayaan yang dibanggakan. Sekian, terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Malaysia! 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 Sekian, wabillahi taufiq wa hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Oh, that was an abrupt tone shift. So you just heard there a press conference from the leadership of Pakatan Harapan BN talking about essentially the results. We will have to hit to the news, so we'll come back later to analyze it in a bit more detail. You are listening to BFM's coverage of the state elections, BFM 89.9.
The news on BFM 89.9.
Here are the Election Day updates at midnight. The Election Commission has confirmed that Pakatan Harapan has obtained a simple majority in Selangor and Penang. The Commission also announced that Perikatan Nasional has retained power in Kedah with a simple majority. However, the EC says no single coalition has been able to secure a simple majority in Negri Sembilan, with PH winning 17 seats, BN 14 and PN 5 seats. Earlier, Negri Sembilan UMNO Chief Datuk Sri Jalaluddin Alias claimed that the Unity Coalition has won enough seats in the state to form the state government. Meanwhile, Prime Minister Datuk Sri Anwar Ibrahim has called on all Malaysians to close ranks following the conclusion of the 6 state elections and to work together to develop the nation. He also assured that regardless of the outcome of today's polls, his administration at the federal level remains stable.
Ini waktunya semua rakyat dari semua parti menang atau kalah harus bersilaturahim, menjaga keamanan negara dan menumpukan perhatian, mengangkat martabat negara dan membela nasib rakyat. Bagi pihak kerajaan perpaduan, saya ingin jaminan terutama kerajaan persekutuan yang terus kekal dan kukuh selepas PRN ini.
Earlier, the Election Commission said PN has won control of the Kelantan Assembly for the 8th term following the state's 15th election today. Bersatu Youth Chief Wan Ahmad Faisal told BFM the victory had been expected as PN also recaptured a 2/3 majority there.
Yes, we do expect that kind of result, that kind of quantum. I think we did well. I'm part of the machinery and I would like to thank all the Kelantanese voters. Despite the lower turnout, we managed to pull out a great win.
Separately, in Penang, DAP Chairman Lim Guan Eng is set to serve as Air Putih Assemblyman for a 4th term, having won the seat against PN and Parti Rakyat Malaysia. Meanwhile, in Negri Sembilan, DAP Sekjen Anthony Lok defended the Chenah seat, which he has held since 2013. He won with a 2,200 vote majority against PN's Rosmadi Arif, whom Lok considered as a good friend. In Kedah, PN candidate Datuk Razzie Jidin has retained the Pedu state seat with a majority of some 6,300 votes, defeating state BN chairman Datuk Sri Madzik Khalid. The former Kedah Menteri Besar previously won the Pedu seat in 2004 and 2008. Meanwhile, Amanah Vice President Datuk Mahfuz Omar lost the race for Alor Mengkudu to PN's Radi Maddin, a former footballer. Another ex-national footballer, Badrul Bakhtiar, won the Gurun seat under PN's ticket, beating Firdaus Johari from PH. In Kelantan, meanwhile, Datuk Sri Rizal Merican has won the Bertam seat with a majority of some 2,300 votes, defeating incumbent Khalid Mehtab of PN. Separately, IGP Tan Sri Razaruddin Hussein says PDRM is setting up roadblocks throughout the country after midnight as a safety measure.
Perlu juga saya ingatkan di sini kepada semua penyokong-penyokong parti yang menang, janganlah membuat demonstrasi ataupun perarakan sama ada dengan motor atau berkumpul ramai-ramai untuk meraihkan kemenangan ini. So pihak kita telah pun bersiap siaga pada jam 12 malam nanti memang kita akan mengadakan roadblock di seluruh Malaysia sebenarnya.
Razaruddin also says police would be stationed at state palaces and the official residence of the Penang Young Dipertua to ensure there are no untoward incidents. I'm Nadia Rahmatrang. For more headlines, follow BFM News on Twitter. You're now up to date on BFM 89.9, the business station.
He's also trying to drum up support for Hong Kong to join the world's largest free trade deal. That's the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, or the RCEP.
Most legal fees for conveyancing transactions involving non-contentious matters in Peninsular Malaysia has increased.
Now, the Madani economy sets out 7 key performance indicators to measure the progress of the economy over the next decade.
In case you missed the top stories of the week, catch up on the headlines with WTF What's the Focus every Friday at 9:30 a.m.
Better Financial Management. BFM 89.9, the business station.
It is 12:04 and you're listening to the grand finale conclusion situation of BFM state election coverage, because we have heard the EC give the official results for at least a simple majority for each of the states. And as expected by many observers, as well as think tanks, analysts, political leaders, it has gone to a 3-3 split. So Kedah, Kelantan and Terengganu continue to be held by PN, and Penang, Selangor and Negri Sembilan continue to be held by PHBN.
Yeah, and of course we just heard from Anwar Ibrahim thanking Malaysians for, that commitment to democracy.
Making their choice.
And also I think a relief for him that it did come down to a 3-3 split in terms of results. But no doubt everybody in this game is going to have to do some soul searching about the kind of results, not just in a negative sense, right, about what went wrong, but now that some of them have, huge majorities, what are they going to do with that power? And will they wield that power in a way that is beneficial to citizens?
Sharad, I'd like to know what you're most interested in exploring in this story in the coming week, because I know what it is for me, and I think that this is something that has always been, or has been increasingly of interest ever since the GE, which is the question of the green wave. And I think if we spoke earlier to
Ben Sufyan, who, among others, has pointed out that that is a notion that really needs to be complicated, that really needs to be interrogated and questioned in a way that isn't so simplistic. Because I think in the lead up to this state election, we saw that happen a lot, right? There's a sort of almost dismissive shorthand quality to the way people talk about the green wave, and yet it really isn't that simple. And I think that people continuing to think it's simple is actually part of the problem.
Yeah, and no doubt, I think the green wave as a topic, right?
Even as a term, I know that people don't really like it.
I think, in fact, it's shorthand, it works. But the question is whether we can get that depth, the nuance, the complexities that are behind it, right? And not approach it with fear and anger. But I do say, when you ask me the question about what I'm most concerned about, I would say...
Interested in
is what's going to happen with local democracy. Because now that, and it's been said many times by people in Bersih, and Wong Chin-Wah has said that, when this is not just the 6 state governments, but also all the local governments that are going to be put in place by the coalitions that have captured state power. And question is, will they introduce more democracy? Will they introduce more direct representation of feedback so that local councils are more responsive? And I'd like to see that happen as a way of, kind of pushing back on identity politics, or pushing back on the things that we fear most, which is that the country is not going to move towards more rational and better governance, but towards a kind of fractured and increasingly contentious politics.
Also, now's the point where we start to see where the promises go.
Yes, indeed. I mean, that's always a way of holding your government to account to say, well, you promised this, but it should be more than that. Citizens will need to also step up their game, I guess, in terms of developing a deeper sense of the complexities of governance in a modern world.
So we as a station are going to be covering this in greater detail next week. Can I still say next week? Isn't Sunday the beginning of the week? Well, this week, essentially. Starting off with a breakfast grill on Monday at 8 a.m. featuring Ong Kian Ming, former MP of Bangi, as well as Datuk Dr. Marzuki Mohamad, who is the former private secretary to Tan Sri Muhyiddin Yassin, himself, of course, a former prime minister. And then you can expect to hear lots more on this. Thank you, everybody, so much for listening, for sending in your questions, for watching the live stream. You've been listening to BFM's state election coverage on BFM 89.9.